Peace, peace, peace. What it is, it's your brother Tyvon Swayno, aka the Orthodox Moor, aka the Seven Pillar Saracen, aka Brother Moore. Pleased to bring you a late night edition of a Debates Off You Live, aka Brother Moore Live, with a very interesting guest, the good brother Abu. But before I get into that, I'm going to play the disclaimer for Sal right quick.
Brand disclaimer. The views and opinions expressed by individuals on this platform, the callers plus invited guests, are their own. The information you hear does not reflect the overall views of all parties associated with this brand. We encourage everyone to research all things heard live or via archive for edification purposes. Discretion is advised.
Don't touch that dial. You're now listening to Debate Talk Free Radio. Help keep the show on the air. If you want to help, you can send your donation to PayPal. The email is debatetalkforyou@gmail.com or through Cash App, $Sal Showtime. Thanks for your support.
So, like I said, family, I am pleased to bring to you a late night edition of Debate Talk for You Live, aka Brother Moore Live, with the good brother Abu. We will be discussing the Pews. We will also be discussing some DNA concepts and thought experiments, etc. Get into a little bit of GEDmatch and whatnot. But before I bring Abu on, I wanted to say this. I deal with a lot of Christian apologists out here in this community, with all different stripes of beliefs and whatnot. And I want to say this. I really appreciate Abu's example, like I appreciate Elder Mike's example when it comes to how he dialogues and how he deals with certain people and whatnot. A lot of people make this a really emotional conversation in a lot of different ways, and it doesn't have to be. And when it becomes an emotional conversation, it's not beneficial for anybody's witness to the Most High or for the Most High. And so one thing I really appreciate about Abu is he takes a couple of things off the table in terms of discussion. I've seen him on Bryn's channel going at certain apologists like Faithful to God, for instance, and telling people we shouldn't try to put people in hell, and we should leave people's salvation to the sovereignty of God or whatnot. It creates more of a civil conversation. I respect that. Another thing, he was on here with me and the good brother Anonymous Hebrew, and broke down the fact that he doesn't really make nationality an issue in terms of conversation. He doesn't really take issue if we claim it for Israelites or not. What I found more so than anything about dealing with Abu is that Abu's kind of like a language nerd, really. You know what I'm saying? And so I think a lot of people don't recognize that language was his footing into the Israelite conversation in a lot of ways. At least that's my perspective. He can correct me if I'm wrong if he gets on here. I don't mean language learned in the bad respect, because I consider myself a language learner, as a matter of fact. I mean, as such, I actually have a lot of respect for Abu. Abu is a bad man when it comes to the language, a very bad man. And for people who don't understand that concept, I want y'all to understand something. Abu literally, there were people, for instance, who've gone and seen the pews, touched the pews and all that type of stuff. Abu's only had access to pictures and videos of the pews, and having done and with just that information, he was able to. Now I know Abu does not agree that there's language on the pews. However, he was able to make assessments of 3 different potential phrases on the pews that were potentially in Arabic, that later on got corroborated by a Harvard scholar. So that's nothing to sneeze at, fam. Even if you consider both of them to be incorrect, that's nothing to sneeze at. You can consider him an amateur linguist, but he's a top-notch amateur linguist at that, if you want to say such. But with that, I'm going to bring the good brother on. I appreciate him for coming through and making time, because we were supposed to do this last weekend, but I had computer issues. I might have computer issues as we have this conversation. If for some reason I disappear, I will only be gone for a few minutes. Excuse me, my computer will have shut down, and I will need to come back. Excuse me, hold on.
Yes, sir. Good.
Sorry about that. Peace and blessings, brother, man.
Yes, sir. Peace and blessings.
Hold on, I'm choking on my dinner right quick. Hold on.
Sorry about that. I hope you feel better soon. I'm drinking some tea here. Hope you have a beverage nearby.
Yeah, just drink some water. So yeah, I wanted to also stipulate that one thing I appreciate that you bring to the table is your focus on methodology, and I think that's going to be the basis for a lot about what we talk about tonight. So with that, I want to give you the floor. You can say whatever you want to as an intro, and then I wanted to get into your take on the pews, and then I can tag in and give you my take on the pews, and then for the first time ever, I'm going to give a Boo the chance to ask me questions in public about my take on the pews. Because the last time he came on here, he was gracious enough to answer a lot of questions for me from anonymous Hebrew, etc., whatnot. And so I would like to give him the same chance back. So with that, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and good evening to everybody. I don't have a lot for an intro. If you want, we can jump right into the topic of the pews. I don't think I have a lot to say on that either, but I would just give my a brief assessment of the development since the last time I was on here. I don't think there's been a lot of development, but there are a few things that are worth mentioning, if that's all right. Like it's so if it's okay, I'll jump right into the development. I'm sorry, go ahead. You were gonna say something?
No, you're good. Go ahead.
So I was going to say that with regards to the development since I guess it was February, the last time I was on, honestly, with the probably the most significant development was you bringing out your discussion with Brian Kirshen, right? But aside from that, the only thing that's really happened has been there's been several instances of assertions or these propositions that secret scholars are now looking at the pews in private. And we don't know who these scholars are, and we don't know what pews they're looking at or what markings they're looking at, but the claims are being made that these secret scholars who are looking at the pews in private are finding all kinds of things. Everything but Arabic, of course. They're finding Hebrew, lots of Hebrew, and they're finding Ge'ez script so complex that it can be identified as ancient Amharic. And I am somewhat skeptical because we've been shown nothing. We've only been given those claims. And then the other thing that's happened that's been a development is there has been some sort of indirect discussion on methodology coming from Benaiah Israel, Will Brown, Dr. Kelly Richardson, but they I question some of the consistency of it. Like the unfortunate feeling that I've had is that the methodologies being put forward are somewhat inconsistent insofar that I think Arabic is being held to a much stricter standard than Hebrew or Ge'ez or Amharic are being held to. And so I think there are grounds on which you can establish skepticism of any of these claims for Arabic on the pews. But I think the standard that you have to hold Arabic to in order to reach that point winds up serving as a stick with which to also, push away claims of Hebrew and Ge'ez and Amharic, etc., on the pews as well. And I think that sums up everything that's the development so far. That would be my short answer on where things have gone so far.
Are you sure? Because I think since the last time you were here, you've made a few videos about, for instance, like Sylvian Douf's work, and also.
Yes. I'm so sorry. Yeah, you're right. That's something. I'm really sorry. Sorry. Continue, and then I'll jump back.
No. Go ahead. You got it.
Right. It's funny that you bring that up. I had that did slip my mind. I think one of the two very, very interesting developments. Hold on one second. Two very interesting developments were. His name escapes me now. Jamal. Is it Amir Jamal Torre? He's one of the. One of the tour guides at First African Baptist Church, or one of the gentlemen who gives tours of First African Baptist Church. There's a bunch of different people who do that. And he had brought up something that I had totally missed. There's a document out there since the late 19th century. There's been this document which refers to somewhere in Georgia, in Savannah, if I'm not mistaken. There's a document that records that a slave in Savannah had written down a sort of English patois in the Arabic script. And I had seen that, but I didn't give it much thought. Jamal Torre brings out that the language that he was writing in was essentially Gullah. Like, I didn't give that any thought. What would be an English patois of sorts that exists in 19th century Georgia? And then I realized it's the Gullah dialect. And so Jamal Torre points out that the earliest example of written Gullah is in the Arabic script. And for me, that becomes tremendously significant because there were some who were pushing this idea that Gullah has no ties to Arabic, or it has ties to Arabic that are so minuscule that if we start from the assumption that everybody making these markings were Gullah, then you would have to say Arabic is nearly impossible. It's nearly impossible. But then it turns out, I think that was an interesting development. The other thing that was really interesting was there was an interview that Will Brown did with some of the producers of the show on of that documentary that was on PBS called The Black Church. And as some know, Boubacar Diakite, who's a scholar from Harvard, both the book about the documentary and the documentary itself gives very little of what Boubacar Diakite said. It just shows him saying, oh, this is an Arabic type of writing, and people have speculated as to what he meant. And some were speculating that he just meant, oh, it just looks like Arabic, but it's actually something other than Arabic. Well, it turns out that what Boubacar Diakite, which didn't make it into the documentary, but what he was telling the producers is that he believed that La ilaha illallah appears on one of the pews, and perhaps Muhammad Rasulullah appears on one of the other pews, which these are the two parts of the Islamic creed of faith. You know, certainly the second part. I think Christians and Jews could agree with the first part. And so that was significant as well, because it shows that Boubacar Diakite, while we haven't really got to see what pews he was looking at, he apparently had reached the conclusion that there is discernible Arabic there. And the phrases that he felt he saw there were, these are historically attested phrases. I thought those were very significant points.
So more than just the Arabic type of writing, but actual Arabic itself.
Yes, exactly. And because some were speculating that he had merely meant it's just something that resembles Arabic. It could be solitreo or something like that. But no, apparently. And the thing is, Boubacar Diakite is no fool when it comes to Arabic. You can, he has a YouTube page in which he's translating Arab, chapters of the Quran into the, these certain West African languages. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, he's clearly very familiar with Arabic, and specifically Quranic Arabic, and, Islamic phraseology. He literally does these things where he has these videos where he's translating, some of the shorter suwar in real time, including Surat An-Nas. By the way, one of my favorite videos of his is him doing that. I'm sorry for the segue there, but yeah.
No problem, because I'll be touching on that. So on that note, I think a lot of people know that you have a rendering of that surah and ayat on one of the pews, but I don't think a lot of people recognize that you've also gone onto the pews. And a long time ago, for instance, you saw a word that you thought potentially could have been Rasul, or another word similar to.
Rasail, which is
Rasail,
the plural of message, of Risala,
And that would seem, again, so this is before anyone knew of Boubacar Diakite talking about anything concerning Rasul or Messenger of Allah potentially being on any of the pews. Then you also were able to find something you thought potentially could be also La ilaha illallah, or just the basic, the call to faith, etc. for a Muslim or whatnot.
Yeah, certainly. I'm unsure about anything saying Muhammad Rasulullah, so I would love to see what Boubacar Diakite was looking at, but there is a pew that looks like it could be rendered La ilaha illallah, and I respect anyone who's skeptical of that. That's fine, but I'm just saying that it seems to me as plausible as just about anything else that's been proposed for the pews.
Did you render that before or after you found out that Boubacar Diakite had said that was on the pews, or he thought it was on the pews?
I never went public with it. I had noticed it and had considered mentioning it. It was something I had considered, but I didn't say anything. It was when because it's funny, before I found out about that position, I think I had used it as a screen capture from one of my videos. But I never went through with it. But then when I found that out, I was so amazed. I was like, oh, so now I have to take another look. And so then I started, putting a color coded kind of thing where trying to show, how that's at least possible.
Yeah, I want to share my screen on something to actually show something. So one thing I actually have to, I actually really have to come on public and say this. I have to show a large amount of appreciation to Abu for something, in the sense to where this conversation, and not just Abu, like Pastor Kelly, Benai, everybody involved, Anonymous Hebrew, everyone's made me, this whole conversation about the pews period has made me dig into things from a different perspective than I had before. And even having to look at stuff that I've had before. So for instance, Abu was talking about this book from Sylvain Diouf called Servants of Allah. I've owned that book for years. When Abu brought out that video talking about that, I was like, oh wow. I'd read that chapter, I knew that chapter, I knew that part of the chapter, but I never, like he said, I never thought about it being Gullah before, right? So when I heard that, I went back and reread the entire chapter, and I was thinking, you know what? it would be a good idea to kind of like bring this out so people can kind of understand this, because that chapter was all about Arabic literacy amongst the slaves and whatnot.
Exactly. It's an amazing chapter. I've had that thought as well, that a person could do a whole video just reading and commenting on that chapter, relevant to this discussion about the plausibility of Arabic in that region and time. Sorry.
Yeah, and just so happens I plan on doing a video on such, but before that, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to do a small little preview. So this is Sylvian Dove. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. I definitely can see it. Yep.
Okay, I'm going to make it big. Well, yeah, it should be big enough for the people to see.
And now I can see it on the YouTube page as well now. I just saw it pop up.
Okay. So this is Sylvian Dove. She is a PhD historian. She has a lot of information, personal information on the screen. I'll let y'all get through that on your own time. She has a bunch of books she's written, including Slavery's Exile, The Story of American Maroons, Servants of Allah, African Muslims enslaved in the Americas, Dreams of Africa in Alabama, the slave ship Clotilda, and the story of the last Africans brought to America. She has a very wonderful array of books to go check out. But going forward, this book here in this particular chapter, Servants of Allah, chapter 4, is this is a very interesting chapter. I'm going to break down from page 159 to 209 right quick. In this chapter, there is over 20 examples. Over 20. I'm going to cite over 20 here. I'm going to cite probably around 24 examples of first-time slaves and recaptured slaves from Mandingo, Hausa, Fulani, and Yoruba descent, writing manuscripts, letters, and petitions using Arabic script and language, with examples of African and Creole languages also being written in a West African Arabic script. These writings being produced in Brazil, Panama, Trinidad, Jamaica, the Bahamas, and the U.S., including Georgia, North Carolina, Maryland, and Mississippi. So she states this on page 159 through 162. Page 159, paragraph 1. There's this concept of that literacy of the Muslims, of the Muslim slaves, set them apart from everyone else. The fact that they were literate in Arabic, etc. Page 160, paragraph 2, she states that the literacy rate was high in Muslim Islamic Africa. There is a narrative that only certain people were able to be proficient in Arabic, like the higher ups in the society, and that narrative is 100% false. And I will be breaking that one down in a book that I break down called The Walking Quran. But that's a whole nother. I'll say that for a whole nother time. On page 161, in the third paragraph, she stipulates that Muslims arrived with knowledge they acquired sitting cross-legged with wooden tablets, the style of teaching in Quran schools. And so what's interesting about this is, if I have time, I'm actually going to break down some parts of the Gullah language, to where the wooden tablets of these schools is actually part of the Gullah language. On page 162, paragraph 1. Now, I want you to pay attention to this, because this is something Abu was talking about earlier. Now, this is coming from a PhD historian who's Senegalese and actually descends from a very noble Islamic tradition in West Africa. She says this: some Muslims could write perfect Arabic as well as Hausa, Wolof, and Mandingo. Others possessed only a few rudiments of the written word and a clumsy calligraphy. So when Abu's talking about certain language rules being applied to Arabic that aren't being applied to Soletreo, etc., this is a scholar saying the same thing. No. They're like, you can find people with perfect Arabic and some people with clumsy Arabic. Going forward, my fault. I duplicated the page there. So these are just a small list of. Now this is not even everything from the chapter, family. I want you to understand that this is not even everything from the chapter. But these are instances of different slaves who had different levels of literacy in Arabic, in writing Arabic, reading Arabic, and using Arabic to even write other African languages, including Creole, the concept of a trade language or a mixed language amongst the slaves that had a blend of African languages and English, etc. So we see in page 162, we have Abu Bakr al-Siddiq from Timbuktu, in Mali. He had an Arabic autobiography in circa 1834. Again, in page 162, we have a Mandingo Muslim who could read and write Arabic and Quran verses. Page 163, we have Abdullah, a Hausa Muslim who could read and write Arabic in 1823. And I'm highlighting the Fulani Muslims because it was kind of noted. A lot of people, I've heard people kind of take shots at the Fulani in the sense to where like the Fulani Muslims who are known to be literate in Arabic, it was only the higher ups, and so I'm focusing on that just for clarity's sake, because there's definitely a quote here I want you to pay attention to on page 163. It says in page 163 about the Fulani Muslims, all the Fulani in Salvador could read and write. All of them. That's not in all the Americas. That's in Brazil, but they're saying all the Fulani could read and write. You could in previous pages, Sylvie Dupe said that literacy was high amongst the Muslims in Muslim West Africa, and not even just the Muslims, West Africa period, because non-Muslims actually learned Arabic in the Quran schools in West Africa. Page 163, we have Salih Boulali, a Fulani Muslim from Messina, Mali, who could read and write Arabic, and he's from north of Sao Paulo Island, where Bilali Muhammad is at in Georgia. We have Omar Ibn Said, a Senegalese Fulani, who wrote an Arabic biography and Surah 110, when thought to have written a prayer in English or a prayer in Arabic, a Christian prayer in Arabic. Excuse me. We have Muhammad Kabul, who wrote a 50-page Arabic manuscript. A 50-page Arabic manuscript. We have Abdul Rahman Ibrahim Ibn Sabri, a Fulani, who wrote letters in Arabic to a Moroccan consulate and trying to get freedom. Page 168, we have a Mandingo Marabat, a religious leader, who had an Arabic Quran. Page 169, there was a Muslim named Old Man Israel. Old Man Israel, and prayed with the book he had, thought to be the Quran. Page 170, Bilali Muhammad, a Fulani from Sierra Leone, wrote the Bilali manuscript on Sao Paulo Island in Georgia. So again, Abu was talking about a Mandingo named London who wrote the Gospel of John in Gullah and in the Arabic script. And we also have in Georgia, Bilali Muhammad, a Fulani from Sierra Leone, writing the Bilali manuscript. So we have a large amount. We have literacy being shown very well amongst the slaves in Georgia and whatnot, at a high level at that. But we also see it in Arabic being used in a multitude of ways, to where it could be used to write Islamic things, but it could also be used to write non-Islamic things. So just like Boubacar Diakite was saying in the PBS documentary, that the people who wrote the surah potentially Surah 114 on the pew, they may not have even been Muslim. They may not have even been Muslim, because in the Quran schools, again, you didn't have to be Muslim to learn in the Quran schools. However, you were going to learn to read and write the Quran. You're going to come out literate in that kind of thing. So when you learn the Quran there, you learn basic verses or basic surahs from the Quran, the shorter ones first. Surahs like 114, the shorter ones first. And you'll see later on, when I turn the page here, Surah 114. Go ahead.
Forgive me for interrupting, but also Surah
No,
An-Nasr.
go ahead.
Surah An-Nasr, which you pointed out, one of them was writing the 110th chapter of the Quran. You see, there's this pattern of people in the region knowing the shorter surah at the end of the Quran.
Right. And as a matter of fact, what the book actually points out is that there's actually a manuscript being found amongst a multitude of Muslims that actually contains a multitude of these small surahs. So I'll just skip down real quick to page 180, where again we see London, a Mandingo, writing the Gospel of John in Creole/Gullah with the Arabic script, in the first known writings of Gullah being in Arabic. And again, I think that right there, if I'm going to get controversial later on, but I'm going to start to get a little controversial now. I believe that when Abu came out with that right there, I think that's why the concept of the pews out of nowhere was suddenly taken off the table for some people. Because this was a very serious scholastic allegation. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, this goes along with what the concept of what Boubacar Diakite was saying, to where like this could have been, you can use Arabic as just a cultural continuity. And it's important that you understand that from him, because he's from a part of West Africa where Islamic history is deep and long. And so him telling you, like, yeah, him understanding how the Quran schools run, because the Quran schools in West Africa right now run very similar to how they were back at this time period. There's not too much difference in their methodology and whatnot. And so again, he knows historically that the Quran schools were open to anybody. You didn't have to be Muslim. And so you could be a Christian, you could be whatever, and still go to the Quran school, but you're going to learn to write Arabic. And this is why you see different forms of different language, etc., in the Creole being written in the script, because it's the lingua franca of the area. So you don't have to be a Muslim. As a matter of fact, there is an example of someone. Hold on. Abul Kelly, who was an Igbo, who wrote 3 letters. He was thought not to be Muslim at all. In fact, a lot of people thought he was a secularist. But he learned Arabic in West Africa in these Quran schools. But again, amongst the Muslims who were also here, there was manuscripts that were found amongst them that you would typically find from religious sects, etc., whatnot, that had passages from the Quran and different aspects of how to practice Islam and whatnot. And you would see these shorter surahs in the Quran, the ones that a youngster or someone who's first learning how to write Arabic is going to learn how to write, and the basics for recitation and whatnot. Also in the Quran, it tells you when you recite, to recite what's easy. So you're going to recite the shorter verses and whatnot, or the shorter surahs and whatnot. But we can see here again, page 181, that there's a manuscript found in 1835, where amongst one Muslim who also has all these things written down. And in page 190, we see another Muslim who has the same stuff written down in a whole other manuscript. Just dropping down to page 197, we see again where another petition is being written in Arabic script, but also in Creole. So again, this concept of being able to apply the Arabic script to multitudes of languages is something that's not foreign to West Africans, being that Arabic was a lingua franca. I'm going to stop boring people and stop sharing my screen right quick.
Man, that was fascinating. I certainly wasn't bored. Even though I've read the chapter, I still was enthralled.
So is there any comments you have on that while I go comb the chat for questions right quick?
Well, the 2 things. The thing about the clumsy Arabic, that's quite interesting, because that's something, when I was, as some people know, I'm a skeptic of any language being on the pews, even Arabic, but yet as some people, even certain Christian apologists have told me, that I've painted myself into a corner, unwittingly presenting a strong case for Arabic, so much so that some of the Christian apologists around me are telling me, no, man, it's Arabic on the pews. The thing is, when I was doing that, I was thinking of the arguments in favor of Arabic and the arguments against Arabic, way back even in December. And one of the things that I thought about was the strongest argument for the case against Ilahi Nas appearing on that pew that's become the subject of so much discussion is the Alif Lam in the definite article of An-Nas is different, significantly different from the Alif Lam in Ilah, right? So that, for me, that seemed like the strongest argument against it saying Ilahi Nas, right? That maybe it just looks like it coincidentally, but somehow, the person who did this wrote the Alif Lam in one word, very different from the Alif Lam in the other. But the thing is, when you look at that document from Haiti, where there was a slave in the 1700s who wrote down Surat al-Ikhlas, one of the things that's striking is you see a very similar inconsistency in the way that he wrote alifs and lams. There's cases where an alif is really short, another case where it's really long, same thing with the lam. There's a case where towards the end of the surah, one lam is very small. It's smaller than the ha that comes right after it in lahu, right? And then the next, right after that, the lam goes, it's skyrocketing into the air. And then there's other places where he just omits an alif or a lam, and so it's interesting that what I thought was the strongest argument against Ilahi Nas, there's even a counter to it when you look at other unambiguous Arabic written by slaves in the Americas. That's one thing. And then the other thing with the Umar ibn Sayyid, the whole thing with him writing Surat al-Nasr, the 110th chapter of the Quran, and and people thinking it's the Lord's Prayer, that also has relevance to this, because some people are very adverse to the idea of people bringing Islamic terminology or Quranic terminology into a Christian environment. And we already have one answer to that, which is the one that Bubakar Diakite gave, which is correct, that, they could simply be retaining vestiges of their former faith. They'd be Christians themselves. But the other thing is, it's also possible that someone is simply still a Muslim. That's certainly likely the case with Umar ibn Sayyid. And there's no one around him really to check him on it, Like, he can produce Quranic material and then a large number of people who come into contact with what he wrote aren't able to distinguish. They're not familiar with it enough to be able to say, whoa, wait a minute, that's not the Lord's Prayer. That's Quranic text. And so that's significant also, because I think there's some out there that take this attitude of it's impossible that anyone would, write something Quranic, on a pew of a church. And so, there's already the point that Bubakar Diakite made, but also there's the point that even if someone was still a Muslim, or still had those sort of leanings, like, let's say, because, I don't think La ilaha illallah is controversial, but I could see how Muhammad Rasulullah raises more questions. But the question becomes, how many people would be in place to try to prevent that from happening? That's also an interesting question. But go ahead. That's all I wanted to say on that.
Yeah. And in terms of the language, now I'm going to touch on this in a whole nother video. I'm going to actually go real specific on the video, but I'm just going to real light touch on it here. So in Sylvia Newell's book, in her work, one thing she touches on is the Islamic, or the how different Islamic influences have penetrated into African American culture, and people might not have recognized it. For instance, how certain ways of calling to prayer may have made it into the way people enunciate and hold notes in blues songs, etc. She also talks about how certain words, for instance, like alone or whatnot, were actually introduced in songs and elongated so Muslims could actually say the word Allah. And so here's an example of something like that, right? So a lot of people have said, for instance, that the Gullah were using a Hebrew phrase in a song Kumbaya. Now, what a lot of people don't know is how similar Hebrew and Arabic are. So this phraseology Kumbaya, like, it literally, you can see it in Arabic in the Quran. In the Quran, it's a little bit more like Kumbayat, but it's there still, and it has the same meaning as like the come by concept. And it also, like, so for instance, it even has the concept in the Quran is like come eat by night. So when you're talking about a concept of people who are potentially involved in dealing with runaway slaves or in the Underground Railroad concept, and again with Arabic being the lingua franca of the area, I might want to use a song that has people thinking about meeting by night. And when you hear the song Kumbaya, my Lord, there's a part where it says, "Oh Lord," real emphatic, Kumbaya. And so so I hear people talking about the Yah part. But at the same point in time, again, I can see this in Arabic to where the Yah is still there. But when I hear the "Oh Lord," really emphatic, just like what Sylvia Deuce talking about, it's equally as possible that they're saying Allah in a secret way. And if you watch one of my videos, I actually contact a Muslim who's a scholar from the University of Georgia, which I'm sure we're going to touch on in a second, dealing with the Richard Katz concept. But he actually went to Sapelo Island and made a documentary about the culture on Sapelo Island. And part of the documentary was an interview with Cornelia Bailey. And so she used to be, God rest her soul, she used to be a very big, well-known Gullah activist, Geechee activist, from Sapelo Island. And she's a descendant of Bilali Muhammad. And she wrote a wonderful book about Geechee culture on the island and the history of the culture on the island. And she has a wonderful chapter about facing the East and about God residing in the East. And it has to do with the establishment of the first, the establishment of the first African Baptist Church in 1865 on the island there, not the one in Savannah, but in Sapelo. And she breaks down the fact that the people who established the church were actually Muslims themselves. And that the first people, the first year that only a handful of people got baptized, and that the majority of the people there were Muslims and they wanted a place to pray. Then slowly but surely it turned over to a Christian concept. But even so, they blended their beliefs in such a way to where they had a very unique way of practicing their Christianity. So the women all covered their heads, they covered their shoulders, they covered their arms. They came in modest. When they entered into the prayer house, the men and the women separated, like in Islamic circles. And also like in Jewish traditions, etc. And they prayed facing the east 3 times a day. This is in the stories of the people from the island. This is their culture from the island. It's a very mixed and blended culture, to where you had Muslims who on purpose blended their thing with Christianity. And in doing so, it actually looks very much like what you can see Israelites doing. So, for instance, like in the Bible, in the book of Daniel, you can see Daniel facing Jerusalem 3 times a day praying. There's a lot of overlap in the culture, and one of the reasons why I want to bring that up is I'm going to get into the very deep cultural aspects and history of this stuff in terms of who was coming over from West Africa and how and when and all type of stuff, and understanding some of those people historically were said to have been Jews who converted to Islam, much like you have people like the Pashtun in Afghanistan who were Muslims, but still hold to being descendants of Israel, etc. There's a lot to be said about that and understand about in understanding the different nuances of the slave trade and whatnot. But that also gets into why I say most likely if you're going to find Hebrew on the pews, you're going to find it written in Arabic script. Not that you can't find Hebrew, but you're more likely going to find it in Arabic script. But go ahead. I've been talking for a quick second.
No, that was great. That was great. Man. And that is an interesting point too. There's not enough talk about that. I mean, some people are familiar with Judeo-Arabic, which is Arabic written in the Hebrew script, but there's also a phenomenon. It was certainly, I don't know how, it was certainly big amongst Karaites, and I'm not saying the people who came over were necessarily Karaites, but there's certainly this phenomenon of Hebrew being written in the Arabic script. That certainly existed in history as well. Joffrey Khan, of all people, has written quite a bit on this subject. He's done, much of the literature that I've read on it is from Joffrey Khan. Although he covers it in East Africa, not West Africa, but nonetheless, it's a real phenomenon.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So with that, I'm going to jump into my take on the pews. Well, you know what? Hold on. First, there's 2 questions I got to ask you.
Sure.
For the general public, because there's a lot of people who want to know. They've seen you challenge the concept of Hebrew being on the pews, but they haven't seen you challenge, for instance, the church for stipulating they believe that there's Arabic on the pews. So that's the first question. Would you mind answering why you have not done that publicly?
Yeah, Dante Fortune has brought that up. What it is I think my very first video served as the response to that. Like my very first video in October, I put out this video that said, for anyone who's going to claim that any language is on the pews, rather than simply assert it, you need to, put forth some sort of an argument in favor of your position, point to the markings, etc., and transcribe what you think is there. I think so that now the church, I don't even know, they might not even know I exist, but the thing is, nothing has come out from the church since then. So there isn't anything for me to say since then. In terms of Kelly Richardson, he's gotten, and then later Benaiah and Will Brown, they've gotten more attention because they've come out and come up with new responses. And so I've been responding to what they've said. But let's say if nothing had come out from them, since October, I would have had nothing to say to them as well. That's really why that's happened. That, like, I think my initial argument lays it out. Although the argument can be made, and like I said, some Christians apologists, are even saying this now, at least behind closed doors, that I unwittingly painted myself into a corner on the Arabic. But nonetheless, the reason why I think my first video suffices as a response to the church, but the church hasn't released anything. Even when I made the video, I think the only things that were coming out from the church, I think there was a video with Karen Wortham. At that point, that video was already several years old. So even before I even got involved, they haven't said anything, for years.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's generally it. And the videos I've been making are always responses to something that somebody recently said.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So second question, and this is the last question I'm asking you because you get to ask me the rest of them. What is your threshold for actually admitting that, or going along with the concept that there is most likely Arabic on the pews, or that the surah on the pew that you've mentioned is in fact the surah on the pew that you mentioned?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. It is tough. So I think that I guess it would have to be a little bit clearer, because for me, I do feel like, if I could use an analogy, someone remember that David Bunis had suggested one word from one of the pews, and then when later on he made clear that he felt that what he was pointing to was very much open to multiple interpretations, and I think that in the case of Ilahi Nas, right, it is open to multiple interpretations, right? And so that's why where exactly I would be convinced, I'm not sure. I guess if we could find something that's a little bit more clear, it's just, it feels like it's open to, and it is. I do think it's significant that there are other Arabic scholars who have looked at it. Like that's why I shared Mohsen Gudarzi, his sentiment on that, where he felt that it's sort of like interpreting a cloud or something like that. Our imagination is seeing a pattern that might not have been intentional, and I think that's a very fair criticism and a fair concern, and that's what keeps my skepticism going. But I won't begrudge anybody, but I do think there is still room for skepticism. But like I've said in my most recent video, if there's going to be made a claim for language, or at least a script, I do think that at present Arabic has the strongest case. But then again, there's also the other point, that is something that you brought up back in February. We've honestly only seen a small fraction of what's there, so who knows? I really don't know where this is going to go if we get access to the rest of the panels.
Right, and to that note, I have to say this: there's going to be some people who hear that answer and be like, he's just hedging his bets, blah blah, hope to. But I'm gonna ask people to do this. Go back to those videos to where Abu has put forth a rendering for something on the pews, like for Rasail or Rasul or La ilaha illallah or Surat al-Nas, all that, right? It's every time he's done it, he's had to deal with a clumsy kind of a concept, right? To where like it's somebody who would not be writing perfect Arabic. He would have to be kind of like, well, I would have to kind of work with it a little bit to make it say something. And so when he says he wants something to be more clear, I can understand that because in the area, particularly in Georgia, there are extremely clear cases of Arabic that can be found. And so this is also why I showed the quote from Sylvian Diouf, in the sense to where she's saying there's some that came over with perfect Arabic and some who would have come over with a clumsy Arabic. And that only makes sense when understanding that people are coming over with different levels of education. Not only that, they're trying to hold on to their different levels of education over many different years. So somebody could only had a basic level of education and try to hold on to it for 50 years. At that juncture, much is going to deteriorate.
And also,
go ahead.
Also, the people were getting taken at different ages. Like a man who's taken in his 40s is probably going to be a lot more literate than someone who was taken at 12 years old.
Right. And have written way more Quran verses, et cetera, to where them holding on to their literacy is going to be a lot easier than someone who is just learning how to write.
I think, I mentioned this earlier. So with regards to Ilahi Nas, right, I said that the biggest knock against it, and it's funny because none of the other critics of it have brought it up. I've brought this up in my videos. The biggest knock against it is the fact that the Alif Lam in Ilah is very different from the Alif Lam in An-Nas, right? Assuming that's what it says. And then I said, well, the counter to that is that text of Surat Al-Ikhlas that came out of Haiti shows a similar inconsistency in the way it handles alifs and lams, right? So that becomes a counterweight. But then to turn it back again, Mohsen Gudarzi had looked at, aside from that pew that allegedly has Ilahi Nas, he also looked at that text from Haiti that has Surat al-Ikhlas, and he had said at the end of his email that he sent me, which you showed on your show back in February, that he felt that the text from Haiti was far more clear still. As inconsistent as it might be with its alifs and lams, it's still far more clear than what's proposed to be Allah Nas on the pew. So
yeah. On top of that, on some devil's advocate type stuff, like so, the two professors who were proficient in Soletreo, who were consulted, David Bunis and Brian Kirshen, when they first looked at it, their first thought was Arabic, is what they said. That was their first thought. And then Bunis said no Soletreo, and then Kirshen said that. Now this is where the clumsy part comes in. It says these letters don't particularly conform to Soletreo, so he had to kind of make him work too when he gave his rendering of Arial. So it wasn't like a perfect Soletreo either. So it would have had to been. This is where like you got to use even scales on both sides for like
exactly. That's a big one for me. That's a big one for me. I think it's fine if people want to take a position that lets in Hebrew and Ge'ez and stuff like that. But I think in order to do that, if you're consistent, you have to weigh things by a scale that would also let the Arabic in. In order to push the Arabic out, you have to hold to a very strict standard that's also going to push out the Ge'ez and the Hebrew and stuff like that.
Yes, sir. So let's let Abu have some fun right quick. So I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to give my thoughts on some things real quick, and then let Abu ask me some questions. So again, my thoughts on the pews have not changed in the sense to where I believe that there's potentially multiple African scripts that are subject to time. People need to understand what scripts were around in West Africa at what time. So, for instance, Pastor Kelly has proposed Insibity potentially being on the pews. I think that's valid based upon the time frame and the people who were there. That's totally valid in proposing in terms of potentiality. But there's certain scripts that it's obvious that they can't be just there because of time and proximity. But I do believe there's a potentiality of multiple African scripts that we need to go and check out the pews on a pew by pew basis and understand very much so what Abu was talking about. We've only seen a few pews. And I'm going to touch on that in a second. But with that, let me go through this right quick. Richard Katz. This is not Richard Katz. This is not the Richard Katz in question. Let me be more particular about that. I gave William Brown an intellectual out on multiple platforms, on Israelite platforms and on Christian platforms. I said, just show a scholastic work of Richard Katz relating to Hebrew. Because you're not a scholar to that level with no fingerprints, no scholastic fingerprints. And so I made this known to Pastor Kelly private phone calls, etc. To which case Pastor Kelly was not too forthcoming and wanted to defend Richard Katz and stipulating he's not my scholar, that's my cousin's scholar, etc. And that was made known back in January. So since January to now, William Brown has given me absolutely no reason to believe his Richard Katz actually does exist. Whether he does or does not exist, I cannot definitively say. What I can say is that I asked for a certain level of proof, and I didn't get the standard I was looking for. I didn't ask the person to be doxxed. None of that type of stuff. I didn't need him to come out and show me his face. I didn't need to hear his voice. I just needed to see his scholastic fingerprints on the subject matter we're talking about. So on that, again, my position has not changed. I cannot confirm nor deny whether or not Richard Katz does in fact exist. I can say William Brown has not given me the information that I was looking for to confirm his existence in such a way that would not dox Richard Katz, but would also prove William Brown to be truthful in what he was saying. And I'll say this: I was skeptical from the outset, and I was saying this to my brothers who actually had convinced me to take another position on this and be more patient and compassionate on the situation. But right off the outset, when I saw that there were claims about this Richard Katz confirming certain things, but the first email of the confirmation was not shown, I was skeptical off rip, because I was like, yeah, why won't you show the smoking gun? Like, I don't want to see the holster. I want to see the gun. And so there was a consistency to show. There's a consistent concept of showing this second email to where Israel is being mentioned and whatnot, right? But there was no reference to the first email where everything was being confirmed, or there was no showing of the first email where everything was being confirmed, and that made me pause. But like I said, I brought it to my brothers, and they're like, "Nah, man, there could be reasons for that. So we owe them to do things a certain way." I was like, "You know what? You're right. The scroll say I got to do it a certain way." So I did it that way. And when I did it that way, it didn't pan out. I got left hanging. To me, that was a really low threshold to meet. It didn't seem like it was a threshold that was too much to ask for, unreasonable. If it was unreasonable, no one told me it was an unreasonable threshold when I asked for it, behind the scenes, in public, etc. Well, go ahead. I know you wanted to ask me a question about Richard Katz or something like
Yeah,
go ahead.
Yeah, I think we're pretty. I'm pretty close to knowing the answer, but yeah, it's. I was going to ask what you thought of that, basically of the claim. Now they've adopted Jermaine Howell's claim officially, basically that this is Richard Katz. That Richard Katz is this English scholar. A point that you had brought up is that back in February is that, or even before that, even in December when you were with G-Con and the gentleman Kevin G, that about his. That what is his, his let's see some of his CV essentially to see why, because it was basically the original insinuation is that we should simply defer to him. He's a scholar in this field, so defer to him, because he said there's definitely no Arabic on the pews and there's definitely Hebrew, on the pews. And the tacit implication was they don't need to demonstrate these arguments. The scholars said it, so it's done. But the thing is, for them, I want to know what you think about the fact that if this was the man, what is his field of study? Like, is this man a scholar of Hebrew? Is this man a scholar of Arabic? The man in that picture? I mean, I don't believe that's the man who wrote the emails. But if it was, the question, what do you think about, tying that back in with this implication that we should defer to him on this topic?
I can tell you this. I don't believe that man in the picture right there is the Richard Katz that William Brown is talking about, right? I looked into this man myself. I read his dissertations and whatnot that had absolutely nothing to do with Hebrew. Absolutely nothing to do with Hebrew. Y'all want to learn about some Gothic Germanic stuff? Go ahead, holler at your boy. But in terms of Hebrew, nothing. So
what about Arabic? You think he can speak on?
Nothing on Arabic. Nothing. I was looking. You know what? I went to the same college and found somebody who knew some Arabic. You know what I'm saying? Who went to South Pole Island and did a documentary. But this guy had. This guy, he could be a scholar in his field, but whatever this guy is a scholar, it's not Hebrew and it's not Arabic. And so again, I cannot say if the Richard Katz that William Brown is referring to exists or not in Tel Aviv, Israel, but this guy is not him. I can say that. I will put my rent on that. I will put my rent on that.
And it's not just his PhD. It's not just his doctoral dissertation. When you look on his LinkedIn page, his bachelor and master's degrees are both in English. And on his LinkedIn page, he lists languages that he has at least some proficiency in. Not necessarily fluency, but some proficiency. And he only lists German and Spanish.
Yeah, Hebrew, Arabic, nowhere on the page.
Yeah, also significant.
Yeah. So with that, okay, but even if my stance has not changed, even I cannot state if this Richard Katz is real or not, the one that William Brown's talking about, but even if he is real, I'm saying his scholarship should be disregarded anyway for how sloppy his methodology is. So again, when Abu asked him to explain a very simple concept as to why is it not Arabic? Why can't it be Arabic, etc., whatnot? Abu received an answer that was way longer than what would have been necessary to explain what he wanted. Like the no was longer than what the yes would have been. Like it didn't make any sense. Like the no was so long. Like I can't tell you because of this. I can't tell you that, and blah 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 blah. But it would have been super simple just to shorthand. Like, well, it's not Arabic because of X, Y, and Z. It'd have been super simple. And that's something that scholars actually are proficient in doing. And so, based upon that, like, yeah, I can't say if he's really not, but I'll tell you this, like, I'll also say this. So with Pastor Kelly and other people, like, we actually talked to people like Tudor Parfit in public on Sister East channel, right? And I want to be real clear. I'm not sending no scholastic shots towards nobody. Like I say when I'm doing that. I don't got no beef with Pastor Kelly, Benai, nobody, none of that type. With Maury Brown, nobody, right? As a matter of fact, that's why I gave Maury Brown this out, because I don't got beef with him. If I didn't have beef, if I had beef with him, I wouldn't give him the out. I'd have been all, man, I'd be going all in, right? Because again, I know this guy's not Richard Katz. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not.
And even if he was, there's no reason to defer to him. That's the thing for me.
No, and I wouldn't defer to him if he was a Richard Katz. I wouldn't defer to him based upon his methodology, because I need to know why it's not Arabic. I need to understand that. And if you're gonna tell me that it's not, but you're not going to come out and explain why, you're wasting my time and my people's time, right? And so this is what I'm talking about, like how I make sure I deal with scholars that will put their face on camera, who will come out and talk about things, etc. Like I can share their emails, all them kind of things, because the people involved, the people who are listening, deserve that level of transparency. So if I'm going to deal with somebody who's like, well, don't say my name, blah, 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 I'm not going to bring him out to the public, because I can't have them stand on hearsay.
Well, I would say this. Suppose they had a scholar. This is, for me, the big thing remains methodology. So suppose they had a scholar who spoke to them and said, look, I really don't want to get involved in these silly internet controversies. But and if they said, well, we spoke to the scholar and here's the argument he gave for why, I would only care about the argument. Like, so if they said a secret scholar told them this pew has this, and they showed the pew and they transcribed what he felt appeared there, that would be sufficient. And we could discuss that. Like, I also don't require them to show, anybody's face, or, people were saying, why don't you bring him on your show? Have a live call with him. I don't think any of that's necessary. Let's just hear his argument. And that was alarming, that the person writing the emails was immediately in a mode of explaining why he can't be bothered to present an argument, and I don't know, so that's the methodology is what I'm most interested in. How did the scholar reach that conclusion, irrespective of whether we see his face or hear his voice or anything like that? What's his argument?
My minimum standard is I got to be able to share your emails as a scholar, right? I got like, so if I can't share your like, if I can't do that, I'm not going to cite you in public. Like, I don't care. Like, if you don't want to share your face, cool. I'm not mad at you. There's certain people whose faces don't need to be shown. I'm not mad. There's certain for certain reasons, safety, etc. I can understand that. Job security and physical security, right? I can understand that. However, like, so if I'm going to talk to my people in a public fashion, I'm having a public discourse on this concept. To me, it's a waste of time to bring out people we can't verify, because anybody could be a secret scholar. Anybody could be a secret scholar at that juncture. So it's not, to me, it's not beneficial. And if you're going to bring them out, then particularly if you're going to bring out a secret scholar, right? Like, when we can't verify, you can't bring out a secret and say, like, okay, this guy's the end all be all now. Whatever he says goes.
Yeah, no. You have to defer to the secret scholar.
Yeah,
who's presented the argument.
I can't do that. You're molesting my mind. I can't do that. I need something I can stand on, something I can taste, something I can sink my teeth into. I'm not going to give the children behind us something we can't stand on. Right? I'm not going to give them a lot of opinions wrapped up in a nice box and a bow. No, I got to give them something concrete. So, like I'm saying, concrete. I know this guy is not Richard Katz. I can't say concrete that the Richard Katz that William Brown's talking about doesn't exist. But I can say for concrete that I would not trust his scholarship on the matter until he shows me his methodology.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Forgive me for interrupting. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. You got it.
No, I was going to say, sort of connecting to what you're saying, irrespective of who wrote those emails attributed to Richard Katz, whether it's a person named Richard Katz or someone else, irrespective of whoever wrote those emails, I think that's the real issue. The person presented no argument in favor of his positions. They didn't show what pew allegedly had the Hebrew phrase that he found. We have no idea who this person is. There's no, as you said, there's no footprint, no fingerprint or anything like that. So it just becomes, there's no reason to agree with this person. And then on top of that, if I can be frank, what this person claimed about Hebrew gave the strong impression that the author was not familiar with Hebrew. That was one of the other, that's come up in some of the videos. It seemed like, despite the fact that it was claimed that there was a professor of Hebrew linguistics writing these emails, it seemed like the person was unfamiliar with some of the basics of Hebrew. Like, for example, what a plural looks like in the construct state or something like that, distinguishing between a plural and a construct state and a singular, that sort of thing.
So you're being nice while being frank about it. So what Abu's trying to say is that your man was making kindergarten mistakes in Hebrew. That's what he's in a real nice, polite kind of way saying. He was making entry level mistakes.
That were sort of familiar. Also, they were familiar. They're mistakes I've seen pop up elsewhere, but whatever. Oh well, I've covered that in videos.
Yeah, and for the wide range of opinion, you can go check out Abu's video. You can go check out Benai's videos and Pastor Kelly's videos on the matter. For me, I try to talk about what I can prove and not what and leave the speculation out there for those who like the speculation and whatnot. To me, I don't find the speculation too profitable, so I leave that part alone. However, I can understand the speculation because I'm a human being. I speculate myself. I got my own. If you get me behind closed doors and get me a strong batch of tea, we can have a good convo. But in public, I'd owe it to the people not to give them my opinions that I cannot prove. But moving forward, let's see what we got next. So now there was another secret scholar that I want to address, who was presented as an Arabic professor, who described himself as a professor or as someone who had a degree in sociolinguistics, which are not even close to the same thing. So again, this is a secret scholar being presented by William Brown, who was trying to go at this concept of there being a Jami on the Pews, etc., or a West African Arabic script on the Pews. He consulted a Moroccan professor who was a sociolinguistics in the matter, and he stated this was stated by Benaiah Israel about this interview because Benaiah put it on his channel, etc. He said this on the 21st of March of this year. Shalom, family. Check out Maury William Brown's interview with an Arabic professor regarding the pews of the First African Baptist Church. The professor highlights 4 reasons why the writing on the pews are not Arabic. 1, Arabic is never written with 3 symbols in the middle of the word, as shown in the proposed Arabic script. Arabic letters in words, except for 6 letters, are attached. Most of the letters in the pews are not. In Arabic, they don't write the name of the chapter of the Quran on artifacts for remembrance. 4, the letter shown at the end of the proposed Arabic inscription is attached to a letter that isn't attached in Arabic. Arabic isn't written that way. With that in mind, the question has to be asked, how did the church conclude it was Arabic when the writing on the pews violate basic fundamental Arabic syntax? Let me make sure I got this right. Go to my next joint right quick. Yeah, I got it right. Okay. So you can go check out Maury Brown's interview with this gentleman. You can see it on Benaiah's channel and also, I believe, on Maury Brown's channel. It's an interesting interview, but this is my take on it. And again, this is my issue with secret scholars, is because anybody can be anybody, and it's hard to verify the information. But within the interview, you can verify that the man is not an Arabic professor. He is a Moroccan professor who speaks Arabic and reads and writes Arabic as someone who's most likely a Muslim and deals with it on a daily basis in Morocco. But again, he is a sociolinguistics, and one of the things he specialized in was code switching or language switching in places like Morocco, to where it's a multilingual society where people might go from speaking Arabic to French to Berber to maybe even a little bit of Spanish. But with that, this is my take on what that particular scholar had to say, and how we should view it. Again, I have no issue with the scholar. I don't think he understood he was being advertised as an Arabic scholar, and I don't know that Maury Brown or Benai Israel knew the difference of him being an Arabic scholar or a sociolinguistic or sociolinguist. But I will say this: again, the professor consulted was not an Arabic linguist; he was a sociolinguist. The Moroccan professor could not read the calligraphy in Morocco. I'm going to say this one more time. He could not read the calligraphy in his own country. So expecting him to be able to read calligraphy of West Africa does not make much sense to me. He made the claim that the name of the surah, like in terms of trying to commemorate things, that people don't write down the names of the surah. This had me scratch my head because the actual proposed translation wasn't the name of the surah, but like the name of the surah is actually in the verse that's being cited as part of what's being translated.
Well, that's why I felt that, no knock against the professor, but it felt like now let me put this carefully. He was unwittingly sort of addressing an argument that wasn't that no one had put forth. He seemed to be addressing the question: does this text say Surat An-Nas, which no one had proposed? They proposed that it was a verse from that surah, but not the name of the surah itself. It's not like anybody said, "Oh, somebody just wrote literally the phrase Surat An-Nas on a pew." So I think in that respect, he was. And maybe it's too harsh to say he was unwittingly responding to a straw man, but he was responding to an argument that didn't actually exist. He had, I don't know, he didn't get, they didn't provide him with sufficient information. This is probably the best way I could put it. But I'm sorry, continue.
No, you're fine. And the next point being that the loosened rules in terms of linguistics were not applied equally to both sets of arguments. Again, even Brian Kirshman was talking about that when he was rendering something from a Solatreo perspective, he was saying that these letters do not conform to Solatreo. Just like the historian Sylviane Diouf states in her book, In Servants of Allah, that some Muslims could write in perfect Arabic, and others possessed only a few rudiments of the written word and a clumsy calligraphy. That being the case, I shouldn't expect and I shouldn't have the standard of there being a perfect Arabic everywhere. And not only that, if I'm going to hold the standard that me being in slavery and me trying to do certain things, etc., can make it to where it's okay for me not to have perfect Hebrew. I can write Hebrew from left to right, etc., or something like that. Or I can do all kind of stuff with it, right? Or I can spell things in a different way, or I can play around with spellings or whatnot. Then those same concepts have to equally apply to Arabic, particularly if it's the lingua franca of the area the slaves are coming in. Particularly if there's many accounts of Arabic being written amongst the slaves. Particularly, again, if the Gullah themselves, if the first time their language is being written down is in the Arabic script in Savannah, Georgia. But any questions on this particular secret scholar?
Well, if I could, one other thing that I would point out. So that first objection where it says Arabic is never written with 3 symbols in the middle of the word. So what that was about is above, within the text that's proposed to read Surat An-Nas, sort of right above the space between the 2 words, there's these, it looks like 3 alifs, right? And there's no sort of diacritic that would, if it says Ilahi Nas, there's no sort of diacritic that would justify those 3 straight lines floating in the air. But where I think the issue becomes, and that's a fair objection on the one hand, but on the other hand, I think it's unfair because in that interview, Will Brown went on to say, I think if you're going to say there's Arabic on the pew, you should explain everything that's on this pew, as if to insinuate that an Arabic proposal should explain everything. Now, maybe that's the case, but where the irony comes in is that when Kelly Richardson offers his alternative Solitreo interpretation of the pew, he explains even less of that pew. And his explanation is, well, you have to understand that maybe these other parts were written by another hand. It's that in terms of like for Solitreo, you can just say, well, multiple hands dealt with this pew, so I don't have to explain everything. I can just focus on this isolated portion. But then as far as Arabic is concerned, it has to explain everything. And I certainly agree with the criticism that the Arabic reading of the Pew did not explain everything, but it explains significantly more than the Solitreo reading does. And one, if I may, one other inconsistency that I saw is that when, in terms of the justification for Ge'ez script, right, there are markings that look like individual Ge'ez characters floating in a vacuum. And the argument was one, not argument, but one proposal that was put forth is that they may be parts of something akin to magical spells, right? And the fascinating thing is, in terms of just three straight lines that look like three Arabic alifs, you can literally find West African magic talismans that will have like 3 or 4 alifs in a row, you know, in the Arabic script. And so the thing is, if we're going to put this sort of like, you know, magical talisman sort of a thing and spells and stuff like that on the table, then that should be able to explain, you know, these hypothetical Arabic readings as much as they explain hypothetical Ge'ez readings. And so that takes us back to this point that I really feel, with all due respect, that they were not weighing the options with even scales.
Yeah, that point you just made about the amulets with the 3 letters of the same type on there is going to come up again, because I'm going to touch on that having to do with what Dr. Ifram Isaac had to say about the concept. But yes, I want everyone who just heard that to keep that on the back burner of their minds, because it's going to come up in a second. Going forward. So I'm going to touch on my thoughts on what the rendered translations have been so far. I've already publicly stated when Abu was on here last time, he asked me about what I thought about that one particular pew, and I told him that I thought that it was in fact Surat al-Nas, written in West African Arabic script, probably a bit clumsy, but that is my particular view based upon multitudes of different scholars weighing in on the situation, separate from each other, not knowing what each other was saying. B, understanding the history of the area at the time, and understanding the literacy rate amongst the Muslims coming over as slaves, and also the artifacts from around the area, i.e. from Bilal Muhammad and from London, the Mandingo slave who wrote the Gospel of John in Gullah in the Arabic script, and a few other reasons. I've actually seen a few other pictures that Anonymous had that hasn't been put on the internet yet. We're waiting for him to get to find his video cartridge or his video card that has the other pictures on or whatnot. But I can tell you that the other ones that I saw, there was some very interesting calligraphy on there that I would very much so like to have people look at in terms of.
I would love to see that as well, and I'm sure others would as well.
Yes, and I'm definitely going to touch on that in a second. But right now, I'm going to get into Benai's breakdown of one of the pews, and so this is what he had to say in terms of what he thought and what he rendered from a translation site. And this is from the 18th of November of last year. He says, Hebrew on the pews in Savannah Church. Shalom, fam. Yah willing, will forward all Hebrew text to multiple professional translation services. I highlighted text that's clearly visible and easy to translate versus marks that are not easy to translate. For example, the words the Lord or the God are straightforward. The fact that they should show up on pews in a church puts any arguments about these not being Hebrew words to bed. It's now a matter of accurately translating the words, and for that, we'll forward this info to the experts for analysis. Hope that helps Israel. Thanks for sharing your thoughts and input. Shalom, fam. And on the right, you can see the picture associated with this post. He's breaking down part of a phrase. So here he's talking about the way of the Lord or God, etc. And then the next post, which was from the previous day, the previous post or whatever, we see where it's talking about with the bass voice, etc. And so he talks about this on the left side. It's a Savannah Church Pew translation using Solitreo. Shalom, fam. This is a rough translation of the pew highlighted in red using Solitreo going from top to bottom. The bottom part of the pew is hard to read. The last 2 characters, however, I'm getting getting the God with bass voice or the God for defeat. Yah willing will try translating in the opposite direction as well to try other pews. Yes, fam, we see Hebrew Spanish words on the pews. Shalom. So, real quick, do you want to give your take on it, or you want to wait until I get mine?
Oh no, I'd like to see what else you have to say on this, because I've already done videos on these particular arguments, but go ahead. I'm sorry, continue.
No, you're good money. So here's my take on the take grasp of Yah with the bass voice, etc. That translation. I personally do not agree with this translation. And one of the main reasons I don't agree with the translation is because the translation is still awaiting expert analysis. Now, what's interesting about this is if the pews have been taken off the table, there's going to be no expert analysis of this translation. I hope that is not the case. I hope that my good brother Benai Israel has actually sent out this translation for expert analysis, and I hope that when he receives the analysis back, whatever it is, that we get a public understanding what the analysis was. Because if it's correct, we can learn something from it. If it's incorrect, we can still learn something from it. In particular, for people who really want to know what's on the pews. What we don't know helps us find out helps us narrow down what we can know. On top of that, the translation is taking it abnormally from left to right. So, like Benai was saying in his post, that he was kind of going from multiple directions to kind of see what he could get, which I can understand from a particular perspective and whatnot. However, again, it would be an abnormality that would it would need a precedent. So one thing that I got from talking to Brian Kirsch and whatnot is that I asked him, was there any? Well, I'll get into on the next on my next slide, on my next couple of slides, but I'll say it like this: is I would like to see a precedent for Hebrew being written this way in the phraseology he's talking about. Doesn't got to be the exact phrase or whatnot, but like just me seeing something to where like it's written in this direction, written this way, or to where it can be written from top to bottom or left to right or from a whole other direction. It's something. It's abnormal.
No, but not only that. Even if this was accepted, then what that sort of brings us back to this argument that if the proposals for Arabic violate rules of Arabic syntax in any way, then we throw it out. But yet there seems to be a much looser standard for the Hebrew proposals. You know.
Mm-hmm. And so, you know what? Real quick, I'm gonna play a real quick clip from, I think, the documentary from that has a documentary from Asakina right quick, just so people can see something I'm about to talk about right quick.
Could this be a possible explanation for what we see on the side of the pews? Are there actually Hebrew letters mixed in with the Ethiopian letters?
Then that would look like a cursive tab. As it is,
that's right.
As it is, it also, I'd have to see this closer up, but it also looks like a closive kuf.
Mm-hmm.
See here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or kuf.
Okay. However, nothing else on this panel really looks like a Hebrew letter. When you have something that looks like a Hebrew letter, it's in a context of things that don't look like Hebrew letters. Mm-hmm. So that the issue, again, the issue is not the individual sign. It's what the signs add up to. Kuf.
Mm-hmm.
See here.
Mm-hmm.
As it is.
That's right.
As it is, it also, I'd have to see this closer up, but it also looks like a closive kuf.
Mm-hmm.
See here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or kuf.
Okay. However, nothing else on this panel really looks like a Hebrew letter. When you have something that looks like, also, I'd have to see this.
Now, this is not Garfield talking. This is the gentleman, the scholar, and Professor Ephraim, Dr. Ephraim Isaac. This is not Garfield. They said if it looks like a kuf or kaf or whatever, but the problem is context, because nothing else on it looks like Hebrew. It looks like, it possibly looks like that is not Hebrew.
It's closer up, but it also looks like a close-up kuf.
Mm-hmm.
See here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Or kuf.
Okay. However, nothing else on this
Right.
panel really looks like a Hebrew letter. You know, when you have something that looks like a Hebrew letter, it's in a context of things that don't look like Hebrew letters. So that the issue, the issue is not the individual sign. It's what the signs add up to.
So far, none of the letters, symbols, or markings seem to form words, which may imply that they had a different purpose entirely.
The use of alphabetic symbols in magic is very well known, it's very ancient. In Ethiopia, for instance, already in the 4th and 5th centuries, they were using decorative letters, not directly in terms of symbolic tree.
Hold on, I think I went over a minute, playing part of it over a minute. So let me stop for a minute. Let me stop for a little bit, and then let's continue.
Or for words, letters, but in terms of a geometric figure. A lot of the early magic, what we call abracadabra, they are not complete words, but they are letters. There is one prayer that is ahiya sharahiya sharahiya sharahiya. I mean, they use just a few of those words, and sometimes it's maybe just like ha 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 la 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 ba 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 ga 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 ga. This is, of course, the way of enticing the demon and defeat them is to know their names, the names of the demons. And even maybe there is some reference indirectly in the New Testament to that idea.
What is your name? Jesus asked. Legion, he answered, because many demons had gone into him.
Yeah, I think that was the wrong clip. I want to play that one too as well. I'm going to play one prior to that one right quick. I'm sorry, family. StreamYard switched up its structure right quick, so I had a whole bunch of video clips uploaded up in here that look all different than what they did yesterday. So my fault, family. Hold on, I think this is the right one here.
Spiritually and culturally. And that was so important for the survival and for the struggle of freedom for African Americans. Because as I said, physical energy and physical fights and physical origin are important. But sometimes people survive because of spiritual strength.
As Andrew Bryan's congregation began to grow, he eventually obtained enough wealth to buy his own freedom. He then used some of that money to purchase a lot to begin construction on his church in 1794, changing that name to First African Baptist Church.
Now, this building was completed in 1859. The church was still...
No, that was the wrong clip too. Sorry about that, fam. But bottom line, I wanted to play a clip where Ephraim Isaac was talking about different letters he thought potentially could have been there in Ge'ez. And so, just to be clear, in order to take Benaya's rendering and translation, people need to understand, like, he's actually taking the same pew that Dr. Ephraim Isaac was using to say that to say that actually had Ge'ez on there. And so he's taking the same characters that Ephraim Isaac was saying were Ge'ez, and he's flipping them and making them a completely different translation and whatnot. And so, no disrespect to Benai, but we're all amateurs at this here. And so, in that regard, I don't mind amateurs disagreeing with a scholar, but at the same level, I want to see some methodologies for why. Like, so if Ephraim Isaac is saying this is potentially Ge'ez, I want to see why Benai is saying it's not Ge'ez and why we should be looking at it as Hebrew, etc. Not just like outright no, this is Hebrew. Like, I want to hear the first part. Why should we not be looking at it as potentially Ge'ez when Ephraim Isaac is saying such? Also because, again, within the church there is a strong Ethiopian concept. Like when you go there, they actually point out Ethiopian crosses on windows, and so this concept of there potentially being an Ethiopian touch to the church is intertwined with the lore of the church. And so this is also important to me because something that I found out from conversation with Lemba Kohen Hamadisha was the fact that he believed that there were Lemba on slave ships, which had me go study the concept of there potentially being an East African Roman slave trade. And then I found out that there was documented at least over 540,000 slaves taken from the ports of Mozambique and I believe Madagascar. And so it's very, very possible that, again, people who were looking at Lemba stuff for DNA and all this, and we're going to get into this a little bit later, for me, I'm all about falsifying things. So I need to see if something is plausible or not. So if people are coming up with Lemba DNA, I need to find out, is it plausible that the Lemba could have gotten here? And so the Kohen Hamadisha gave me a plausible route. I followed that route and found out that it was very plausible. And so in that route, it's possible that if there's Ethiopic touches to the church, that it very well could have actually come from that East African slave trade route to the Americas and whatnot. So for me, I have enough enough things that are circumstantial to look at to where if I need them to be ruled out before I just look at something and disregard them, because there's enough smoke there for there to be something smoldering. I don't know if there's fire yet when it comes to the Ge'ez and when it comes to the Ethiopian stuff, but there's enough plausibility there for me not to rule out what Ephraim Isaac is saying in terms of potentiality without reason. On top of that, there has been no other proposed Ge'ez beyond what Dr. Isaac has said. So I'm going to say this. So in January, I had a conversation I'll do it like this. Like, so, well, yeah, I'll do two parts. So in January, I had a conversation with Pastor Kelly about the pews, and he let me know that he had pictures of all the pews, etc. And in January, he actually agreed to work on a project with me to where he was going to give me and Benaiah the pictures of the pews, and that once a month we would come to a public finding for the people as to what we found on it. And that did not come to fruition. Unfortunately, I asked him a couple times if we could actually work on the project and actually make it come to fruition, but as we can see, the pews were taken off the table. And as of April 23rd, I have not had any contact with Pastor Kelly. However, Pastor Kelly said he had, like I said, of all the pictures on the pews, and he was talking about that he actually was proposing Ge'ez on the pews, etc. But like I'm saying, the one pew, the pew that Benaiah is talking about having translated, that's the one pew that Dr. Isaac said was potentially had Ge'ez on it. And so Benaiah, to my knowledge, when I talked to him, Benaiah came on my show and did on Debate Talk for You, and did his interview with me after I had my conversation with Pastor Kelly in January. And so when Benaiah came on, I heard him say during the show that he was not aware of anybody who had actually documented the pews in such a manner, who had pictures of all the pews and whatnot. So when we actually got off the show in the back chat, I let him know after the show on Streamer, I was like, hey, bro, like, no. As a matter of fact, Pastor Kelly said he actually took pictures of all the pews. And as a matter of fact, he actually okayed a project to where he was going to let us both, him, Benaiah and myself. Because when I asked Pastor Kelly, I put Benaiah in it to begin with. And so I was like, yeah, like, no. I was actually telling him some good news. Like, no, he gave us the okay. He's going to give us some pictures and whatnot, and we get to break it down once a month. And he was like, oh, word? But unfortunately, that never came to fruition and whatnot. And what's significant about that is we would have been able to see what other potential Ge'ez was on the pews based upon the pictures that Pastor Kelly had. And again, what's even more significant about that is to date, being that Benaiah has stipulated that his bottom line is Benaya's translation takes place on the same pew that Ephraim Isaka says potentially Ge'ez. So if that's the case, Pastor Kelly should at the very least release some pictures of what of where he believes Ge'ez potentially falls on other pews, because if not, that becomes if you can't see Ge'ez on other pews, or potential Ge'ez on other pews besides this one that Ephraim Isaac is talking about, that becomes extremely problematic when Benaiah renders this translation, because it completely takes any claim for Ge'ez off the pews at all. I hope that makes sense. I hope I didn't make that too convoluted.
No, definitely straightforward. Definitely straightforward.
So any questions on this now that you've heard my full spiel on this?
No, I think we're pretty much in agreement. The only thing I would add is that so according to Kelly Richardson, Ge'ez script has been found on pews which have not been seen. So much so, like this is sort of said tacitly, but a string of Ge'ez characters so complex that the specific language could be identified as Amharic, which implies that it's a very complex string of Ge'ez characters. And he said that a secret scholar, looked at this and found this on one of these unseen pews. And so for me, that ties in with that whole thing of, let's see that. Can you please bring that? Like, I understand if you don't want to bring forth everything, although I do think everything should be made public. But nonetheless, if you're reluctant to bring forth everything, at least bring that one forth. I think it was in April when that claim was made that a secret scholar had found Amharic in the Ge'ez script, which is to say, a string of Ge'ez characters so complex as to be identifiable as specifically Amharic, because there's multiple languages in the history of Ethiopia that have used the Ge'ez script. So we're talking about something fairly complex. And I certainly would like to see that. And because of certain controversies, there is a certain level of skepticism, or at least an unwillingness to simply take the claim on faith, that I think we should definitely see the what's being proposed,
Yeah, and that broke my heart too, because I was very much hoping that we could actually work on that project for the people, in the sense that we're like, me and Benaiah and actually Anonymous, we're gonna work with Pastor Kelly to document the pictures and whatnot. And catalog them and all that, and it was gonna so we all had different views on it. So I thought it was gonna be like a good counterbalance in terms of people being able to understand we have integrity with the whole thing. We could all check each other, etc., peer review the whole thing, all that kind of stuff, right? And we could all come talk about our findings publicly together and whatnot. And we could challenge them. We could go submit them to scholars, all that type of stuff. As a matter of fact, one thing I was really intrigued about was I asked Pastor Kelly if he saw any Aramaic on the pews, and he said he did see Aramaic on the pews, and so I was looking forward to be potentially looking at that concept. But like I said, unfortunately, that concept got tabled, and that whole conversation got shut down. And so I'm saying with you, where that conversation, where I feel like the pews got taken off the table when you brought out that source about the Mandingo slave London writing the Gospel of John in Gullah and Arabic, etc. For me, I feel like a lot of doors got shut on this conversation when on the 23rd I sent a video to Benaiah and to Pastor Kelly concerning my conversation with Brian Kirshen, etc. And looking at Sola Trail with another scholar, etc. And yeah, ironically, I have not had contact with either Benaiah or Pastor Kelly since the 23rd of April. And so, yeah, it's been unfortunate.
You know what's interesting? One of for me, a really fascinating part of your correspondence with Brian Kirshen was him saying to you, someone else showed me these markings.
Yeah.
And I have to wonder, I feel like I could guess who that might be. And then I have to wonder if he likewise told whoever that was, that the surrounding context looks to him more like Arabic. Because there was the claim that, there's a bunch of unnamed scholars that have been shown this, and nothing looked like Arabic to them. Nobody brought up Arabic, and everybody was saying it's definitely not Arabic. There was that implication recently. These unnamed scholars are all saying this. So it would be interesting if Brian Kirshen was a scholar they reached out to, and he told them that the surrounding context of that particular pew looked more like Arabic. Because that'd be an interesting omission if that's the case.
That would be fascinating if that is the case. Like I said, I don't speculate in public for me, because I don't find that to be profitable for the people, because I can't really stand on it, but it is definitely a possibility. I will say this though, because I want to touch on this concept of secret scholars who deal with very particular languages and whatnot. So when in terms of like Solatreo, in terms of Ge'ez, right? So I asked Brian Kirshen in another email if he knew of any example of Solatreo in the Americas at all. He said no. I sent the same email to David Bunis and whatnot. I got no reply from him. I'm assuming he's a busy dude and he probably didn't want to deal with nothing concerning the Pews. But I'll say this though concerning David Bunis, right? Like, so there was this concept of him being harassed to the point of not wanting to partake in this concept. And I want to be very clear about something. David Bunis is the world's foremost expert on Solatreo that I can find. I haven't found anybody who's more well known than he is on the topic, and more respected on the topic. And so someone like that, if they were able to find examples of Solatreo in a church on a pew in America, that's not something that they'd want to avoid. That's something that you kind of hang your hat on and retire on. Like, that's a major find, particularly if there's no known reference material for Solatreo in the Americas, particularly at that time. On top of that, the same goes for Ge'ez. Ge'ez being written on a pew in the Americas during that time period would be a scholastic neutron bomb. Like, that changes the game.
Oh yeah, it'd be a huge deal. Same thing with Amharic. That if
Right.
just as it's amazing to see slaves literate in Arabic throughout the Americas, it would be fascinating. I mean, maybe it exists. I just haven't come across it. It would be just as amazing, maybe more so, because of what it would imply in terms of distances. It would be fascinating to see instances of that, people brought over from Africa and to the Americas, within this, 16th, 17th, 18th century, who are literate in Amharic or some other Ethiopian language.
And that's one of the major reasons why I call for people to slow this conversation down. Because if you're someone of African descent or you care about the history of the slave trade, etc., whatnot, once you understand all the different slave routes that were taken and whatnot, it's the potential, like the literally, like every trade route or every slave route that was taken could have its fingerprints in that church. You could have people coming in from the Congo. You could have people coming in from the Rice Coast. You could have people coming in from East Africa and whatnot. But I mean, that's a lot right there. That there could be treasures upon treasures upon treasures in terms of what's written on the pews in that church. In terms of documenting what different tribes came here, speaking what language, writing what language. And so it's, again, this is where I'm kind of heartbroken on the fact that that project was taken off the table. And again, it wasn't taken off the table because, like, me and Benaiah and Pastor Kelly were having bad conversations that we fell out or anything. We were having cordial conversations about everything. Like, it was cool. Like, matter of fact, everyone was scheduled to come on the show. They just kept pushing everything back. Everything froze that day and just stopped on the 23rd because I shared a video with them. And so I didn't feel like I said anything in that video that was crazy. I don't feel like I brought anything on that video that was assassinating anybody in terms of character or questioning anything that shouldn't have been questioned. I reached out to a scholar on the matter who could deal with Arabic and Solatreo and got his opinion on the matter. And then gave my opinion on that. As a matter of fact, when I put out the video, I was like, you know what, reaching out to this guy actually makes it to where, like, I feel like it's even more possible that Solatreo could be on the pews. because I was extremely skeptical. I didn't believe that it was possible because of time in proximity. But when he was able to when he was willing to render something even in clumsy soleil, I was like, oh, okay. Well, well, again, it's not enough for me to say it's on the pews, but it's enough for me to say, oh, I can't just wave it off, right? So to me, I felt like it was weird to where, like, when I'm actually making a video to where, like, I'm saying I can't wave off the soil trail to where, like, now the conversation stops and we can't work on a project that was okayed in January.
Right. That's an interesting point. You had said in your video that it's strengthened your openness to the possibility of Solitreo on the pews. Yeah. So you weren't actually going in the opposite direction. You were moving towards it a little bit more.
Right. So to me, there's a big question mark on that. I would love to have an answer as to why the conversation stopped. For instance, Benai Israel was scheduled to come on this show and have a conversation. Like, I told him that I'd actually bought the book that he was talking about in terms of the Gullah language and whatnot. And I wanted to have a conversation with him about the Gullah language and whatnot. And
this is Dow Turner's book?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. As a matter of fact, I might as well just bore everyone to death and show a little bit about that too. Hold up. Let me do it like this. Yeah, it's all ready to go. I might as well bore everybody to death with this joint. Nerds are us right now. So
it's funny you put it that way because I'm fascinated by this. I'm sure other people with an interest in language are going to enjoy this as well. Right. Some of us are not going to find this boring in the least.
No, I'm with it. So yeah, so we're talking about Africanism in the Gullah dialect by Lorenzo Dow Turner. This book, and shout out to Benaya for even letting me know this book existed, because I had no idea. The moment, like, I'm literally ordering this book as we're talking. You know what I'm saying? While we're having the interview, I'm like, oh, this what? This book exists? I'm all over the book, right? And so I get the book and I inhale the book. I'm 48 hours like straight reading the book. I couldn't stop reading the book. And so there was an aspect about this book that I found that was extremely interesting. And I'll say this: me and Benai have a different take on the book, and we have a different take on a website that he cited concerning Muslim history, Islamic history in the Low Country in the South and whatnot. And I'll say we have a different take on it, probably based upon our historical background. I've studied a lot about Islamic West Africa, etc. And a lot of people coming out of the Christian church, etc., typically don't do them kind of studies or whatnot. So I'm not saying Benai is incorrect on anything he said about the book or anything or any of his concepts about West Africa. I'm saying we just have a different understanding of the concept. But that being said, I want to jump into something that he was talking about, because he was talking about, for instance, that there was less than 1% Arabic in the Gullah language, that there was only 27 words that were in Arabic, etc. And he also said in the interview for people to go double check his work. So again, this is not a scholastic shot in any way, shape, or form. I took his advice and went and double checked his work. Like I said, I bought the book while we were talking because I thought it was fantastic. But hold on, let me actually skip a bunch of stuff, because some of this I'm gonna put in the presentation or whatnot, but I'm gonna just shortchange it to the actual linguistic parts where we get into the chapter that talks about the Gullah words itself or whatnot. And so if you go back on the interview, you can see to where Benaya shared his screen, and there was a picture that's not available now, to where you could actually see the breakdown of the language structure in this chapter, to where every tribe that was seen was given its own abbreviation. And so the abbreviation for Arabic is AR. And you can see this on page 43 in the book. And there is a note number 13. And if you go to that note in the back of the book, on page 3 or 4, it tells you this: that no attempt has been made to specify every word of Arabic derivation. One more time. The note in the book says this. The note on page 43, or that is cited on page 43, which you can see on page 3 or 4 in the book, says this: no attempt has been made to specify every word of Arabic derivation. So there's words listed that are Arabic specifically, but he's also letting you know that he's actually not really gone through to be real specific to find out how many Arabic words are in here. Such can be said about the same can be said about Hebrew. There's been no study about Hebrew. But I want all my Israelite family to hear this. The languages are so similar. The Arabic words are going to point you to anything that's in Hebrew. If there's any Hebrew in the Gullah language, it's not going to be too different than the Arabic. That's what I'm saying, because the languages are real similar. And I'm actually going to show a couple of cases that might make sense. So real quick, I'm going to run through a quick list from that chapter of words that are listed as AR in Arabic. And I didn't even do a real hard look at this. I did a quick skim. I mean, a super quick skim in terms of seeing what words could potentially be related to Arabic, based upon what based upon how they're listed in the book. Because sometimes they'll give you like a definition or definition of the word and usage, to where like it'll tell you in the usage that this is a Muhammadan practice or something like that, right? So you'll see that when I write it down. So when something is Arabic, with the AR, you'll see it written in the white. When it's something that's potentially Arabic, you'll see it written in gray. And I do my best to keep 10 things to a page on this, right? But again, you can see where right off rip, you got a law for God written in Arabic, page 49. You got you have days of the week, like Alamisa, right, for Thursday. You have times of the day, times of prayer. You have words for grain. And I want this. This is a good example. Like in Hausa, you have a word for grain, alkama, right, for wheat and grain in Arabic, page 50. Same page, Bambara, you have the same word, but it's not written for Arabic. So, like the note says on 13, not all the Arabic words were looked at this. It was like he's almost pointing people to go do further research on this and go clean it up a little bit. But not to bore everybody. Hold on, I got to go ahead.
That last one's interesting because even though you can see the definite article in there for an-nabi, you know,
right? And see, that's one of the words too, like nabi, right? To where you have a similarity in Hebrew and Arabic, to where like the word for prophet is very similar in both. So again, just because something's in Arabic, like again, it's not going to be too different in Hebrew. Like, so there's a large study that really needs to be done on certain stuff if you feel like there's Hebrew in the Gullah language.
Well, one thing I would say is that two things I would say. That A at the beginning of it implies Arabic, implies the Arabic definite article. But of course, the disclaimer that has to be put out there is this would never be a knock against. It tells us nothing about someone's lineage. Because obviously we know from like Judeo-Arabic and stuff like that, there were plenty of Jews all over Africa using Arabic, you know. So I think that's definitely Arabic, because it's right. Well, at least it seems that way. And Nabi, it seems to be the implication.
Right. And when he looked at it, he did say he thought it was Arabic, right? Like, so there's certain times where he definitely says it's Arabic, but he seems like he didn't do a super like big comparison as to what else was Arabic, right? Hold on. Yeah, there we go. What I want to glean from this page. This is what I want to glean from this page. Page 51 in Wolof. We have Alua, a tablet in wood which one writes verses of the Quran. This is not an Arabic word, but this is a word from Wolof used, right, that made it into the Gullah for the process of which people how they learned how to write Arabic. So like earlier, I read off that quote from Sylvian Doof where she said people came over. When they came over, they had the methodology of sitting cross-legged at the fires where they learned how to write Arabic on wooden tablets. There is a Wolof word for that wooden tablet that they wrote Arabic on. Just want that to be understood. On top of that, we see the days of the week and all that, right? And we can also see to where they arise in multiple West African languages. Is there anything you want to comment on that real quick before I change the page?
No, just I'm loving. It's funny that you put out the days of the week. I'm loving this because I'm actually thinking about making a video discussing the days of the week in this is barely related, but in Amharic and Tigrinya, because there's this interesting situation in Amharic where the numbers differ in Amharic from the numbers in other Semitic languages, yet their words for the days of the week sort of tie back in with the other Semitic languages, like the numbers from those other Semitic languages. Like, for example, the Amharic word for one is and, which is different from the word for one in other Semitic languages. But yet the word for Sunday, for the first day of the week, is ehud, which ties in with ahad, ahadu, and ge'ez. Sorry, forgive the segue, but the point is, I'm loving this just because I've been thinking about days of the week in different Semitic languages and how they connect with numbers and stuff like that. Because I'm thinking of doing a video on Amharic for that. But anyway, I'm sorry, forgive me.
No, you prove my point. See, so I think a lot of people get curious about your intention in terms of why do you get involved with all this stuff, and what's your attachment to caring about what Hebrew Israelite stuff and blah 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 blah. And I'll be real with you, I had a lot of the same questions for a long time, and then I recognized I talked to you about Lashon and Kadash once, and I just in like a whole file of your mind opened up, and you just started unloading stuff. I was like, oh, okay, like you're a straight language nerd, got you. Like that was your end. And so like when I hear you talk about, I don't mean that in a bad way, because I'm a language nerd all day, right? So when I heard you talk about this, like when you jumped off into like what you were just saying, I was like, yeah, that's what I'm saying. my G is all about the language. He took a few semesters in some language stuff and applied that to a whole, like how many different scripts can you read?
Well, I'm familiar with a bunch of scripts. I can work my way through the Hebrew script, the Phoenician script, the Arabic script, and the two different Syriac scripts, and the Ge'ez script. But it's beyond script. I wouldn't, I obviously my vocabulary is non-existent basically for Ge'ez or Amharic. I don't even understand Amharic grammar, but I can, in terms of like working through a text, it would be Hebrew, Aramaic, Arabic. But even then I need a dictionary, like I understand the grammar, but all across the board, it's an atrocious vocabulary, but yeah, no, in terms of just familiarity with script, it's pretty much most of the Semitic scripts. I'm familiar with the Samaritan script, which is basically a more ornate form of the Phoenician script. Even a little bit with the man, I'm ashamed to say I can't remember the name of it. It's a form of Aramaic, Mandaic, which I think has reference to the Quranic name of Jesus.
Straight, yeah, you're straight.
I have like a 10-year-old video on that.
You are a straight nerd. He said Mandaic. Wow. Yeah, case in point. I don't, like I said, I'm not even insulting you at all. He just said Mandaic, fam. Go look that up. Wow.
The only reason I came across that is because that has relevance to to questions about the Quranic name for Jesus, which begins with an ayin, and it's very different from the sort of the Arabic name that most Christians use for Jesus, which is based on the Syriac and the Hebrew, and so that the Quranic name diverges. And I think a potential explanation of why that is to look at Mandaic, because it shows the possible evolution. Because, for example, what's his name? I'm going to mispronounce his name, but that famous German scholar Noeldeki, the Noeldeki, it looks like it says. I don't know. I'm terrible with German names, but
yeah, me too. I'm not going to.
So he had proposed. Apparently, Mandaic shows that there are instances where a yod, he gives a bunch of examples where like a yod in Syriac becomes an ayin in Mandaic. Like this happens a lot. And then, of course, we know that also in Mandaic, a lot of times an ayin will turn into an aleph or just drop off. And once you have that, you can easily get from Yasur to Isa, because then, you just have to, you need that initial ya to turn into an ayin, which is what happens with the Quranic name of Jesus, and then the ayin at the end drops off. Like it seems so different at first, but once you take into account what happened when things went from Syriac to Mandaic, you can suddenly see a possible line of evolution that leads us from Yeshua or Yasua or whatever unto the Quranic name Isa. That's the only reason I ever got into Mandaic, because it was part of my, from like a decade ago, I have a video on that, on the name of Jesus. And, that Mandaic helps to explain how that might have happened. It gives us a natural explanation, because I think a lot of people polemicize against the Quranic name, for Jesus. But there is a plausible natural explanation, and it becomes, the plausibility of it becomes more obvious when a person gets into Mandaic. Sorry for this segue.
Oh no, because see, this is how you know we're both geeks and nerds, right? Because I'm stopping myself from like bringing out an argument for Ya'isa in the Quran, like a whole like, bro, like yeah, I'm stopping myself from geeking out too, right? So, but that's what I'm saying, fam. I recognize the language nerd in you because I got the same language nerd in me, right? Like you just like we both just geeked out over the whole like, yeah, man, Dave, Ya'isa, like out of nowhere, right? Out of nowhere. But we could probably talk about that for an hour. That's the cool part, right? But that's what I'm saying. Like it took me a minute to recognize. Like, oh, okay, you're just about the language stuff. Like it's fun for you. I got you.
It's fascinating. It really is. I mean, the nexus of the different Semitic languages is fascinating.
Facts. But going further, because I'm losing everybody. I know.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'm gonna mute myself now.
No, you're good. We had to geek out for a second. It was bound to happen at one point, fam. So I wanted to point out as well, like, so we have non-Arabic mentions to like the companion of the prophet on page 51. We also have like non-Arabic in terms of like it being phrased that way by the author. We have comments of like the mother of Muhammad, also amen, and so be it, Amin or Amina, right? Depending on how it's being understood in Mandingo. Going further, we have again in Bambara, Amina as Amen in page 51. We have all kind of stuff that's related to the prophet and days from Muhammad on days and festivals, etc., whatnot. Sins and vices, thanks, bilahi. Like these are terms that you hear in comments, so like bilahi or whatnot. And Bilali, the first Muezzin, the son of Ali, etc. All kind of stuff on page 64. There's all kind of references to this stuff, right? I'm kind of just going to speed through this a little bit. We have like daughters of the Prophet of Muhammad. We have names of prophets in the Quran. This here where you hear, let's see the Bukhari stuff, like the name given to the second son. I didn't touch on it, but I have it in my slides. Like in the book, it actually talks about naming traditions amongst different tribes of Africans, and it talks about how the Muslims do it in different tribes, like the Yoruba, the Mandingo, etc. It talks about the Islamic naming practices of these tribes coming over in this book. It talks about the deen or the religion or the faith. It talks about like the daughter of Muhammad. I mean,
wow, Fatima comes up in that book. That's interesting.
Page 80. Oh, fam, you got Khadijah in the book. You got all kind of people in the book.
Wow.
Oh, wait. Hold on. I gotta go back. So I was showing you the word for the writing tablet. Here is the Arabic word for ink on page 71. Being introduced by the Bambara. Yeah, we have Fatima as well. We have fitna. Like, so fitna, this is not even in Arabic, right? But this is in Fulani and Yoruba, whatnot. Again, Fatima is not written as in Arabic, but it's understood by the author to be the daughter of Muhammad, right? So it could very easily be just another Arabic term.
Yeah, fitna is an interesting one. And wow, this is amazing.
Yeah, this is right. So Hadisada is Khadijah. We have Aaron. We have Isa from Mandingo on page 96. We have Juma. We have Friday, Jumare.
Yeah, I saw that come up earlier.
And we also see again to where, like, again, we see Jumo in Mandinka, which is Friday, but it's not classified as Arabic. We have again Kadisada, which is the first Khadijah, the first wife of Muhammad. We have the Kafri, basically degraded heathen used by Mohammedans. Like, these are the disbelievers. Again, this is not classified as Arabic. This isn't great. This is not one of the so-called Arabic words, but this is obviously of Arabic derivation. Again, the Mende have one. The Hausa, Kafiri, same concept, strictly a non-Muslim, etc. Page 103. Here we go. Bambara, Kailamu, a pen for writing. Again, that's definitely Arabic. So if you know the concept like kalam or whatever, like the concept of word or whatever, the word for pen in Arabic is very similar to the word for word, but kalimu it's an Arabic writing pen on page 104. So again, that's also kind of significant when you understand the concept of ink and also the writing board, etc., used for learning Arabic. This is all documented in this book of Gullah, the Gullah language and whatnot. You have the word Khalifa, which is there, which is used for which when you understand that the Islamic naming practices in the book, it breaks down how the sons in certain tribes are named after different caliphs or whatnot. So like the first son would be named after the first caliph, the second son would be named after the second caliph, all kind of different stuff. I'll break that down in a whole different video or whatnot. There's the Arabic word for turban, all kind of stuff. Anyway, all kind of stuff there. Let me see what we got here. Oh man, we got stuff for morning prayers. We got Muslim festivals. We have Medina, a city in Arabia. We have the Maghrib prayer. What else we got? We have Mary in Bambara and Mandingo, as in Miriam. And like again, that's definitely like the Arabic form. Well, not that it's only used that way, but you can see to where it's actually both. We have Misra, which is Egypt, which that's interesting because that could actually be from Hebrew or Arabic. But you'll see this term here a lot, like Mole or Male or all kind of stuff. It's just a term for Muhammadan. That's in like multiple languages. Let's see what else we got here. We have a Mariba, which is a Muhammad hermit or a saint. And this is something to understand, which is very significant because in that chapter 4 in Servants of Allah, there was a lot of marabouts that were marabouts that were taken in slavery. These are Islamic teachers, people who were highly proficient in the ways of Islam, who taught Islam, who were like the imams basically in the area. And so we also find them being represented in the Gullah language. We see Musa in the Mandingo. In the concept and whatnot, but that's not it's not even classified as Arabic. But we have Sadaka in Arabic, and this becomes real big, particularly in the fact that it's in Hausa and Fulani, because this becomes part of the tradition of the people actually in like Sapelo Island, etc., whatnot, to where they actually make Sadaka cakes or Sadaka cakes, to where they give alms on the first of the month or whatnot, to where they would make rice cakes with honey. In a tradition from West Africa, found amongst West African Muslims, where they would make sadaka cakes made out of rice and honey, etc. So that's actually part of the Gullah culture itself on Sapelo Island. They have Safa in Hausa, which is a mountain in Mecca. And again, all the stuff in gray is me skimming through this in 48 hours in one weekend. And just like I said, in one or two skim throughs of this, because it was 4,000 Gullah words. I wasn't going to do that more than a couple times. But if I really sat down and really, 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 really wanted to compare and contrast what the Semitic potential words are in here, there's a lot, fam. There's a lot. Let's see. We got the last prayer of the day in Arabic. We have, let's see, the act of prostrating. We have sajda. Sajada. That's not, but again, not classified in Arabic on page 153. We have Salah, a Muhammadan prayer in the Vai language. Shout out to all my people that say Salama. So from now on, I want y'all to recognize, for all my family that says Salama to me, I'm going to say Salamu to you back. Right? So in Hausa, we see where Salama is the tranquility, a greeting coming from Arabic. We see that their response in Hausa was Salamu, replied to the greeting in Arabic from page 154. So for all my family that says salama, you typically hear me you see me say salam back, but I'm saying salamu back. The little house on it right quick. But we have 2:00 prayers. There's a lot of stuff. We have fasting. We have meals before the fasting type stuff. Again, we have Seli and Mende, which again is a form of Salah, which again is not classified as Arabic, but we obviously could. Let's see what else we got here. We have a Sidi or a Sayyid, anyone who claims descendancy of Muhammad. This is in page 159 of the book, on the chapter about the Gullah language. We have Sidr, like for road, like Surat al-Mustaqim, 160. We have Siyaka for Isaac on page 160. We have Satan or Satan, an evil spirit, in Arabic, 163. We have the words for Monday. I thought this was interesting. The same word that they use for Monday is a day corresponding to the Sabbath in page 168, which is something I'm going to jump into in terms of Jews that had to change their practices when going to different places in Africa on a whole nother video. But they got a tobe or a thobe. They had a garment for the Mohammedan, etc. They got a whole bunch. Hold on, what I missed? Was it Wallah there? Yeah, here we go. That's the one. We got the Wallah right there. A board used by Mohammedans in writing. Again, in Yoruba. In Bambara, same word. Small board of Mohammedan students, page 176. And when it's not me interjecting this word Mohammedan in these definitions. These are from the book, family. Every time you see Muhammad or Mohammedan, that's from the book, family. Let's see here. We have a wasi as a Mohammedan sermon. We have, again, another division of the day, which is very important in Arabic concepts because you have the day broken up for prayer, etc., whatnot. We have Yahya. We have John the Baptist, page 185. We have La Illa. Oh, God. He used weather.
You know what's interesting regarding Yahya and then earlier Isa, that these aren't just Arabic. They're specifically Quranic names for these figures.
And that's also part of the naming part. So there's the chapter before this in the book breaks down how the different tribes have different naming traditions and whatnot. And that's actually the Quranic names are part of the naming traditions of different tribes. So different ones do it different. Like some of them will do it after the caliphs or whatnot, and some of them do them after different people in the Quran or whatnot. But yeah, again, you'll see it again. You see Job, Ayuba. You see Adamu, right? You see Ali, the name given to the fifth male child, again having to do with the nephew of Muhammad, etc. Now, this is one that I thought was interesting. This is Saut. To move around the Kaaba, a religious ring dance. This is page 202. Now, this is huge. So in the video, so you clipped up the Muslim tour guide Amir. I forgot his last name.
Torre, Amir.
Yeah.
Torre.
There you go. You clipped up his video, but at the there was a portion that you didn't get in your version, to where like if you actually listen to the whole Facebook video, he actually talks about the ring shout. And how the fact that the ring shout was actually their version of performing Hajj because they couldn't go to Mecca. And so it says in the book that the ring shout, the term for ring shout is based off of an Arabic term, saut, to move around the Kaaba as a religious ring dance. And so even the ring shout concept. So we hear people talk about like, well, there is no Islamic songs or Arabic songs in the song tradition of the Gullah, etc. The ring shout tradition in and of itself is Islamically based or based off of Semitic concepts, because Hajj is not just an Islamic concept. Making Hajj to Mecca is not just an Islamic concept. The concept of making Hajj or Hagag is also in Hebrew. So the Israelites would make Hagag to Jerusalem, which in the word Hagag also means to circumambulate. Just to be clear.
And not only that, circumambulation is while it's not so explicit in the biblical text, it's very common within like the rabbinic literature. Like, for example, at the end of Hoshana Rabbah, they go specifically 7 times counterclockwise around the bima in their synagogues. You know, so
but
yeah,
you can also see that, like, so for instance, when they circumambulate around Jericho in the Bible or whatever to get a concept of it. And
there's even rabbinic literature that talks about them making circumambulations within the precincts of the temple. You know, so yeah, it definitely has a place within Jewish thought. You know,
right. And so again, just to be clear, the concept of the ring shout though was even by the author of this book is said to be from an Arabic concept, an Islamic concept. Again, which makes total sense when you understand. Now, either whether you're Hebrew or also whether you're an Israelite or a Muslim, right? Whether you practice from a Jewish tradition or from an Israel or from a Muslim tradition, the concept of you making Hajj or you performing it. Hajj also means the concept of festivals, right? And the same thing in Hebrew and whatnot. So like you performing your festivals, you having your festivals and whatnot. It's similar in both traditions and whatnot. And the truth of the matter is, I'm going to say this: if I was a practicing Israelite, I would actually really want to be around a place like Sapelo Island, where like there was a Muslim who was in charge. Because, so let's say so just so people understand, like for 4 months out of the year, there were no Europeans on Sapelo Island and most of the islands in the Low Country because of mosquitoes and whatnot. And so a lot of people don't recognize that the Low Country was like it was left to us for 4 months out of the year, which I'll touch on in a later video, having to do with the potentiality of it being a benefit to the Underground Railroad or whatnot. But one of those aspects is like, so if I was going to choose to be anywhere, if I had the choice, I would love to be under a Muslim if I was going to be a practicing Jew who was running an island, because my religious ceremonies wouldn't be too different from their religious ceremonies. Not only that, their Quran actually has them uphold my religious ceremonies. So my Sabbath, my festivals, all them type of things. But that's a topic for a whole nother video. I would like to also point out at the bottom of the page, we have the Bismillah in Bambara and in Mandinka on page 205. Is there anything you'd like to comment on this page before I change this page?
No, sir. Fascinating, though. But no, sir.
And again, Brother Benaiah, if you are willing to have the conversation, I'm always willing to the door is always open for the conversation we were scheduled to have. Because I would love to talk about this book a bit more. But along those lines, we have the Gullah tribes that brought Arabic words. So I went through the book and I wrote down every tribe that was found to submit an Arabic word. When I say Arabic, I don't mean what was in the gray. I mean what was in the white that had the white parentheses AR. Those words that were in the parentheses written by the author as Arabic were 45 Arabic words in total. I do believe Benaiah said there was 27. Again, there's 4,000 words, and you gotta really look through it. So I don't blame my man for missing a few. But I went and double checked it. I actually double checked it twice. But there is 45 Arabic. I went through the 4,000 Gullah words 3 different times in the weekend just to double check and whatnot. And there's 45 Arabic words in total that are written in AR. 100 plus Islamic words so far that I've been able to count. And when I do the word count altogether, out of the 4,000 words in Gullah, around 2,200 were submitted by the 10 tribes who had also submitted Arabic words. And of those tribes, the ones with the stars by their name, the Fulani, the Hausa, Mandinka, Mandingo, the Wolof, and Yoruba, they were actually very literate in Arabic itself. They had the Arabic script amongst their tribe. So in terms of like insipidity and the people from the Congo and whatnot, I'm dealing with the Congo cosmogram on the floor, etc., and the potential insipidity on the pews and whatnot. There were 3 tribes that were amongst the Gullah that potentially could have contributed insipidity once you understand that language, the Efik, the Ibibio, and the Igbo. And all together, all 3 of those tribes they contributed 47 words altogether in the Gullah language. Not that they contributed insipidity, but I'm saying altogether they contributed 47 words. That's almost exactly the same amount as Arabic words that were contributed by the 10 different tribes that had access to the Arabic. Out of the tribes that came out of Angola and Congo, 900 words were from those 5 tribes. And we have the Congo, Kikongo, Kimbundu, I'm gonna chop this up. My mouth is dry. Hold up. Chiluba and Mbundu, right? Let me get some water right quick. So in comparison, there was a narrative that there was less than 1% of the Arabic, or 1% of the Gullah language had Arabic in it. In fact, it was being said it was like 0.0006 or 006, something like that, 007, something like that. Whatever 27 divided by 4,000 is. And so just as these are the numbers that I came up with, and again, I could be wrong. So please double check my work. And my methodology for this was like, so when it came down to the Efik, and when it came down to, or the people who contributed in Sibiti, and the people, the times that like Arabic was used, I got real meticulous, real super meticulous, and wrote down every time I saw one of their words. When it came down to what I'm showing over here, with like the 2,200 Gullah words, or the 900 Gullah words, or the etc., like with the big number, I took the first tribe that was listed that had the word, and I took the first tribe and left it from there. There would be multiple tribes that had that could have a similar word or whatnot, but 9 times out of 10 they were from the same region, and they weren't seen to have. You were going to find a word from the Yoruba amongst the people in Congo, etc., whatnot. So it wasn't too hard to separate things out. So in order to save time, instead of going through all of them meticulously, I took the first word, or the first tribe that was mentioned, and categorized that word from their language group and whatnot, from their area and whatnot. So either it was amongst the 10 tribes, the 5 tribes, or the 3. So in that sense, I wasn't as meticulous as I was with the Arabic, where I definitely made sure I got every entry, or the words that came from the 3 tribes that potentially could have contributed in Sibiti, because I got every entry for them. And so I'll also say this: when it came to the words for the people of Angola, I rounded up to 900, and for the people, the 10 tribes that contributed Arabic, I rounded down to 2,200. So I'm trying to be as charitable as possible with my numbers and whatnot. But for what I see here, again, there's 45 words in Arabic, which came down to 1.125%, which is almost the exact same with the amount of people, or amount of words that came in from people that contributed in Sibiti. So if you're saying that in Sibiti is on the Pews, based upon the amount of Arabic that's found amongst the Gullah, it's also equally likely that Arabic is also on the Pews. Like I said, I saw, at least from my count, like 111 different potentially Islamic words, and I didn't even get meticulous with it, fam. I didn't even get meticulous. If I got super meticulous with it, I would have found a lot more. But what I found was 2.5%. And again, with my count, the 10 tribes that had access to Arabic contributed 2,200 words to the 4,000 words of the Gullah language, which is 55% of the language. The Angolans, the Angolans and people from the Congo, they contributed 900 words out of the 4,000, which equals up to 22.5%. Again, we have the 3 tribes that contributed in Sibiti with 47 words. That comes out to 1.175%, almost the exact same as the Arabic.
This is, by the way, this is also significant because some had put forth the argument that the Gullah strictly came from Angola, which had a negligible Muslim presence. But what you're seeing here is that quite a bit of the language got contributions from people who came from areas that had significant Muslim presences.
Mm-hmm. And it's true, there was a large population amongst the slaves that were from Angola and from Congo and whatnot. However, particularly when it comes to understanding the South Carolina and Georgia and the Low Country, they were searching for slaves that were coming from the rice coast of Africa, i.e. from like the Senegambia to Nigeria, because particularly with South Carolina and particularly with South Carolina, again, like the major port being Charleston and whatnot. Like if you were getting slaves in Georgia, they were coming from Charleston. In that area, rice became their main crop, in the sense that like rice made South Carolina one of the richest states, if not the richest state in that time period. And so they needed people who were proficient in growing rice. So a large part of the Gullah and Geechee culture is the fact that they know that they come from the rice coast of Africa. In fact, they've actually taken trips, and I'm going to show this on other videos. They've taken trips back to Africa and actually compared and contrasted their language to people in West Africa and the rice coast, and you can see where they overlap in Sierra Leone, etc. Their food, their language, their customs, all kind of stuff. So not that people didn't come from the Congo, but the fact of the matter is the Geechee culture is largely based off the rice coast of West Africa, from the Senegambia and like Sierra Leone and all that type of stuff to Nigeria. Going forward. On top of that, there was this concept of, again, there were some people who were trying to put a narrative on the Fulani or the slaves that were known in America to be proficient in Arabic, because most of them were Fulani and whatnot. And they were trying to make it to where like they were or I've heard the concept to where like their literacy was not universal. That very few Fulani, very few Muslims have that level of literacy, etc. But one thing I also want to make clear about it is like the Fulani were very, very, very literate people, and they were very influential in terms of when they got over as slaves or whatnot, because like Sylvian Diouf said, their literacy set them apart. So people like Bilali Muhammad, for instance, spoke a multitude of languages from West Africa on top of Arabic and being able to write Arabic. So being able to speak a multitude of languages makes it to where you can actually navigate between multitudes of tribes coming over, particularly if you are the head, like basically the foreman. You're the guy, you're in charge of the labor and whatnot, which Bilali Muhammad was. But what's interesting about that is we see that in the Gullah language, the counting system is almost identical to the Fulani counting system, which makes sense when you understand that people like Bilali Muhammad and Salih Bilali ran two islands on the Low Country coast and whatnot, and had anywhere between 800 and 1,000 slaves between the two islands. So if they're the head people in charge, they're Fulani. They speak multiple languages and whatnot, and they're having the people work underneath them in a universal fashion and whatnot. It makes sense to where they learn the Fulani counting system. The people that learn the Fulani counting system to work with. But these Fulani were also Muslim in large, vast majorities, and literate Muslims at that. So the fact that the Fulani counting system is the Gullah counting system lets you know how influential Fulani culture and Islamic culture was in Gullah culture. And again, these are recorded in Darren, Georgia. These numerals here, recorded in Georgia. I believe that's the last I got on this. Yeah. Now that I bored everyone to sleep.
I'm going to be honest with you. That section needs to be its own video, or if not clipping it out of this video, this discussion, then I mean, do the presentation as. I'm serious. That really needs to be its own video.
No, there's more to it, so I'll make its own. It'll be its own video because there's more to it. I only got through like half of it.
Oh man, and then I'm definitely the rest of that. Because man, that was interesting. That puts certain things into a much more different context.
So just on and again, there's two books I'm not touching on, fam, just for sake of time. Like again, that's what's his name? Miss Bailey's book. She's no longer here. It's a fascinating book. I can't wait to break that one down. But then also the Walking Quran from. I'm losing my name to scholars right now. I'm sorry. I haven't slept too much. But yeah, the book The Walking Quran is fantastic because it breaks down how Islam spread in West Africa, but also the literary society in West Africa and the Islamic Quran schools and how they run and how they ran and also what I like about the book is it also gets into the social upheaval in West Africa to where a lot of people talk about like Islam as a religion of the slave catcher, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And a lot of people don't recognize to where there was a point in time in Africa to where like no, Muslims were not involved in certain things, and another point in time to where when the higher ups started getting involved in trading slaves amongst Africans, and it actually started a bunch of wars amongst the Muslims. And so there's a large domino effect amongst that the Walking Quran and also Dr. Bilal Ware, the author of the book. There we go. Remember?
Yeah, that's it. Rudolph Ware, yes, would be like yeah.
He fantastic work he does. He does fantastic. And again, he did a lot of field research. He went over and lived in West Africa for a while to do this. He put in a lot of research, fam. And so his insight is very, very, very fantastic and unique, because not a lot of people have done the study that he's done. And so he actually breaks down the concept to where, like in West Africa, there was a large split between the upper class and the middle class and lower class to the extent to where there was actually wars being fought against the upper class because they were seen to be disregarding the laws of Islam and selling Muslims and slaves and imprisoning people who could recite the Quran and all kind of things. Where like it's a different picture than what most people think. And so people need to understand how Islam came into West Africa. I'm not saying North Africa. I'm talking about West Africa. Because the book talks mostly about how it came in through trade and through the spread from the religious leaders that were coming through, teaching people how to read and write, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. For like education was a big aspect of how Islam spread. And part of the educational system was you did not have to be a Muslim to learn how to read and write. This is something that you can find common in a bunch of it. Like, so you could go to like Al-Andalus and find this amongst the Muslims there, to where you did not have to be a Muslim to learn how to read and write. You could go to a free public school and learn that. A free public school in Al-Andalus, in a city, for instance, in Cordoba, in a city where they had the largest population in the world at the time of 1 million people, right? You didn't have to be a Muslim to go to the schools to learn how to read and write for free. But anyway, that's a whole nother boring topic that I'll get into in a whole nother time. Any thoughts, brother man?
No. I mean, a lot. The only thing I'll say is I'm definitely looking forward to your fuller presentation. Definitely. That the little bit that you showed, or the half that you showed, was, man, there's a lot to say, and it has a lot of relevance to some of the conversations that have been had recently. You know?
I just recognized that I did not finish my whole breakdown of the Pews. I have to give my commentary on Pastor Kelly right quick.
I'm interested.
Hold up. That was a whole side note. See? Yeah. Easy to get out of some
Quite the segue.
That was a big, yeah. Yeah. So yeah. So let me see where that leave off. Yeah, okay, I talked about that. So getting into the concept of the sola treu on the Pews, and the rendering and translations given by Pastor Kelly. Pastor Kelly has said it is possible that Arabic may be on the pews. However, he takes the hardline stance that there is no Quran verses on the pews. Ironically, that was the last thing he actually said to me in our last conversation. Was that he said that he knows that I believe in the Quran, etc. And he says he doesn't deny that there could be Arabic, but he's like, his exact quotes was, "You're not going to tell me that there's Quran verses on those pews in that church." And so, to me, I was kind of saddened by that statement, because to me, I try my best to be a skeptic, in the sense to where, like, even if I believe something, I have a threshold to where I falsify that belief. So if you bring a certain level of information or proof, I can't believe what I'm saying. Like if it's against what I'm saying, like, okay, I got whatever I believe is false. If there's a certain, I also have a certain threshold of proof to prove what I'm saying. So if I meet a certain standard, like, okay, no, that's true right there. So I personally, like, the moment I heard that, I was like, there's an issue right there. And I'm going to touch on that in a whole other video, because I don't think it's intentional, but I do think it is problematic in terms of being able to render fair judgment and fair critique with even scales and whatnot. But that being said, I'm going to move into what he proposed in terms of translation. He proposed, and you can break this one down better than me, because in terms of the letter by letter breakdown of what he was saying here, because there was a bunch of the way the spelling, the way that Israel was spelled with the Z and also the Yods was a very interesting spelling. Could you break that down?
Yeah. So the word Israel is typically spelled Yod Sin Resh Aleph Lamed, right? So he proposed that it was spelled initially with 4 Yods: Yod Zayin Resh yod 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 lamed, right? But then he proposed yet another yod at the beginning. So yod yod zayin reish yod 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 lamed, right? So essentially, the word Israel spelled without the aleph, without the sin, but spelled with 5 yods and a zayin. It's very much a, as far as I know, that there's no it wouldn't have been found anywhere else. Now that doesn't mean it's impossible, but it's certainly there's no other precedent for that as far as I know.
Have you seen anything even similar to
To that? No. I mean, there's certainly situations where yods double up. For example, there's a great book, and this relates back to that whole discussion about trying to find a natural explanation for the Quranic name for Jesus. I forget what it's called. It's called something like Otsar Shemot. It's a book in Hebrew. Otsar Shemot has something. I can't remember the last word, but it's the treasure of words of some sort of Jewish language. And there you see there's a lot of divergence in Hebrew names. Like you see the Yosef becoming going through all this sort of changes where like alephs are coming in and yods are being doubled up in like even Yeshua, like there's a double yod at the beginning. That happens. But in terms of Israel turning into this, no, I haven't seen that. But I mean, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, but certainly there is a precedent for names changing. That's for sure. Even in the Bible, you see Yehoshua become Yeshua when you reach Nehemiah 8. But yeah, in terms of this specific spelling that he's proposing, I can't think of anything like it. It is certainly a very strong change in the spelling. Not impossible. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but yeah.
So from what I understand, when it was submitted to David Bunis, he said this was not Solotreo. And when I submitted the same rendering to Brian Kirshen, he said, that the letters didn't conform to Solotreo, but when he actually tried to read it, he wrote Ariel versus Israel.
Right, and what that's about is what Kelly identified as a Zion. Brian Kirshen was instead identifying as an Aleph. And he was not taking into account what Kelly proposed to be 2 yods to the right of that character. So he starts with that character that looks like an S. He interprets that as an aleph, and then moved from there. That's why I said, while he wasn't explicit on the string of characters that he felt was possible, it seemed that what he had in mind was aleph resh yod yod lamed for Ariel, which is somewhat of an irregular spelling of Ariel. But I do think that exists. There is precedent for that.
Fact. And moving forward, Pastor Kelly also proposed insipidity, which I misspelled there, but I also agree is very possible to be on the pews.
Definitely.
But going forward, I disagree with Pastor Kelly Richardson's assessment of there not being a possibility of a Quran verse being on a pew, based upon works like Servant of Allah by Sylvain Diouf, which illustrates many instances of Arabic literacy in the Americas, and Surah 114 being found in multiple places.
Not only that, I would add, like, I can understand things that are considered contrary to the Christian faith, like Quranic material that would be interpreted popularly as being contrary to the Christian faith. But if we're honest, and I think we touched on this briefly last February, despite all the acrimonious debates between Muslims and Christians, the reality is most of the Quran is not controversial from a Christian perspective. Ilahi Nas is definitely not controversial. And even La ilaha illallah fits perfect, is not controversial from a Christian or even Jewish perspective. But something that came up in one of my videos, not related to the pews, Onkelos, in his translation of Deuteronomy, I forget the exact verse, I think it's 33:11, but I have to look it up. He puts the Aramaic equivalent. He puts Letela Ela Elaha, which is the Aramaic, almost exact Aramaic equivalent of La ilaha illallah. So you see Jews using essentially the identical phrase, and I mean ancient Jews, Onkelos is, something like 2nd century or something like that, 1st century, 2nd century. Sorry, but go ahead.
No, you're good. Going forward,
so Quranic material should not be controversial. And so I don't see.
Right. And again, Surah 114, let's say I was a Christian and I was learning Arabic in a Quran school. That would be like, this is why Abubakar Diakite said, like, this may not have even been written by a Muslim. This could have been religious continuity for somebody. And this is somebody who's from West Africa, from around Mali, who understands the concept, right? Like he this is not something too distant from him, right? And again, please go check out his videos where he's actually transcribing stuff and then translating stuff, because it's fascinating. Because he's going into the West African languages and whatnot. It's the same stuff we're talking about, right? What was my point? I forgot my point. It's getting late for everybody. My point is there's a lot to look into with them languages. But I'll say this, going forward, my assessment on this was I do not agree with the translation of Israel in the Soletreo. The translation was not accepted by expert analysis. It does not have to be accepted by expert analysis for me to accept a concept. Like I can go through the methodology myself and accept something before an expert does, right? But I don't know of too many experts in this particular field, right? And so something that took me that I didn't really like, looked at kind of better taste in my mouth is when in terms of being a skeptic, right, or someone just watching the information, right, is when I heard Pastor Kelly say that David Bunis does not agree with what he's about to say, but his work does. That to me does not make a whole lot of sense. Because at that juncture, you're saying that you're more proficient in the Soletreo script than David Bunis is. And that's hard to believe. I'll just keep saying it like that. That's really hard to believe.
Well, I would say this: any non-expert has a right to raise questions and propose things that they feel an expert has missed. But one thing that I felt that happened in that transition from November to December of last year was there was a shift in terms of, initially when Bunis was invoked, there were these statements that were literally saying that, if you're not an expert, then you basically need to be quiet. You can't blow shots. Like the scholar has spoken, it's done. And then when it turned out that the scholar in question didn't agree, then there was a willingness to accept this idea, which I also accept, that it's at least possible for the non-expert to propose things that they feel the expert has missed. So I felt there was uneven scales there.
Yeah, I definitely agree that the non-expert can definitely raise questions and critiques that the expert may have missed. Oh, Dave, I got no issue with that. That's how you further scholarship in a lot of ways. You know what I'm saying? But I'll just say this, like, so if you teach me an alphabet and then I come back and say that I'm more proficient in this alphabet than you are, I've got to demonstrate that. I got to demonstrate that in some way, shape, or form. So, for instance, like my man Anonymous went down there, looked at the pews. He thought he was going to see all kind of Hebrew. He reads Hebrew. Can demonstrate it. You know what I'm saying? He's read that, right? Cool, got you. When it comes to Soletreo and whatnot, like I need to see that demonstrated in some way, shape, or form, in the sense to where, like, okay, this works. Like you how you demonstrate it is really proficient. And so, like, just with the concept of Israel and me sending that to Brian Kirsch and whatnot, Brian Kirsch saw a different concept. Like, so where my man saw a yod, Brian Kirsch didn't see the yod. Not like that. Like, not the way he saw it, right? I might have got the letter wrong, but yeah.
No, he treated what Kelly treated as two yods, he treated as superfluous. He didn't take it into consideration. Right. And then in terms of that, what Kelly thought was a Zion, he thought was an Aleph.
Right. Or so in that situation where I got two people proficient in Soletreo who were disagreeing with what the amateur is saying, right? And so okay, that's what I'm saying. At that juncture, I have to see something to where Pastor Kelly can demonstrate some proficiency in the Soletreo on a level to where it's respected, to where I can see it challenging what they're talking about. Because, like, so if I got two people at the top of the game saying no, I don't see what you're saying. I don't see what you're saying. They're like, okay, they're saying that for a reason. And again, they gave the reasoning for it. Like, so Brian Kirsch said these letters do not conform to Soletreo like that. Like he had to fudge them a little bit. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, I'm trying to be nice with it. I'm just saying, like, long story short, if you're gonna make that level of a statement to where the scholars disagree with you, but their work agrees with you. Like that's a really profound statement. Not too many people make statements like that in scholarship and actually make it stick, like without having to. If you can further the field, cool, got you. That makes total sense now. Like you picked up the baton and you further the field. Like you can teach the guy who taught you. That's one thing. But you show that by demonstrating that you put out something that furthers the field or whatnot. This concept hasn't of how he's proposing this particular translation, right, from Soletreo. It wouldn't. I don't see where it would advance the field, right, to where like you take this ahistorical transcription. And try to force it into the situation to where no one else is seeing it. I hope that's making sense for people.
Definitely. Another big issue for me. These markings are from the exact same pew that an Arabic reading was proposed for, and I think another case where and I'm not sure how to put this in a polite way, but an inconsistent standard was applied where the Arabic was knocked down on the grounds that it didn't explain the entire pew. They left out some, these 3 straight lines that are up at the top. So it explains most of it, but there is a small portion that it doesn't explain, the Arabic reading. But yet, when it came to taking this Soletreo reading, a different standard was applied where now the Soletreo reading is not required to explain the entire pew. Rather, you could reduce the portion to literally, if I'm not mistaken, less than half. This portion is less than half of the markings on that pew. And so that I felt was unfortunate, that the Arabic is required to explain everything. The Soletreo reading for the exact same pew wasn't even required to explain half of it. And, that was one of my major concerns about inconsistent standards,
Yeah. And so my last point is that the translation is abnormal in its spelling.
Absolutely. Very much so.
So that's another major reason why I do not support the translation. Again, I think I put it on the next one. Yes, I think it's possible that there is Soletreo on the pews. And that is based upon my dialogue with Brian Kirschner, because beforehand I was 100% skeptical. But again, him even being willing to force something, I was like, oh, okay. I can't just wave that off, because again, like, so even amongst my mother's people, like I've never been able to find a single solitary instance of Soletreo being written in the Americas. So if this is the first case, like that's a big deal. And again, scholars not wanting to jump on it, like the Brian Kirschner or the David Bunis, whatever, like that. To me, that was a red flag. Like, okay, like they're not really seeing a smoke or fire there, because if they did, they'd want to hang their scholastic hat on that, because I mean that gets you known everywhere. Particularly like Brian Kirschner, because he's young.
Yes, indeed.
He would definitely want to jump on that. Like Bunis, like he's cool. Like in the world of Soletreo, he's established. Like he's the guy. But Brian Kirschner, like, oh, word. And so again, like, now this is where a red flag went up for me when he told me he was contacted about it before. I was like, oh, you know about it. Okay. So if you know about it before I said something about it, like, if you thought it was something, you would have written about it, you would have investigated it more, etc. Like if you thought it was something to hang your hat on. But he obviously did not think it was something to hang his hat on.
Also interesting, I mean, you had showed what Benaiah wrote in November, and something that had stayed with me, and you brought it back to the forefront of my memory, is that at the time in November, they were saying that they're sharing this with multiple scholars, and that they also found Spanish amongst the pews. And I mean, I don't ask this in any sort of accusatory way, but I do wonder what happened with that. Like, if they showed this to multiple scholars, can we see what those other scholars said? And can we see the Spanish that, he felt he saw in the pews? It is unfortunate that after that first interpretation of that pew, there was the attempt to get people to defer to what Bunis allegedly said, and then the whole thing dropped off after that,
Yeah. To me, yeah. So I can also say this, like I was shown a few different scholars behind the scenes to where it was the story like we consulted them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. We think they think this, they think that. But and again, I was told like they consulted a number of scholars.
Mm-hmm. They've also said that publicly, dozens of scholars.
Yeah, and if that's the case, like I'll just say this. I haven't been in contact with a million scholars in my life, but I stay in contact with a few. I interview them, etc. And the people I talk to, I've never run into a large group of them that don't want to be known or that don't want their information known or want to be behind or want to be kept secret.
But even if they were, I think to be honest, I've never required a scholarly backing. I would say just put forth the argument and let us assess the argument. So, I mean, even if a scholar did want to go to the background, like, for example, allegedly there's a Hebrew scholar named Richard Katz who found B'nai Yisrael, this phrase, and that's pretty interesting. Why not show the Pew, which has that, Like that's the thing. Show the arguments, even if you don't want to show the scholars, show their arguments.
So here's my reasoning for why I think that we're not going to see any more of Pastor Richardson's pictures of the pews. Well, I'm sure we'll see other people's pictures in time, but I doubt we'll see any more of his because I'll just say this: like I haven't seen a whole bunch more than what I've shown. But the little bit that I've seen, it would seem like if I was to extrapolate what I saw and extrapolate it and put it to the rest of the pews, like I said, we shouldn't do the last time we talked. If I was to do that, it would seem that the majority of markings would be Arabic.
Wow. Oh, man. And that's something I said in my most recent video, that because what's claimed about these secret examinations, these private examinations of the pews, is that they were looked at and there's nothing else that looks like Arabic, and the case for other languages gets stronger. I certainly think it's possible that if we brought out a view of the rest of the pews, that the case for other languages could get stronger, but it's also possible that the case for Arabic could get stronger, And yeah, so I would love to see what else is available.
Yeah, so I don't do my speculation game, right?
Understood.
I'd hate doing a speculation game, but
I'm saying just both ways.
No. This is the one time I'm speculating. That's what I'm saying. Like, so based upon what I've seen, I don't know what Pastor Kelly has out there, but I would assume that based upon like the conversation getting cut off on April 23rd from me and Benaiah and from Pastor Kelly from us not being able to complete that project or even begin the project that we agreed to do in January, in terms of us coming together and being able to see all the pictures and coming together once a month and showing the people what we found. Adding that to again, when you brought out the bombshell of the Gospel of John being written in the Gullah dialect and in the Arabic script in Savannah, Georgia by a Mandingo slave, like, it all made sense at one point, to the sense of like, oh, I can see why this is going to be avoided out of nowhere, because it's becoming problematic in the sense of like you can't. Like I sat on the sideline for a long time. Like I said, like I had that book, Servants of Allah, I've had that for years. And so when I dialogue with people, I try to meet them where they're at and try to understand where they're at. And I try not to assume anyone's being devious about anything. I'd like that to be made obvious to where like I don't have to assume that. So I give everybody as many chances as possible until me giving somebody a chance, it harms me on something, right? And so I don't like to talk about like people's intentions or what they're trying to do or motives or whatnot. But to me, when I'm talking to people like Pastor Kelly, Benaiah, when I'm hearing people like Maury Brown, I'm hearing people that recently came out of the Christian church and may not have a large understanding of the history of West Africa, in terms of its socio-political background and also religious backgrounds. And so when I've dialogued with them, because I've dialogued with Pastor Kelly multiple times, and it's always been pleasurable, always been cool. I've dialogued with Banai a couple times, and it's always been respectful, always been cool. I can actually talk. I've interviewed Benai and disagree with things that he said on the interview. Stuff about like, for instance, there was a claim to where like it seems like someone was saying that someone was claiming that the slaves or the Gullah were Arabs or whatnot, Arab Muslims. I'm like, yo, who's saying that? Who's saying that? But I didn't beef with it. I let it go. And the reason why I let it go is because, again, I try to meet people where they're at. Like, I don't assume people know everything. And so if you don't know everything, you're allowed to make mistakes on something, right? And two, if I know something you don't, I shouldn't hold you accountable for not knowing it, right? So for instance, like when it comes to like the Arabic language in West Africa or the proficiency of Muslims with Arabic or slaves with Arabic, that was something I knew going into the conversation. And so when I heard certain people say certain things, like, okay, you might not know this. So if you don't know, I'm not going to hold you accountable for it. I want to be able to show you and tell you over time, which is why I kind of wanted to have. I kept wanting to bring people on for interviews and find out what they didn't know. And with Benai, I was finding out stuff, and I was like, okay, cool. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about that. I bought this book. I learned about that. Let me see what you know about this. Let's talk about the Gullah language and whatnot. I want to have a peaceful dialogue. It ain't got to be beef about nothing. We can peacefully disagree. For instance, me and Abu disagree on the fact that there's language on the pews.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put my house on the fact that there's Arabic on the pews somewhere, right? he won't do it, right? No issue with that, right? But we can talk about the methodology involved, right?
And there's other Christian apologists who agree with you on that one. There's this weird need for unity that people feel, so they don't want to come out and say I'm wrong. But so I'll come out and say there are people behind the scenes, popular Christian apologists, who are saying behind the scenes, Abu is wrong on that. You know,
Yeah.
So I am kind of alone, and if I could say shout out to Dante Fortson, because he feels that's a great jab against me, that I'm almost all alone on that one, on the no Arabic on the pews thing. So yeah, so if he wants to have another thing to jab at me with, he could hit me with that. There are even Christian apologists behind the closed doors who are saying that they think I'm wrong on that.
Right. And I will say this though, again, like, so being a language, like, I can understand to where you're gonna be like, you know what, like there hasn't been enough crisp, like you haven't found something like of like the Bilali manuscript style yet on the pew. I'm not mad at you, bro. Like it's not like crisp 100% clear.
Yeah. Also, I think coming out of, it's funny because we're the same age. You and I are about the same age. Coming out of the 90s, I think sort of bred a sort of skepticism. I don't know if you came across this, but in the 90s, there were people who were finding, I think, you remember when because Suhaib Webb also, sort of comes out of that generation. Mm-hmm. And, I was interested in Islam in the 90s. And so I was sort of around Muslim communities. And there were people that were finding Arabic in places where there was no Arabic. And that's what makes me skeptical. Like it was a very popular example in the 90s, but it was also extremely absurd. There were some people who took very serious this idea that if you hold up a can of Coca-Cola to a mirror and see the logo backwards, it says La Muhammad, La Mecca, no to Muhammad, no to Mecca, and it's like, right. Those sort of memories make me step very carefully, because I much like what Gudarzi alluded to, there is this ability of the human mind to see patterns that aren't there,
Right. And that's why something I think is consistent amongst all the scholars. So is they're like, in translating or trying to translate this thing, like you can come up with a million things. You can see what you want to see in this thing. Mm-hmm. And that's why methodology becomes super important, and why like I'll push you for a threshold of like, okay, so at what point would you accept Arabic? I pushed Pastor Kelly on the same concept, right? And his threshold was like, I could accept a potential Arabic script, but I could never accept a Quran verse. When I hear someone say I can never accept something, I was like, that becomes problematic in the sense to where like even I have to have a threshold where I can say like, okay, that's not Arabic, right? I could bet my house on it, but I'd lose my house. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But anyway, hold on. I think I have one more in here. Yes, I do. I agree that that it is very possible for insipidity to be on the pews. I disagree with the translation where the markings resembling the string of coughs is used This seems to be a better representation of block Hebrew, and particularly in the repetitive manner that Dr. Isaac was mentioning. And I want to touch on that for a second, because even Anonymous told me that he only saw one potential Hebrew letter, and that was this one, when he went to go look at all the pews and whatnot.
Well, I'd say there's more than one. In terms of what looks like Hebrew letters, there's more than one. I've never seen anyone else bring it up, but from the jump, I saw like there's stuff that looks like a cursive iron. Like there's, there's instances where it looks like iron is floating right in the air on one of these pews. So I think I've shown it like in my very first video from October of 2019. So yeah, there's more than one letter that resembles markings on the pews. I'd say that.
Yeah, and I'll say this: like, you've probably examined the pictures that you've seen more so than what Anonymous has, in the sense to where, so he examined them. So how to say this? He examined them pretty thorough. When he was there, he looked at the pews. He was saying when he was able to verbally look from that one time, what he could see was the cough, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then he hasn't really reviewed his pictures since then, and they're on a file, like, you know what I'm saying, like you know what it is, like you got a whole bunch of vacation videos type stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
All tucked away. He got one of the things popping off, you know what I'm saying? So he has a cell phone pictures, and then he has another set from a camera that he was taking video on and whatnot. So like the pictures I've shown are from the cell phone, but he has another set that I believe that he has, but he has to find the video file or whatnot.
I would love to see that. I'm definitely interested.
Both, because like I can say from what I can remember about one of them, I was like, man, I was like, yo, that one right there. What I was like, bro, I'm not proficient in Arabic, and I can see certain things. But yeah, like, so from what I saw, like I would venture to say that the vast majority of what's on the pews is most likely Arabic. And I don't mean like 100%, but I mean like at least it would probably be like almost comparable to what we saw in terms of like the breakdown of the gullets, where like 55% came from people that were from Arabic speaking places and whatnot. So it would probably be close to like a little over half from what I saw.
By the way, another reason that it's good to get to get these images public is because then you can get more eyes on it. Because I think, for example, with La ilaha illallah, like we talked about this, right? That there's a pew. I had noticed that there's a pew that looks like La ilaha illallah, but I didn't present a highlight of it, until after I heard that Boubacar Diakite had proposed that, right? And so what I think may have happened there, like let's put it this way. An advocate of that position, like for example, someone who takes that, aside from Boubacar Diakite, Jamal Touré, Amir Jamal Touré takes the position that La ilaha illallah appears on the pews, on one of the pews at least. They could a legitimate accusation that they could raise against me is that because I'm coming at this from a place of skepticism, right? I may be just sort of without, not deliberately, but the thing is, I'm less willing to throw it out there, and especially since people are like accusing, because merely suggesting hypotheticals resulted in a large number of people accusing me of taking the position that there's Arabic on the pews. And so I may have, without thinking about it, that may have played a role in me not bringing that out earlier, right? I didn't bring it out until I realized that people were taking that seriously. My own skepticism may have caused me to take it less seriously. And that's an interesting thing to keep in mind, because if these pews were all public, and let's say you got lots of Muslims looking at it, right? And they would be perhaps less skeptical. Maybe they could produce more false positives, but at the same time, they could produce more suggestions, Like my skepticism may be holding me back in a certain degree, Like I may see stuff and be like, I'm not going to, there's a part of me that's in my mind that's saying that's ridiculous, While someone else might be more willing to put it forward, and then you can have a conversation. I think that sort of happened with Amir Jamal Touré and Boubacar Diakite, that they put it forth, and it's like, okay, now we have to give this a second look. When I was looking at it alone, my mind kind of told me it was ridiculous, so I didn't bother mentioning it.
Yeah, exactly, 100%. And on top of that, we don't have a lot of people who are proficient in the West African, the Jami script, looking at this, right? Like, so the more people we could have, even amateur people from West Africa looking at it, would be a good thing. And so I hope that Pastor Kelly, if you're listening, I am still more than willing to work on that project with you. I would love to work on that project. I know Anonymous would love to work on that project. I know Benaiah. When I talked to him, he was all elated about the concept of being able to catalog the pews and whatnot. So we all were. All our tails are wagging and whatnot. Because this church is a treasure trove of potentialities in terms of what it has there. When it comes to the language and whatnot. And so again, this is not a scholastic shot at you, Pastor Kelly, in any way, shape, or form. I can understand. I'll say this. I understand why he's being guarded. I personally feel like he's being guarded about a lot of things because he's trying to protect the family history. And I can understand that in a lot of ways. And I don't take issue with that in any way, shape, or form. However, in terms of having a public discourse, in a matter and having even scales, I do take issue with a couple of things. It's not a serious thing. It's not like, oh, I need to go. Like, you're not my brother no more. No. It's just a scholastic disagreement and whatnot. However, I do think if we can put those pictures out for the public, here's what I want. Here's what I want, Pastor Kelly. I would hate to think that you're not putting forth the pictures because there is more Arabic. You believe that there's more Arabic on the pews than what's not,
or at least the potential for people to wrongly claim more Arabic.
Right. I don't want that to be the case. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying you have to put the pictures out. I wish that kind of cloud wasn't over the whole thing. That cloud does not need to be there. And again, if you have the pictures, like there's no reason to not put them out in the sense to where. More people are like, again, so from what I understand, they're already trademarked, etc. So you can't, so no one can steal your pictures. So there should be no reason as to why the public shouldn't be able to see them and catalog them and be able to work on them themselves or whatnot. Because we may catch something you miss, you may catch something we miss, and together we can fill in the gaps.
And the more eyes that are on it, the better the chance. Yeah,
exactly, 100%. Because different people might know. Man, how do you know? Like somebody, there's not a Nigerian kid in West Africa right now who's watching you, watching me, watching whatever, and knows a scholar over there who could easily run through this stuff.
Mm-hmm.
That's one of the issues I'm finding is I can't find too many people in in North America who are proficient in this type of Arabic.
Yeah, no, that's like, for example, like, so again with La ilaha illallah, when a couple of people endorsed that, I could think of a pew that might have that. But however, with Boubacar Diakite saying that elsewhere he thinks he saw Muhammad Rasulullah, that I haven't seen that yet, but that has my mind racing, because I would love to see. Look at some of these other pews. I feel like I'm definitely missing something, Yeah,
that's how you know we're a couple of nerds. We're 3 hours deep. We haven't even touched DNA. We haven't even touched DNA. Right? We haven't even touched DNA.
Oh, man.
Gee. This is all my fault. Me and my long segues inside tracks and whatnot. Okay.
I guess we could jump to the DNA then if you want to.
I was going to say, do you want to jump to DNA?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Yeah. Yeah, we can jump to DNA or both. You also said you wanted to discuss the and I imagine it would be a brief topic, the different notions of Israelite. I do think that's we don't have to discuss it, but I'm saying that's a subject that's important to me.
I think that's a question I wanted you to address. I think that's you framed that question very well, and I have no issue answering it from my perspective because I know different people have different answers to that question.
Mm-hmm. And I think I know your answer to it. I think I know, but it does become important because it has so much relevance to interpreting evidence, to attitudes towards percentages of mainstream Jewish populations, and all that kind of stuff. Like for example, how can I put this? Like, let's say if a person, like a lot of one Westers, they limit their definition of Israelite to strict paternal lineage, right? Now, I can say with confidence that if we hold to that definition, then you get to exclude the majority of Ashkenazim, right? Like even without knowing Jacob's haplogroup, because, and I've said this before, I've been on record, I have a video about this, because there's the diversity of paternal haplogroups amongst Ashkenazim it's so diverse that no single haplogroup has a majority amongst them, right? So that means that even without knowing Jacob's haplogroup, no matter what haplogroup you pick, you can say, all right, he's J, he's E, he's whatever. Anything you pick, you're going to reach a point where with that haplogroup, only a minority of Ashkenazim have it. So, so you could say these kind of things. But when you get into something more broad, right, then you have the potential to not only, let me put it this way. Like if someone's, we can never say for certain what percentage of, let's say, the African diaspora are Israelites. I wouldn't know how to do that, right? But if we're saying strictly paternal lineage on the one hand, or we're saying any line of lineage on the other hand, in that latter case, you would have to assume that a larger percentage of the African diaspora fit the latter case rather than the other, right? Just because it just opens up more doors. But it would also weaken the polemics against mainstream Jewish populations, if it's any line of descent. That's an interesting concern as well, if that makes any sense. I mean, I could backtrack it and, like, for example, let me give you an example. Anonymous, if I understood I didn't see all of it, but the discussion that he had with Faithful to God, and then you guys reviewed it. If I understood his position correctly, his position was that you can't say for certain that none of his lines of descent go back to Abraham. What I would say, right, and
yeah, I think that was Yehukanan.
Yehukanan. What did I say anonymous? I meant Yehukanan.
No, anonymous is on when I reviewed it though. So.
Yes. So Yehukanan. What I would say is, if we're asking the question, like, let's put two questions out there. Does Yehukanan's strict paternal lineage go back to Abraham? Right. That's question one. Question two: does any of Yehukanan's lines of descent, we're talking about thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands of ancestors, does any of those lines of descent go back to Abraham? For both questions, the answer is I don't know. But for the second question, I would think the odds are in his favor, right? They almost have to be. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
While I wouldn't say like I wouldn't be as confident for the first, I wouldn't rule it out. But you understand, like if you ask me, how likely is it that at least one of his lines of descent go back to Abraham? I would have to say, man, the odds are very much in his favor,
Mm-hmm.
But you know what I mean? So that's why these definitions are important, because how we, even though we can never reach a firm conclusion, how we assess things, how how we assess probabilities can go up and down, and also how we interpret evidence, of course,
Right. Yeah, so
I know I rambled a bit there, but yeah, that was the gist of it.
No, you're good. So for me, I deal with a concept of national and tribal Israel. And it gets real, particularly with that. Like, so with national Israel, it comprises of tribal and sojourners. And so in that sense, you can descend from either or and be an Israelite. And from the tribal concept, you can descend patrilineally, or there's also exceptions to descend through the mother and whatnot. And so, for me, you can descend from the father, you can descend from the mother, or you can also descend from sojourners.
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, and that's it's interesting to ask others if they agree with you on that. I don't have any intention to fight with anybody's definition, but I do think it's important for people to put their specific definitions on the table so we can understand precisely what we're saying. Like the definition that you have is much more expansive than, say, like the standard that's that we become familiar with when we're dealing with one Westers, and so it has the potential to bring in significantly more people,
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So I think you had an interesting thought experiment concerning lineage or whatnot, concerning phenotype and lineage of Abraham. If you could break that down, because we both use a similar thought experiment from two different sides of this thing. I thought how we both used it would be a good illustration for the people.
Is this the one that was dealing with when I was in response to your discussion with Jacoba? Was that?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yes. So what I was attempting to address there was I found there was something curious that Jacoba said, and now I found that he said it in two places where, he'll say that he rejects this idea of E1B1A being the Israelite haplogroup, in the sense that, if anyone has that haplogroup, you have to accept them as an Israelite. And his reasoning was that, you can find people who are, 95% European, and yet they have that haplogroup, right? And my question was, well, why? See, that immediately begs the question, well, then what is your definition of Israelite? Because the thing is, it seems that it's still possible that those people, especially on, what we call a Hebrew Israelite view, it seems that it's entirely possible that those people, let's say someone who's 95% European in his autosomal DNA, and his morphology is stereotypically quote unquote white, it still seems likely that he descends paternally from someone whom Jacoba would consider to be an Israelite. And so it begs a question that I never saw an answer to. Can a person descend from Jacob patrilineally and be a non-Israelite? Do you have non-Israelites who descend paternally from Jacob? And but not only that, what I was also trying to show was that appealing to just sort of a broad appeal to autosomal DNA, not like a deep dive on it, but just where you look and you say, okay, he's 95% European. That in itself doesn't tell us anything about the person's paternal lineage, because you could have a number of people who are, let's say if you had 3 sons, right? And, one of your sons goes and lives in China, and your other son goes to live in Poland, and, another son goes to, I don't know, wherever. Let's say you have 2 sons, right? So one son goes to Poland, the other son goes to China, and each of your sons marries a local woman, has a son with her, and that son marries a local woman. You'd have a situation where within like 5 generations, you'd have a situation where you have 2 men, both of them who descend paternally from you, one who would be, 97%, DNA indicative of China, and the other one 97% or something like that indicative of Poland. And yet they would both descend from you. Like saying a person is 97% X does not rule out their paternal lineage. And that brings us back to the question, well, what is your definition of Israelite then? That was my concern there.
Yeah. I think bringing phenotype into it gets real sticky when it comes to DNA. I know that Teddy and Jacoba don't deal with haplogroup. I'm someone who does deal with haplogroup, and I also deal with autosomal. For me, I don't think it's going to prove out to be scientifically viable to try to specifically just only use autosomal for trying to find out the patrilineal descent of Abraham. I understand it can be useful in terms of like a short-term paternity test kind of a concept, but in terms of like a long-term paternity test over thousands of years, I gotta see it. I'm not too sure on that science yet. I'm working through that. I like playing with genetics. I study genetics a little bit. I know you and I study genetics a lot. We talk about genetics all the time, and we're both kind of skeptical on certain things. But I would actually like to talk to Teddy and Jacoba more to understand their concept on it, because I think it's fascinating to listen to as a possibility. But what caught me was was the phenotype concept. So like someone could look a certain way, but like you were saying, have the haplogroup that could go back to Abraham, and they were rejecting that concept. And I'm still like, I heard them talk after I interviewed them, and I thought I understood them one way when I interviewed them, but when I heard them talk afterwards, I got a different understanding. So I want to get them back on again to make sure I got them clear and not misrepresent them, because I really hate misrepresenting people.
Well, here's the question I would ask you, and so I'm curious in your answer, and then I would love if I've tried to ask them. I think they're somewhat disappointed in me, so they're not totally receptive to answering me, but maybe someone else can answer them. But here's the question I would ask you: if someone descended paternally from Jacob, you would, irrespective of the rest of their lineage, you would accept them as an Israelite, correct?
Right.
So that's the question I would pose.
And just in terms of like bloodline, in terms of like spirituality, that's a whole other concept. But go ahead.
Right, but let's say we knew for a fact that this person's lineage went back to Jacob paternally, but let's say for whatever reason, they have 100 women in their lineage that are all Polish or something like that. So this guy is standing there; he has blonde hair and blue eyes or something like that.
Yeah, my man could be a 7-foot albino Mongolian. If it goes back to Jacob, he goes back to Jacob.
Exactly. So that's the question I would pose to them: is do they accept that any person whose lineage goes back to Jacob paternally is an Israelite, or do they take the position that it's possible to descend paternally from Jacob and be a non-Israelite? Because how they answer that question is going to have a huge impact on these appeals to so and so is 95% European. You know, it almost becomes irrelevant if they accept the position that any person who descends patrilineally from Jacob is an Israelite. If they take that position, then saying a person is 95% something else is irrelevant, it would seem.
Yeah, and this is where I think the question of how do you define an Israelite becomes relevant, no matter who's asking the question. I know people don't like the question coming from you, but I think it's a relevant question, period, because a lot of people hear this term like true Israelite, fake Israelite, or real or not real. And so if people are going to make claims of that nature of like who's authentic, who's not authentic, there needs to be methodologies as to how that is. Because a lot of people, first of all, like that can be really incendiary language, first of all, like saying like fake or real or a true or whatever. And I'm actually having to parse it because the more I'm hearing people talk, I'm hearing people say like, no, I'm not saying like, so for instance, I'm not going to say names on this one, but I'll just say like this, like so I've talked to different people and heard them talking about stuff. So universally, I think I've heard. Well, I'll say the names on this one. Universally, I think I've heard Dante. I think I've heard telling you talk about everyone gets salvation. I think I've heard them talk about it specifically.
And that's fine.
I haven't questioned everybody in the community on the concept, but I know them for a fact. I've talked to them on that, right? I've heard
they're pretty clear on that. I think they're very clear on that.
And so, when I hear them talk about like fake and real, like sometimes I get the concept of like they just mean like what's the original population, not like not the sojourners that came into, like not that they reject the sojourners, right? But they're saying like, okay, some people are sojourners who are saying they're not sojourners, or some people are sojourners who are saying that the original and whatnot, and that needs to be clarified. I'm with that, right? But again, there needs to be a clear methodology on that concept, and so I think this is where genetics becomes a really interesting conversation, and so
even there, methodology becomes a question, like how are we
right, and that's
the results
what I was
we get.
just gonna say is because like there's so many different ways of looking at this. So for instance, like when Tay and Koba say that they want to deal with autosomal only, right, and not deal with haplogroup at all, that would be like a groundbreaking way of looking at the thing, and so. Like I'm not saying it's not possible. In fact, like when I heard it, I was like, you know what? I couldn't knock the logic right off the top. I was like, because you know what, it does work. And when I denied the paternity test proving who my father is, like I couldn't say no. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, all right, I got to think about that. They put me in a spot. Like I got to think around that. Like why would I got to falsify that? But at the same point, I can't falsify that at the moment, right?
Well, but not only that, I think your view, again, this brings us back to definitions. Your definition of Israelite is so expansive that you, if you wanted to, you could disregard, say, a paternal haplogroup without excluding a person from the definition of Israel. Like, so for example, let's say we had Jacob's haplogroup and we're testing somebody and he has a different haplogroup and it's so different that a geneticist says, yeah, I don't think this person descends paternally from Jacob, but some other genetic material shows a connection. You could say, autosomally, you say, well, he's still an Israelite because your definition is expansive enough that it can go beyond, So Jacoba's approach is fine for a more expansive definition of Israelite, which is why it takes us back to
exactly.
How do we define Israelite?
But see, and that's why I need to have another conversation, because I thought I heard him say that he also believes in certain bloodlines or certain paternal stuff, and I was like, okay, wait a minute, like it didn't quite add up the second time I heard him say something, and so I need to get it clarified, and like you're saying, it like what they're talking about does work great for what I'm saying. However, even with me, I do believe that Sarah had a mitochondrial DNA. I do believe that Jacob had a paternal DNA, right? And so I do believe in that concept of the seed of the father, seed of the mother, and whatnot. So we should be able to see that. I also do believe that we have sojourners, and we're gonna see that. So like I do believe that in the national scope of Israel, we're gonna see multiple haplogroups. We're gonna see all kind of stuff, right? But we should also be able to differentiate eventually from who would be like the natural branch and the grafted branch. Right?
That was a question I was actually thinking of, is that via what method do we determine who's a natural branch and who's not? It seems to me that on any of these definitions that I had mentioned, I know we didn't mention them here, but the ones that I listed in my post, any of the definitions, it seems very difficult to say who's a natural branch and who's not, you know?
Right. And we won't know until we get some verifiable DNA from some bodies and whatnot. It just is what it is on that one.
Or till Christ comes back and lays it all out.
Right, exactly. I agree with that concept. And so this is where I take issue with people that say like they just stick with the J1 concept. Because I'll debate anybody on it. Like I can make an equal argument for J1, R1B, and E all day. I can make an equal argument for all three of them. They got to get ruled out at this juncture.
You know, it's interesting. I heard something third hand. I didn't see it directly, but again, third hand, emphasis on third hand. So I could be wrong here, but I heard that Dante's haplogroup is E1B1B.
Yes, sir.
That's interesting because
I would be the second hand on that, putting that out everywhere at this juncture, because I keep trying to tell people that's a kill shot for people that keep trying to make this J1 argument and whatnot. Go ahead.
Well, E1B1B has a very strong case as well. I don't think J is plausible. I think J is, because J is found so widespread amongst. Now, this doesn't prove that J is Jacob's haplogroup, but it is interesting how widespread it is amongst different Semitic groups. But the thing is, once you go down that road, E1B1B is also like everywhere as well. It's amongst everything from Semitic Ethiopians. I mean, by Semitic I mean Ethiopians who speak Semitic languages, Arabs, even Ashkenazi Jews. For it to be that widespread, it seems to imply that it's been amongst Semitic populations since antiquity. And so that's fascinating, because
even the Cochin Jews have the E1B1B.
Fascinating. And so what that says is, I know Dante is also disappointed with me, so I'll give him something that he, I hope this will give him a reason to smile. I think if that's his haplogroup, that makes me sit back and say, the possibility that he descends paternally from Jacob is decent now, without disrespecting anybody else, but I'm saying like that it
Right.
feels like the stakes go up, in that regard.
Yeah.
Like a person has even less grounds to be like, oh, I know Dante's not an Israelite. I know Dante doesn't descend paternally from Jacob. It seems like you have, there was no grounds to begin with. But if that's true, that it's E1B1B, it's like, man, that's interesting. That it feels like the likelihood of him descending from Jacob at least got a little bit better, or descending from some Semitic population got better,
Yeah, it
it's
definitely slows down the conversation. And so, like, and this is something I'm glad like people like Ngozi are coming out and talking about this too, more so. Is that West Africans are mixed in terms of their haplogroups and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And so a lot of people seem to think that most West Africans are just E1B1A, and that's not the case. Like, so me and my crew, Anonymous is EM180. Again, it's I think it drops off from EM96, etc. whatnot. Like Yukonot's R1B. I'm E1A. My joint goes back 56,000 years and whatnot. You know what I'm saying? Again, Dante's E1B1B, and not just any E1B1B. He's a subsection of EM34, which is like the Natufian marker and whatnot. You know what I'm saying?
Not only that, so with regards to Dante, you talked about this in a couple of shows about this idea of East Africans winding up in West Africa. Someone like Dante Fortson to have E1B1B, if he has that, I think like if we had to guess, like just, obviously I can't prove anything, but if you said, well, try to guess someone who might be an example of someone who descends from an East African, population that traversed across Africa and wound up in West Africa, Dante Fortson might be an example of that.
You betcha.
Yeah.
So we will be doing a show about DNA, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, he and I. Where we talk just about that particular thing, because when I looked at his DNA, particularly his 23andMe, he has very little European DNA, and particularly very little European DNA from the areas that would have the E1B1B. And this particular, and again, this particular kind of E1B1B, there's a bunch of different clades. He has a very particular subclade, which is heavy in Arabia and East Africa.
Yeah.
So a lot of what I talk about is information from like Dana Marnich and other people where I cite I talk about a migration from like Southern Arabia, East Africa into West Africa. And people like Dan Marnici think that, and myself also, we both agree on the concept that the migration from Southern Arabia and East Africa was probably a lot larger than the migration from the Levant. However, like there was a large Semitic population in East Africa, Southern Arabia, and whatnot. A lot of which one migration I talk about a lot is the migration from the Himyarite kingdom over into Mali when the Himyarites fell to the Christians and whatnot. And so this is something that's documented in I believe the Tariq El Sudan or the El Fatash. I believe it's El Sudan in Mali and whatnot, to where they have people coming over, and then the local tradition along with the written tradition stipulates that they were Jews that came over from Yemen and whatnot, that lost to the Christians and whatnot, and that's in circa 525.
Yeah, Duth Nuwas.
Yeah,
he had converted a lot of people to Judaism, but obviously there were also Jews that moved into his kingdom. Anytime you get that sort of a situation, and because he was attacking Christian cities, the Ethiopians came in. The Ethiopian Christians crossed, the waters and basically defeated his armies and possibly killed him. Different sources say different things. One source says he was drowned in the ocean. But whatever the case, then those Jews that were under him got scattered. Some of them, if I'm not mistaken, some of them, if I recall correctly, some of them even got sold into slavery, by Ethiopians, by Ethiopian Christians.
And so what's interesting is at the time, with the Lemba, they say that like in their migration pattern, that they would have been in Senna, and they also would have migrated from Senna around that time. But so in talking to Kohen HaMedishe and also to Tuda Parfit, we were able to put together that there was multiple migrations from Senna. And so one of the migrations was from a drought, and one of them was from a dam breaking in a flood. And so I gotta find the source, but I know I read it somewhere that in the time period when the Christians came in and were doing work on the Himyarites, that something that happened was like a big dam broke somewhere, and that there was a flood that happened somewhere. And so I gotta time that out. But either or, I know that there were multiple migrations into Africa from Senna, from Tuda Parfit and Kohen HaMedishe and whatnot. And so Tuda Parfit that literally says, like, no, there's certain spots in West Africa you need to go test the DNA because it's going to be like, it should be similar to the Lemba. And there's only two ways that they get there. Either you get around, either you're going around the Cape or you're going straight through. And so it's a shorter ride straight through the Sahel. And again, the Sahel is like the super highway of Africa, historically speaking. And so it makes a lot of sense, particularly when you have people recorded as already going there.
So, if you'll forgive a bit of a segue, is it Surat al-Buruj? There's one of the chapters of the Quran. I mean, it's vague, but there's commentators who believe that that's referring to part of Surat al-Buruj is referring to the 85th chapter, I think it is. Some commentators, especially Shia commentators, believe that it's referring to conflict between Duth Nuwas's people and Christians.
I never thought about that. Wow.
Yeah, that's even alluded to in the. Yeah, I mean, like if you're just reading the Quran in a vacuum, it won't necessarily be clear. But there are commentators who say this is referring to the plight of Christians under Duth Nuwas.
That's super interesting. I never even thought about it like that.
Oh, not only that, if I'm not mistaken, is it Surat al-Fil, the one about the elephant and the birds, launching the stones? Some commentators think that's referring to Abraha, right? And Abraha would have been part of this Christian army that came into Arabia to fight these Jews who were attacking Christians.
That's interesting because as a chronist, I don't get too much into commentary, but again, that makes a lot of sense, particularly when you understand. Oh wow, because that would all be in the mindset of people in the beginning of Islam and whatnot. Because
irrespective of whether their interpretations are accurate, you do have these commentators who are trying to correct the Quranic text to events surrounding Duth Nuwas, surrounding these Jews that had a kingdom in southern Arabia in what's now Yemen, and whose kingdom got destroyed by Ethiopian Christians.
Fact. Oh, that makes so much sense. I've never looked at it from that perspective. I got to do that now. Wow, appreciate you on that one. But yeah, so there needs to be a look into this migration through the Sahel from East Africa, Southern Arabia to West Africa, because it's a big deal. It's a huge deal. Because there's a lot of people don't know that, for instance, like, okay, like I mentioned, like Dana Marniche again. Like, so in her contribution to Golden Age of the Moors by Ivan van Sertima, she talks about how the Moors say they descend from Yemen, etc. So there is a large group of people who say they descend from Yemen from a lot of different groups and whatnot that impact history, etc. And we see them going as far as in Spain, France, Sicily, all them types of things and whatnot. So their genetics goes with them and whatnot. So
well, even something as, and I know this is going to be an oversimplification, but it's at least worth some considering. Like, for example, how plausible is it that people were moving from East Africa to West Africa? While it's a super oversimplification, it's nonetheless interesting to ask the question, well, how did Arabic get to West Africa? How did the Arabic script get to West Africa? How did it get to Northwest Africa? Clearly, you have to have it coming from the East,
Right.
So obviously there are these migrations. Now, that's just one example. It doesn't have to be the only one. It doesn't have to be the only one.
Right, 100%. But once you understand the Sahel region of Africa, it becomes quite clear, because the Sahel was very vital for trade. Very vital for trade. And so from the Sahel going through Central Africa, in between Sahara and Sub-Saharan Africa, you have trade routes, that go straight through from East to West Africa, but then they also break off and go into Egypt, go into like Libya, Algeria, and then go off into Morocco and whatnot. And so these are very, I mean, that's the blood vein of Africa in its history right there, is that trade route. And so it makes a lot of sense for people to be on that route. I mean, and you see a lot of people making the east to west migration. And what I was going to say is, like, you can actually see these patterns of migrations in the DNA. And this is what I appreciate about what people like Ngozi are bringing out now, is because he's on Clubhouse all day, banging everybody's head, getting everyone to understand these migration patterns and whatnot, and haplogroups to understand, like, no, people in West Africa are a mixed people. And not only that, the E1B1A was introduced to West Africa from an east-west migration.
That's interesting.
Yeah. East-west, north-south migration. So, yeah. So there's a lot to get into with that. But now that we're almost 3.5 hours deep and everyone's almost asleep, guess who sent me their Jet Match information?
Oh, here we go.
Out of nowhere, I wake up and whatnot, and I look at my Facebook, and Abu has decided to send me his Jet Match info. I'm like, hey, let's take a look at this and talk about it.
Yeah, I was looking at it last Saturday, not yesterday, but the week before. I'm looking at it Saturday morning. I was like, oh man, this is interesting.
So hold on real quick. I actually put the photos into a little presentation slide situation right quick. Let me get to it. There we go. So, yeah, I'm assuming you recently got your results in.
And so,
yeah. So here we go. Shout out to Jet Match. So this was your African 9 and Dode Cat, I believe. And this is just to map everybody. And so you can check that out. Being that we're late, I want to run through everything right here, but y'all can see that right there. And this is his numbers in Dode Cat. Now, do you want to break that down at all, or what did you find interesting about these numbers? First of all,
well, I mean, it's I was more interested in the Oracle results, because I think there's a discussion to be had about what's in Oracle, because I do think that that there needs to be a slowdown in terms of what's found in Oracle, right? So this is the way I would put it with Oracle. Like, the best way to think of the Oracle results is in terms of modal logic, right? The Oracle results are not necessarily saying, right, that these, what's coming up there is necessarily the case. It's talking about possibilities. And so that distance figure should be thought of as like referencing probability, right? So if I can explain modal logic, right? If I'm not mistaken, you were born in the United States, right? You were born in the West Coast?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so in terms of modal logic, the statement Orthodox Moor was born in Canada is false, right? But the statement it's possible that Orthodox Moor was born in Canada is true, right? Even though you weren't actually born there, the statement that it's possible you were is true. So with that in mind, that's sort of what's happening here. It's not discussing, it's trying to, with the oracle results, you have the 1 population, the 2 population, the 3 population, and the 4. It's trying to, imagine what your DNA would be similar to if you descended from just 1 population, or if you descended from 2 populations, or 3 or 4. And that distance figure sort of is like a probability figure. So the higher your distance, the more improbable your likelihood of descending from that sort of group, right? And there are texts like GEDmatch has a wiki on it that talks about it, that even if something comes up in specifically your oracle results, that doesn't mean your parents actually descend from that group. And there's another place that I found, another website that was saying it doesn't even entail that you share significant DNA with these groups, right? It's more discussing probabilities. And I think we'll get into that when we get to the Japanese thing. So, for example, like you see Yemen Jews I got way down at the bottom, and it's like 63. I would describe that as astronomically high, Like, by the way, and I told you this privately, if I don't remember what it was, but Yehukanan, when he showed his results, there were things that were coming up with a distance less than 1. It'd be like 0 point something, and I think that's significant. But
yeah, Yehukanan is literally the only person I've seen with something that low on something.
But that's significant. I think the reason, what I'm trying to say is, like, for me to get like Yemen Jews, but distance of 63, I think you should take that with a grain of salt, and or a fistful of salt. But I think just as that applies to me, it also applies to others who have said things like, look, I got, I don't want to say any names, but I saw one gentleman who back in October showed his results, and he was like, look, I got Ethiopian Jew, but it's like, it's like 64, the distance is 64. Could we show some of the other ones of the oracle results?
You got it. So hold on.
The ones that show like
So this is the Ethio Helix K10 map. And then I'll jump to the oracle right quick. So I didn't know which was which. I'm assuming the one on the left is K10 Palestine.
Yeah, let me see. How that hasn't come up on my end yet. I'm sorry. I can see it on my phone, but I'm waiting for the 18 seconds where it switches on the laptop on the YouTube, because I can barely read that, unfortunately. I'm sorry.
Okay. Hold on.
It's switching now. Oh, wait, I need another second. And
let me do this and make it a little bit bigger.
Okay, good. Yeah, no, I got it now. Yeah, so This is interesting. So, because a lot of people would get excited about finding Ethiopian Jew in their in their oracle results. Again, oracle is not necessarily showing it's talking about possibilities. So it doesn't, if you get something in your oracle results, it doesn't mean you actually descend from that population or share DNA. Now, I'm not ruling that out either. You could share DNA with them, but it's not guaranteed. So I got Ethiopian Jews at distances that were very, very high, and yet still lower than the distance that a gentleman who was showing something last October, who I have in mind. And so, I would consider, like, when you're seeing this kind of thing where you have like Ethiopian Jew and it's like very, very high, it's in the 40s, the 50s, or even in the case of other people, the 60s, slow down and don't say, well, this proves that I'm, that I'm an Ethiopian Jew or something like that. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. Like, these sort of distances are very high. Yehukanan's distances were very interesting. Something that's under 1 is fascinating, but something that's way up there is, it's
and that was like in connection with the lemma. So that's why, like, Yehukanan, like dealing with Yehukanan and talking to Cohen Hamadisha, because Cohen Hamadisha, like, he told me flat, he was like, no, there were limbo on slave ships. I was like, oh, what? I was like, my jaw hit the floor. I was like, I had never even contemplated that. So when he told me that, that's when I looked into the East African slave trade. And when I saw the Yehukanan's DNA, I was like, whoa, wait a minute. What's going on? Okay. Like, so because I had to pause and look at this real quick. So real quick, just so I understand, what's your understanding of the numbers?
Well, what I would say is that when you see these numbers that are, anything that's like, first off, I would even be skeptical about stuff that's like, in the single digits, but anything 10 and up, and the higher it goes, the skepticism should go up as well, because what it's saying is it's becoming more improbable. So certainly Ethiopian Jew, like you see, I'm hitting 46 on one calculator, 52 on another, 55 on another, I would consider those numbers astronomically high and therefore very improbable. And I think the same applies for people who are getting Ethiopian Jewish results in the 60s and stuff like that. Do you have the one, and we can go back and forth, do you have the one that has Japanese on it, the Oracle results? It's like two populations? Because this is relevant.
I don't know if, hold on, I got to double check, see if you sent me that one.
Yeah, I did send it. I think I sent it. Yeah, but if not, no worries.
The one I remember is the K10.
Yeah.
Well, what was your Japanese?
What I showed the Oracle results for, and the Japanese thing is interesting for me, right? So, like my actual lineage, right? You know, because there's people out there guessing. They're like, oh, you know, he's a fan of Assad, therefore he's Syrian or something like that. And I'm a big fan of Assad, but there's people all over the world that love Assad. But my actual breakdown of lineage, right? The way it works is my father's line comes out of Morocco, but they cut through the Philippines.
Oh, the two population picture. That's the one you want. Okay,
yes, the two population picture. Exactly.
Give me a second, and I'll
so while you're setting that up, my actual lineage is relevant to this, right? So my mother's population, you know, as far as I know, it's, you know, both her parents were from Western Europe, right? So my mother's population is European. My father's family comes out of Morocco, but they cut through the Philippines. And so I have Filipino heritage, right? And so as a result, on all these calculators, I'm hitting these East Asian markers, right? And what's interesting is some of the calculators were able to correctly guess Filipino. One of them, I forget which one it was. It might have been one of these DNA L things. It even guessed the region. It had like Ilocano, which was the Ilocos region, was where my father's father, because his mother was Ilocano, he spoke Ilocano. Like I never met him, but the story I heard is that he used to say that because he could speak Arabic, Spanish, English, and Tagalog and Ilocano, but Ilocano was the language that he dreamt in, you know. So that's why he would say that Ilocano is his mother language, because that's the language, you know, that his mother spoke to him. So when he would dream, when he would think, he thought in Ilocano. He dreamed in Ilocano, you know. But anyway, so because I have that Filipino heritage, on some of these calculators, some of them are saying Filipino, but others, in terms of Oracle results, strictly Oracle results, I'm getting... I'm setting off their East Asian markers, but they're giving me stuff like Thai, Cambodian, Vietnamese, and Japanese. And that's why if you have that two population thing, it's also relevant to the probability. And it helps us, explain some of this stuff with the probability.
So it's easy. He looks K10 Japanese.
Well, whatever. I think I only sent you one thing with two populations. Let's say two, but let me see. I should go into my own.
Yeah, I'm just making sure. I'm titling the whole thing. So if it's the wrong title, it's my fault.
Yeah. Let me see. I'm gonna open up my thread with you.
It would only make sense to me that it's the K10 Japanese. That's all. So.
Yeah. Although I don't know if it'll say K10. I think it'll just say.
No, not in the two population. But okay.
Yeah. Oh, there you go. Yeah, I think that's it right there. Yep. Yes, that's it. Okay. So this is relevant. You see it hitting, like I get a bunch of these things. So again, obviously I don't know the exact amount of Filipino heritage I have, but it's somewhere hovering around between 10 and 20%, right? 15% according to, 23andMe. So because I have that East Asian heritage, on some of these calculators, I'm hitting Japanese in Oracle results, and others I'm hitting Thai, Cambodian, Vietnamese. But I'm not any of those things. I'm definitely not 15% Japanese or 20% Japanese. But if you look at the distances, right, you have the situation where I'm getting, like, for 15% Japanese, it's my distance number is in the sevens, right? It's 7. Yet I don't actually have Japanese heritage. I think the point to be made there is, even if you get something around that low, like 7 or 10. Like I'm seeing people say, look, I got Lemba and their distance is 10. Just as, forgive me. Just as me getting a 7 or a 5 for Japanese doesn't mean I actually have significant Japanese DNA or descend from somebody that's Japanese. Someone who's getting Lemba in their Oracle results and at a distance of 10, it does not mean that it could be, they still could have Lemba heritage, but it does not mean that they descend from a Lemba or share significant DNA with them. You know, that's the point to be taken, that the probabilities are significant. And so from my own example, I know for a fact that I'm not 15% Japanese. So a number like 7 should be considered, even that should be considered a high distance, a high level of improbability. It's better than, what I'm getting for Ethiopian Jew, which is in the 40s and the 50s, but still. So I think there needs to be, when a lot of people out there, or some people out there, I've only looked at a few people, but some people were quite excited simply by seeing Ethiopian Jew, Moroccan Jew, Lemba. And I didn't get Lemba, but I got Moroccan Jew and Ethiopian Jew and all that in mine as well. But there needs to be a serious conversation about the distances and what they say about probabilities and improbabilities. That was the main point that I was trying to make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I don't really deal with the two population stuff too much, because when they deal with the two population, they're kind of guessing to see what you can kind of mix and match to see what your stuff looks like. So I'm mixed as well, right? Like, so being West African, North African, Southern Mediterranean, Native American, all that, like, I'll come with Puerto Rican, Dominican, all kind of stuff, because like that's like when you go to the Puerto Rican, the Dominican, like that's what the blend is, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
But at the same point in time, like, so like I'm like 13 to 20% Native American. Like, so when I put my DNA in the Etho Helix K10 Japanese, that reflected in the Japanese part. You know what I'm saying? So I see what you're saying on that. However, I look at GEDmatch probably more than anybody I've talked to in the community, and I get to look at everybody's GEDmatch. So like everyone says their stuff. I've looked at Hukanons, Anonymouses, G-Cons, Kevin G's, everybody. You know what I'm saying? And compared and contrasted, and gone through all the different projects, and gone through all the different emails with GEDmatch to see what they're talking about, etc. Gone through all the different projects and the spreadsheets and all that kind of stuff to see who's in what project, or what people in what countries in what project, etc. Whatnot. And it's interesting. I'll say it's very interesting. And one thing that I've recognized is that if you look at it long enough and you know what you're looking at, you can tell a lot from GEDmatch. It's not 100% exact. However, when you're talking about distances, I think different calculators work differently with the distance.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
And so, for instance, like I'm going to show real quick. Hold on. There we go. This is the one you were referring to, right? This is Pastor Kelly's MDLP project.
Yeah, he showed that a few times. That particular one is, I think, when he appeared on Dante in October.
Yes, I believe so. And so his distance from with the Ethiopian Jew was 64,
which is higher than what I got for any of my hits for Ethiopian Jew.
Right.
And that's not to say that my counts are good. Mine are also extremely high, 40 and 50 is high, as I would say.
Yeah. Yes and no. Like, so for instance, if somebody typically, if they're hitting like at 64 in like the Ethiopian Jew in the MDLP, in their single distances, they won't come up at all as Ethiopian Jew and Ethio Helix. It's very so most people, yeah, I'll just say like that. Most people who hit that distance in MDLP don't come up at all as Ethiopian Jew in Ethio Helix. As a matter of fact, a lot of so G-Con hits pretty high on Ethiopian Jew and MDLP, but he doesn't come up Ethiopian Jew at all in Ethio Helix in any of them. Not on the single digit populations or whatnot. Anonymous doesn't come up Ethiopian Jew. I don't believe Hukanon comes up Ethiopian Jew in Ethio Helix. Ethio Helix is very, very particular. Because
I got it all across Ethio Helix.
Yeah,
that's surprising that some people didn't, because it's funny. You're sort of you're shutting down a silent assumption I had. The question that I had, I was thinking, show me a person whose family cut through Africa, any part of Africa, who doesn't get Ethiopian Jew somewhere in their oracle results. But you're telling me of people without me even asking the question. Because that was honestly my assumption, that the only reason I'm getting it is because anyone who has recent family coming from Africa, even North Africa, the northern part of North Africa, right? Like my family that came out of Morocco was in the north,
Well, yeah, and so what's interesting about that is, so your genetics looks very. Do you mind if I show your genetics in comparison to my mom's and mine?
Yes, of course. Yes, please do.
Okay, because your breakdown was almost identical to my mother's, in terms of the number and whatnot. And so, hold on, I'm gonna run through these real quick because I did it twice and I got me in here too. Like, so this is me. This is my DodeCAD, African 9 in Africa in the World 9. Like, so the right is the World 9 and the left is the African 9. So you see my top on the World 9. I get Dominican, Puerto Rican, Somali, MKK 30 is Kenya. Ethiopian Jews at 6. Here's my 6th place. I get a 40. This is a 42. All types of things. And in my African 9, I got Moroccan Jew and North African Jew at a distance of 44 and 46.
So lower than mine, yeah. In terms of the Ethiopian, right? Wait, I'm sorry. Do you have Ethiopian Jew in there?
Not in the African 9, no.
Okay, sorry.
However, okay, this is you versus my mom. So your top
skin Moroccan Jews. Oh man. So
now you only gave me 15. This hers has the 20 on here and whatnot.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I have to go back in. Yeah, I was grabbing these screenshots fast because I was.
No, you're okay. Because we're gonna do this then. So I'm gonna put it. So I look at GEDmatch quite a bit, and so I'm gonna make a bet, right? Gentleman's bet that you have Ethiopian Jew in your next 5 that says anywhere from the high 67s to the low 70s. But so I'm saying that to say this, like, so my mother's father has E1B1B as his haplogroup as well. He's EM34 whatnot, and so there's 2 big pockets of that. There's a pocket of that that's in the Levant. And there's a pocket in Ethiopia, Kenya type area. You know what I'm saying? And so,
fascinating. Yeah, that makes it more plausible.
Right, but yeah, your numbers are almost exact. Like, so Moroccan Jew, you're 17. My mom's sitting 16. North African Jew, you're 24. My mom's sitting basically 24. You go down to the Druze, Jordanians, Egypt, all that type of stuff. It's real simple, real simple stuff. And so, what's interesting though is, like, so in looking at my mom's genetics, looking at my uncle's genetics, and whatnot. Like, so they have Middle Eastern genetics. They also have my uncle actually has some South African and some East African trace genetics, etc., whatnot. So it's very possible that their migration came from like Yemen, Ethiopia, etc., and came through to North Africa and just mixed for a lot of years or whatnot. And so there's a large people don't recognize how large that population is. Like, so for instance, and even doing the history, and like you can read about Ibn Khaldun, who writes about this in terms of like the Berber populations and whatnot in North and West Africa, and like the Jewish people who were amongst them, etc. And he says they come from two places. That the Jews came from the Levant and Syria, and they also came from Ethiopia, Yemen, and whatnot, right? And so, and the interesting about that is Ibn Khaldun also says like that his people came from Yemen, and so he's writing that in North Africa, you know what I'm saying? So. So there's a large portion, or there's a portion of Jews, for instance, in North Africa that share genetics that's EM34 with people in the Levant and in Ethiopia, whatnot. So it's very possible that people in North Africa are a blend of people that came from the Levant and from Ethiopia, Yemen, and whatnot, and they share those genetics and whatnot. So you're talking about this route that like anyone who came through this route may have a Ethiopian genetics. Yay, nay, maybe it's possible.
Well, no, you basically told me that you can think of people who don't. Like I was thinking anyone who had recent African ancestry is going to get it, but like it's funny because I was thinking that silently. I didn't share that with you, and you answered the question before I asked it. Like I was actually confident that I like the way I imagined in my head. I was confident that I could say to you, "Can you name anyone who has like some sort of family ties to Africa who didn't get Ethiopian, Jew in their oracle results?" And I was confident you can be like, "No, I can't think of anyone." But before I asked,
I can literally only name one other person who's told me in the community. I believe Yakoba has said that they come up Ethiopian Jewish in the Ethio Helix. But beyond that, me and them are the only ones that I know of.
Interesting.
And so I say that to say this. You may actually be Ethiopian Jewish, my G. You know what I'm saying?
I don't
Like,
know.
no,
Those distances are still pretty high, though.
no. Here's what I'm saying. Like, so you're talking about like from your father's side. There's the Moroccan side, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's very pot. Like, so, in your head, do you think it's possible that you're Moroccan Jewish in any way, shape, or form, or that you have any Jewish lineage from your Moroccan side?
I mean, it's possible. The problem is that what I've been told, like the Moroccan side of the family, what they did is they cut into the Philippines, and like my father never, met the people who came from Morocco into the Philippines, but I met an old man from Lawag who said that he knew my great grandfather who came from Morocco to the Philippines. He told me that, now again, my father didn't even know the story, so take this with a grain of salt. But this old man from Lawag said that he knew who my great grandfather was, that he comes from Morocco, that he was a Muslim who at least nominally took on a Catholic persona when he was in Ilocos Norte, and even
that's right.
So the thing is, I don't know. I mean, that's all I could tell you. For all I know is that the family became Catholic, but the people who came over from Morocco were Muslims apparently. Now, does that rule out the possibility that they were Jews? No, but the honest answer is I don't know anything about them.
Well, yeah, I'm looking at this and I can tell that you're at least half North African, Mediterranean. You know what I'm saying? Like strong, like because I know, like, so for instance, like I know what my mother's genetics look like in terms of her DNA test, right? Like, so I can look this and see, like, okay, y'all are pretty close. You know what I'm saying? I know, like, so for instance, like when I put when I took a family tree, right? They kicked all my Spanish DNA into North Africa. They made me 24% North African with that, right? So, that in turn making my mom like 48%, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But here's what I'm saying. Like, so in that vein, if it's possible that you're Jewish and whatnot, the Jewish would have come into the Morocco or into North Africa from either the Levant or from Ethiopia, Yemen, and whatnot, and or both or whatnot. So I'll just say it like this: when looking at my family history and looking at the genetics thereof in what seems to be the migration pattern, because it seems that they had a east to west migration pattern that touched East Africa or like Southern Arabia, etc. whatnot. Particularly, I can see this with my grandfather's genetics and whatnot. It seems like that they would have also had a migration pattern that's very similar from going from Yemen to North Africa. Maybe not necessarily to like Mali or West Africa, because they didn't have to. Because like I said, there's multiple breakoff routes in the Sahel or whatnot. But it definitely seems that when I look at their genetics, because even with my DNA test and family tree, where mom and uncle got like the Middle East or whatnot. Like, so again, like, so for them that they were getting the Spanish stuff that I didn't get, right? To where it kicked their Spanish into North Africa for me, and it kicked their Middle Eastern stuff into East Africa for me. Like, so I ended up getting like 2% like Somali or whatnot, or Somali. It was a Somali, Eritrea, Ethiopia, or whatnot. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, okay. Like, I'm sitting there looking at the fact, like, wow. I'm doing the math on my genetics. I'm looking. I'm like, whoa, and man, God is my witness. I'm sitting here for months, trying to figure something out. I had a question. I was like, wait a minute, am I getting East African stuff from my mom and not my dad? Is that what's going on? Right? Yeah. Interesting. And I actually so this is what I and so I and playing with my DNA. I'll show you what I came up with. Well, first of all, I forgot how I got this. What do I got next? So this is my mom's Ethiopia. I think this is my mom's. No, this is yours. Because you're 73% from. Yeah, this is yours.
Yeah. That's what. Yeah, it's throwing the European and the Asian together, I think.
Yep. And so this is your 3. And again, I noticed she didn't do like the Africa only.
Right.
Because you only did 3 of them. Because there's 4 to do. So your 3, you average out at 51.65 on the Ethiopian and whatnot, right?
Yeah. So, which again, I would think is high. That's my concern. I think that's very high.
Right. So yeah, this one's my mom, right? So she's 66 on the French. She's 25 North African. Oh, this is what I want to point out on you that I thought was interesting. Back on my joint. So you are 5% Omotic.
Yeah. Oh man.
Right.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting as well. Yeah.
Right. So I want to show you something. Right. So you're 5% Omotic, right? So my mother is 3% Omotic, right?
Yeah, a lot of similarities there. That is interesting.
Right. I'm 5% Omotic on mine when you see mine. But this is my mom's, right? Like, so my mom pulls up Ethiopian Jewish on this, right? So again, a lot of people who gave me their Jed match don't pull up Ethiopian Jewish in this. My mom's pulling up Ethiopian Jewish in this. And again, Ethiopian Jewish is the only one you can pull up in the Ethiohelix. Now again, I'm gonna say this, like, so if you I've seen people who were Jewish not pull up Ethiopian Jewish in this, like people who were Jewish in other single populations who did not pull up Jewish in this. So I'm talking like European Jews and whatnot. So
but can I also
go ahead?
Another thing though is that because when I was trying to read up on Oracle, right? Another thing to keep in mind is apparently some of these calculators aren't necessarily going by shared DNA, although that remains a possibility. It's also sort of looking at how your mix, what sort of proximity your mix has to their samples, the samples that the particular calculator is using. And so it's also possible, like for the reason that I'm getting Tuscan, right, is because so I have this European ancestry and this North African ancestry, and then naturally there's a bunch of samples from Italy that are going to similarly have European and North African mixes. So like
exactly.
I can get Tuscan without actually being Tuscan, and that may also explain Moroccan Jew, because I may not necessarily descend from any Moroccan Jews. It could just be like for example, the Moroccan Jewish population did absorb European Jewish populations to some degree,
Yes, they did.
So
I will say this though: a lot of people who were used to looking at the Jed match are going to look at your Moroccan Jewish numbers like, oh, word, those are low as hell. For real, because a lot of people, so a lot of people in the community, they're looking at their second, their two population distances and whatnot, and picking out Jewish lineage and whatnot. Some people aren't. Some people are doing it in single person populations and whatnot. But a lot of people are looking in the 2-person populations and whatnot, 2 population distances and whatnot. So they're seeing yours and they're like, oh, word. They're seeing all kind of stuff in the single population. And so, and the same thing happened with my mom's and whatnot. And so, we put our DNA in a whole bunch of different third party stuff, like the DNA land. We put our stuff in the Maitri ancestry, all the kind of stuff. And again, consistently, my mom and my uncle were getting all kind of different North African Jewishes and going down into Yemen, all that kind of stuff, right? And so it seems that it's plausible that there's this link to that again, that east to west migration from Yemen as well. That there's some genetic flow with that, and so with that, this is what I'm saying. What I know about Ethiohelix is Ethiohelix is touchy when it comes to Ethiopian Jew. It's super touchy. Like not everyone gets it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I can put in Africans from all over Africa, and I've done so. And I'm gonna do videos where I do that. Where I got people from the Congo. I got Fulani from Nigeria. I got some Somali female, all the type of stuff, and different people come up with completely different stuff.
Interesting, and most of them are not getting Ethiopian Jew, because I did get Ethiopian Jew.
You're right. Most of them are not. Like, so for instance, like there's a Fulani person who has my exact haplogroup. He's E1A. He's in Nigeria. He does not pull up Ethiopian Jew at all.
That's interesting. I got to repeat that you're shutting down an assumption that I had coming in.
Right.
Like, I was really confident that you weren't going to be able to name anybody. Like, that was my assumption.
Yeah.
Like, man, anybody whose family came out of Africa recently is going to get that. No, apparently not.
That's not the case.
All right,
and yeah, man, you might have to do a couple of extra DNA tests, man. Because so if you took 23andMe is horrible when it comes to Jewish DNA. I don't know what test you took or whatever. But
nothing came up. Nothing came up in 23andMe.
Because 23andMe only tests for Ashkenazi and whatnot. Like, so if you go with like Family Tree or with MyHeritage, they actually test for multiple different types of Jewish or whatnot. And so they'll throw 23andMe will throw anything that's not Ashkenazi Jewish into something else.
Okay, yeah. Because that's I was gonna bring that up. Like, I get nothing Jewish, on 23andMe. So nothing Sephardic or Moroccan or Ethiopian, none of that stuff.
Oh, I gotta. Okay, so if you're willing, what is your paternal haplogroup?
R. That's also why, and I do not. I know you said you can make a case for R. I do not believe that R is I'm a lot less confident than you are that R would be Jacob's haplogroup.
Oh, I'm not saying I'm confident. I'm just saying I can make a case for it.
I think it would be weaker than J or E1B1B.
I agree. I think it's the weakest out of the three.
Yes, I agree. Exactly. Like, let's put it this way: if you and maybe Dante will like this. If you put Dante's haplogroup and my haplogroup up, and you said we got to bet on one, I'm gonna go with Dante's rather than mine in terms of haplogroup, paternal haplogroup. I'm not betting on R.
So RM269 or something else.
It was a European R. It was a 311 or something like that.
Okay, no worries.
Which then seems to imply that my Moroccan lineage, at some point there was somebody in Europe that cut in, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I mean that's Morocco, fam. I mean, like there was a lot of between Morocco and Spain. I mean,
it's a short boat ride. My father's done that boat ride. He's literally ridden the boat from southern Spain to Morocco. Yeah, and it's pretty quick.
Yeah, for real. But yeah, so interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So you got R. What's your maternal haplogroup?
Say it again.
What did you see what your maternal haplogroup was?
I forget it, but this one was fascinating for me because to try and like paint what my mother looked like, she was a ginger, very light skin, red hair. Both her parents from Ireland, is my understanding. We got U, but it was a type of U that's typical of Gujarat, of Western India.
Wow.
You know? Yeah. So I was discussing that with my wife, and I was saying, you know, like I never would have guessed that, but like that sort of like minuscule amount of Indian does come up in and the thing was, it's I guess what it tells us is that like you could have had some girl in Western India, let's say 500 years ago, and somebody marries her or snatches her up, who knows, brings her a little bit north into Afghanistan. She has a daughter, that daughter winds up in Tajikistan, and like her chain of daughters just keep going west, and somehow at some point they wind up in Ireland, you know, with red hair.
So mom was a ginger gypsy. I got you. That's what's up.
Yeah.
So okay. Yeah, so this is my mom's stuff in the E3. He looks at all four or whatnot. So because she did the all four, the number's a little bit different for you because you got three. But again, like so, so we're looking at the very legitimate possibility that she does have Ethiopian. Like so, in her mind, she does connect to the Ethiopian Jews. So we looked at the genetics and whatnot. We looked at hers and mine. She's like, okay, yeah. Because I had to stop her. I was like, so this is what it came down to. So her and my uncle were pulling up 3.5% Middle Eastern DNA and whatnot. And it was just like the whole, like it was just pulling up the whole Middle East and whatnot. I was like, okay, so like when I got anything that connected, like so my family tree, like I said, I should have gotten like a large number of Spanish, and I should have gotten at least a small percentage of the Middle East and whatnot. I got no Spanish. They kicked it all to North Africa, and instead of like a 2% or below Middle Eastern or 1.5% Middle Eastern, they gave me less than 2% Somali, Ethiopia, Eritrea. I was like, oh, word. I was like, okay, this is getting kind of interesting. So they kicked the Spanish into North Africa and the Middle East into East Africa. I was like, oh wow. So it seems like the migration was interesting. Like it went from North Africa to Spain, and from ironically from like East Africa to the Middle East and whatnot, right? Now what's funny about that is, hold on, let me go back one right quick. Let me go back to comparing y'all right quick because I want to show something. Because what's funny about that concept is that when you look at, so you see here where it goes from Morocco. Oh, let me do this. Where's my pointer at? There we go. Like on ESPN and MSPs. So we got Moroccan Jews. We go from Moroccan Jew to North African Jew to Yemenite Jew to Ethiopian Jew, which could potentially be a migration pattern from Morocco to North Africa, from Yemen, from Ethiopia. Now, what was interesting about that from Yemen from Ethiopia is like that's what my DNA was looking like in the family tree, where it kicked her Middle Eastern into Ethiopia for me. So when I saw that, I was like, whoa, because I would have thought that to be a little bit different, like Ethiopia to Yemen first, right? Or like so like or Ethiopian Jews being third and Yemen being fourth. But here it said Yemen third and Ethiopian fourth. And so I thought it's like a weird zigzag pattern and whatnot, but it reflects what my DNA looked like in the family tree, where it kicked her North African or her Spain into North Africa, her Middle East into East Africa. So I got East African DNA from my mother, and I didn't get from my father. Now, what's interesting, what's more
Fascinating.
yeah, what's even more interesting about that is like now we're gonna get into my Ethiohelix, right?
Mm.
So you're averaging 51 in the Ethiohelix. My mom's averaging 59 in the Ethiohelix. This is me.
Mm.
Right? So I'm 14% North African. My 12.34, the Eastern Bantu, like that's most likely my Native American DNA right there. And then you see the Khoisan, the West African, the Biaka Pygmy, the French, being my European, etc. And then you see again, I'm 5.64% Omotic, almost
same as
exactly,
me. Yeah.
exactly, almost same as you. And oh, by the way, I didn't put this picture in, but so you sent me your ancient your Gendrosia ancient grazer.
I just shared that for fun. I wish you could show it. That one, that's just for fun. I would tell people to take that with a grain of salt, but man, that one is fun.
Okay, so this is where I'm going to tell you where you got to take it serious with this whole Ethiopian Yemenite, and also like where it talks about the Druze and the Jordanian stuff as whatnot, right? Because it says that you're 34% Natufi.
Mm-hmm. Precisely. Yeah.
And so the Natufians are an ancient population of Canaan that go back 11 to 15,000 years and whatnot, are like the base population for the Middle East and in North Africa and whatnot.
And the one thing I'll say is I don't know how serious to take it, but that was not an oracle result. That's the result like you see it have on the screen where it's with the pie chart. And I do think the results that you get in those pie charts before you go into oracle should be taken a lot more serious than the oracle stuff. That was one of the points that I was coming in with. So maybe it's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. The Natufian stuff I just shared because I just thought it was incredibly funny, because I know, let me put it this way. I think other people, if they wind up getting Natufian at that results, they're going to get very excited. I'm not as willing to be as excited as they are, but man, it's funny in that regard. It's,
you know what? Let me just cheat right quick because I did it like this.
Yep, there we go.
Let me just cheat. So my man is 34.47% Natufian. So a lot of my homies who know what the Natufian thing is, their jaws on the floor like, oh, what? They're like, no. They're like, nah, Abu's all kind of Jewish in this piece. All them Jewish things we just saw, no, that's legit, son. And they're gonna ride, till the cows come home. They're riding out after the wheels fall off. But I'm gonna say this, like, so my mother's 29% Natufian.
Again, man, a lot of similarities between me and your mother's side. That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm 17% Natufian.
Interesting. Wow.
And so I would.
That's interesting. Now I'm not sure what to make of that. Like I was.
Well, wait till I say this part here. So there's a Somalian woman who I do comparisons with, who shows to be actually more Ethiopian Jewish than Somalian or whatnot, and she's 30% Natufian.
Interesting.
So you're the most Natufian person I've run into so far. Yeah. So you have genetics. Something ties you to that population in some way, shape, or form of the people who were in the pot. And you know what? Let me
honestly, now that I'm thinking, it is interesting that it's higher than my my East Asian. Like I don't know what to make.
No, it's significant, fam.
It's difficult for me to wrap my mind around that because, like I said, I have a grandfather who spoke like Ilocano, a Filipino language, as his first language. So it's like I don't know.
So can I come through for Lumpy or what's up, man? Like,
wait, I missed what you said. Say it again.
Can I come through for Lumpy or what, man? What's going on? Can anybody make Lumpia rolls or no?
Say it again. Oh yeah, no, I got you now. No, man. Unfortunately, no. Just like I lost the language, I lost the cuisine as well.
Bad, man. I used to have some Filipino homies. Like, man, we used to come like.
Yeah, I know that.
Man.
Yeah, it's amazing the cooking.
Man. Yes, sir. Anyway, let me get back to my thing right quick. So yeah, we're breaking hearts right now because So a lot of people wish they were Natufian. I'm gonna tell you that right now. A lot of people wish they were, but so these are my numbers in the Ethiohelix. So I'm 44. Again, you're 51. My mother's 59 on average. I'm on average 44.
Mm.
So in order for me to have a number lower than my mother, that means my father has to have a number lower than me.
Yeah.
So my father is 94% sub-Saharan African.
Mm-hmm.
And again, like I said, the Ethio helix is particularly sensitive when it comes to the Ethiopian Jewish thing and whatnot. But again, my father also has genetics that show an east to west migration as well. Again, you can find people with this haplogroup in Sudan and whatnot. So there's a big east to west migration on both sides of my family, and so. Yeah, so one thing my genetics shows is that in the Ethio helix. So Ethio helix is interesting because a lot of the urban apologists and people like Sister Salama went out. They were saying like we need to use the Ethio helix to prove out if we're Jewish in any way, shape, or form. And I believe Salam is Ethiopian herself or whatnot.
Yes. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so they were saying not to use the MDLP. She told me because of my mixture, I could use the MDLP, and so I did, and I come up Ethiopian Jewish, Moroccan Jewish, Algerian Jewish, Ashkenazi, all in the single populations in the MDLP. I come up Ethiopian Jewish and MDLP, Ethio helix, and OCAD. And so for me, and again, like I said, I have a DNA test that says that I actually have East African genetics and whatnot. That goes back to Ethiopia when I look at that, I'm like, yo, okay, I look at this different because like I said, not everyone comes. I looked at a lot of people and they didn't come up Ethiopian Jewish or whatnot. So when I find people that do, and now again, the people I'm talking about that didn't come up Ethiopian Jewish didn't come up Ethiopian Jewish in the single population. They came up Ethiopian Jewish in the two populations.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we're talking. I tested people from North Africa, West Africa, Central Africa, South Africa, East Africa, all in GEDmatch and whatnot. And again, so the Somalian sister, she came up Ethiopian Jewish, right? She was the only person in Africa I tested that did in the single population. Like so, I test people from Nigeria, Congo, etc. None of them came up Ethiopian Jewish. So. You may want to look into that Natufian thing a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because
yeah, well, the Natufian thing is interesting just because I want to reiterate that people should be obviously when you get those pie charts, right? That's more significant than the Oracle results. I do think from what I've read on the Oracle results, people should be at least the word I'm looking for is careful. Like don't just run and start blowing a trumpet because you got something in your Oracle results but not in your pie chart. You know what I mean? So yeah, the Natufian thing, the Omatic thing, the maybe that's hitting it. Like maybe because I have this minuscule amount of East African DNA mixed with something, Arabic, maybe that's setting off Ethiopian Jew,
Right, but I also say this though. So the concept of you being Natufian and whatnot also plays a role in this, to where like you're getting the Druze and the Jordanians and all that type of stuff. Because again, so you're gonna get the Natufian DNA. You see it in two pockets in the Levant and again Ethiopia, Kenya. So or Ethiopia, Kenya, Yemen. I'll say it like that.
Interesting.
And so
interesting.
Right. So I'm seeing all those hit in your joint a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'd love to see them last five. Because I got a hunch them last five have Ethiopian Jew in it.
See, and you know what's funny about this? Like, suppose somebody else got this, right? Like, I don't have any interest in being like in trying to define myself as an Israelite. But suppose there was someone else who was, right, who had the exact same results as me. They might get very excited about this, right? But how excited they should be, this takes us back to the question about how you define Israelite, right?
Right.
So I have R as my haplogroup, right? And as I said, I'd be if you're gonna make it strictly about paternal lineage, I have serious doubts that R is the haplogroup that goes back to Jacob, right?
Right.
You know what I mean?
But this is all not a Somal test right here.
Yeah, but if it's going to just be open-ended, where like anything from Oracle that connects is good enough, which I'm going to be honest with you, I've seen other people basically acting like that. Like, look, I got Ethiopian Jew here, so it's done. The debate is over. If you're going to act like that, I mean, I can hit those results too. But again, it takes us back to this question of definitions, because obviously you can get Ethiopian Jew in your results, but in your Oracle results, but your paternal line might, like me. It's apparently R is apparently, I'm not confident that R goes back to Jacob. I'd be very doubtful, Like if someone put a gun to my head and said I had to bet, I'm going with, I'm skeptical about any of them. I'm reluctant to pick any of them. But if someone said, you gotta, like you said, bet your rent money, I would go with J or E1B1B. I'm not betting on R. I'm not dropping my rent money on R.
If I had to bet my rent money on just if you had to pick one, what would it be?
It's going to be hesitantly, very reluctantly, J, and then my second choice.
Just one. You got J.
Well, let me throw in E1B1B with my second choice. But yeah, no, if I had to, I'm going to very reluctantly throw it on J.
All right, so I'm gonna say this, so if I had to put the rent money on just one of them, I would put it on E1B1B.
That's fine.
And I would do so for me, so I'm saying that based upon some studies I've looked at, but so you have people who are in the lineage of the Cohens that have it, people in the lineage of the Saids that have it, or the lineage of the Prophet, and also people who are in the Druze population who have it, who say they descend from Jethro or whatnot. So you would have
the Samaritans, right? The Samaritan Cohens apparently have a lot of E1B1B.
You got it.
Yeah, so, it's funny that neither of us are betting on R, though.
No.
So it takes us back to that whole point about how we take these results ties right back in with how we define Israelite, and therefore that's why I always try to ask people, when they say, "Oh, look at this piece of evidence, look at this." The question is, well, how do you define Israelite in order for me to interpret this? Like so again, like Dante E1B1B, fine. It seems like the chances are high for him. But someone like me with R, if we're going strictly paternal, all this Ethiopian Jewish stuff is Natufian. It's all like irrelevant, potentially anyway,
Potentially, yeah. But we all come from somewhere, right?
Oh, agreed, of course.
And so that's what's interesting about this concept here is when I look at your DNA and my mom's DNA, I ask the question let's say with you, you're R, okay? You say you don't believe that goes back to Jacob. I agree.
Well, I mean, I think like you said, it's possible. It's possible. I'm just not betting
it's
the
not
rent money
probable. I wouldn't even bet your rent money on it. I ain't gonna lie to you.
You're gonna look out for me, right?
I wouldn't even bet your rent money on it.
That's funny, man.
What was I? Yeah, here's so you potentially are autosomally closer than somebody who's actually who could paternally descend from Jacob and have a whole different phenotype.
Exactly, and so that begs the question: which is more important? Is it the paternal line, or is it just any line? Yeah, and that these have huge impacts.
Right.
This starts to show how the definition of Israelite that you hold to has huge impacts on how you interpret this DNA. And by the way, the reason why I don't really care about this ultimately is because I hold to what I would call an ecclesiastical definition anyway. So it's like, meh, But yeah, if other people are holding to a strict paternal definition, it's going to be different from someone who's like, well, any line, what I would call a multilineal definition. It has an impact on how we interpret the evidence that's being appealed to.
I will say that this is interesting. So you can see to where so my mom's 29, almost 30% Natufi, and you're 34%. And you can see to where the Druze and the Jordanians, etc., and the North Africa, because the Natufians were the basal population of North Africa, basically. You know what I'm saying? So and again, in a lot of the southern Levant, southern Mediterranean whatnot. So you can see so when I see stuff like Tuscan, North Italian and whatnot, I'm sure if you looked at other projects like your MDLP stuff like that came up as well. So
Italian came up, but keep in mind Italian doesn't come up in those pie charts, and I think that's significant. I think what it's saying, it's not saying that I have Italian DNA. It's saying that my mixture of European and North African is similar to the Italian samples they have. Those also have European and North African mixtures. And that's significant because if we can admit that me getting Tuscan at a distance as low as 9, doesn't mean I have Italian ancestry, then by the same token, me having Ethiopian Jew at 40, likewise doesn't have to mean that I descend from an Ethiopian Jew. It's possible, but it's also, I would reiterate that I wouldn't consider it very likely.
So what's interesting about that, like, so 23andMe said that my uncle had a small percentage of Ashkenazi Jewish and whatnot, and then when we tested out in family tree, it turned out to be Sephardic Jewish, Sephardic Maghrebi, and then when we doubled again, like so.
So one of these tests.
None of us came up Ashkenazi at all in family tree. None of us came up Ashkenazi at all in my heritage or whatnot. And so, ironically, but when we got put in GEDmatch, we all came up Ashkenazi again, right? It was like, oh, interesting. Well, but again, like so, that E1B1B marker, right? The EM34 that my uncle and my grandfather have or whatnot. And it's also like a subclade of EM123. It's amongst the Ashkenazi at like a 20% clip, 50%, 15 to 20% clip or whatnot. And so I can see to where I'm going to be related to people who have that. You know what I'm saying? And ironically, like so, my mother like would descend from like the people who would be considered like the Aunt of Sema and whatnot, right? But however, like she doesn't have any Sephardic matches at all in GEDmatch, but she comes up Moroccan Jewish again, North African Jewish, Ethiopian, Yemenite, and Ashkenazi and whatnot. Even Romanian at one point, I think.
I was getting that in one of these as well. You know, especially in the two what do you call two population guesses? I'm getting and some of those more European ones. I'm getting like, it's funny too because it would be like Romanian and Han Chinese.
I got it. I got Romanian Jewish, but
Romanian and Han Chinese. That one was, and I got that a bunch of times.
I'm tripping because I don't get Sephardic, but I get everywhere the Sephardic people went to. I'm like, oh, okay.
Yeah, I never got Sephardic either. Yeah, that's.
But I got everywhere. But Sephardic Jews not too. It's not in too many of the actual spreadsheets or whatnot. So that's one of the reasons for that. But yeah, like I don't get Sephardic, but I get everywhere they went. You know what I'm saying? And so like I can see like so with the Romanian Jews, like I think there's like Bulgarians somewhere in there, right? Like I'm like there's Sephardic Jews that left Spain and went all kind of places and whatnot, right? They went to Italy, they went to North Africa, they went to West Africa, they went to Bulgaria, they went to Turkey, they went to all that.
Yeah.
So like
I throughout the Turkish Empire,
right? Exactly.
Which could cover Bulgaria and Romania, but
which has extensive Solatreo, by the way. I would just just throwing that one out there. It's interesting how that one works because sometimes it shows you where you're related to where population is dispersed to where like you would have similar genetics to where people left from one place and went to another place or whatnot. GEDmatch is very, very interesting. Like so, there's a lot to deal with. It's not an exact science or whatnot, but I will say this. Once you deal with it enough, you can get a good idea in terms of migration patterns and whatnot. And so, boy, I hate to break it to you, you're breaking a lot of hearts right now, man. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of people who wish they had your joint right now. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of people who's like, they're looking. You got people cussing GEDmatch out right now. Like, wait a minute. Like a booze more Ethiopian Jewish to me. What's going on?
Yeah.
What's going on?
Well, because a lot of people work with this sort of logic of he disagreed with me on a linguistic point, and from the way he talks, I know I know he's got to be he can't be whatever this particular nationality that I want to assign myself to.
Right.
I know his lineage across millennia based on his what he disagreed with me on and the way he talks.
Let me get back to my joint again. Oh, by the way, the Somalian woman who's like largely Ethiopian Jewish, and the Ethiopian Helix, I think she comes with like 13, 14. Or wait a minute, it's like I want to say like 13 to 17 on average.
Fascinating. A Somali getting Ethiopian stuff is funny. Now, forgive me if this is a weird analogy, but when my mind wandered, I remember I saw this thing on Twitter where a guy in Turkey, he said that he was talking about how he's like a proud Turk and all that. He took his DNA test and he was getting Greek and Armenian. And he said, at first I wanted to kill myself, but then I realized that the DNA tests are run by liars, Of course, I'm all Turk, He put that in there. I wanted to kill myself because he got Greek and Armenian. He wasn't getting these pure blood Turk results. I'm sorry, forgive that segue there.
No, you're good. So So now that we've completely like just blown up the whole community on this whole GEDmatch thing, because now we're like, this is an interesting segue, right? Because like I'm on a Clubhouse a lot, talking with the people like Yashub and with the Ngozi, talking about DNA and whatnot. And what's interesting, like, so Yashub's an Israelite and Ngozi's not, and they both agree on how the DNA works and how phenotype does not matter for haplogroup and whatnot. That you can have a haplogroup have any phenotype and whatnot. And so they're on there getting Africans pissed off because like, no, some of you related to you're related to the Europeans who are E. And they're pissing off the Europeans because like, no, you're related to the Africans who are E. You know what I'm saying? And they're going to the they're both making Israeli Jews mad because they're talking about the Tufians being in E being the basal population of the Middle East and the Levant and whatnot. They're like, what are you talking about? No. It's a beef all back and forth and whatnot. But so here's the truth: is you could be phenotypically Mediterranean and have Ethiopian Jewish genetics.
Oh, of course. Yeah, the way you look tells us nothing about. Yeah. Well, I mean, this is no, of course. I have my kids, right? I have a cousin who has, a blonde-haired, blue-eyed daughter, right? And this little girl descends paternally from the same person that that my kids descend from, right? And yet they look so different, right? I'm not going to give any, like, I would say my daughter looks like somewhat like you based on your picture, right? And then yet she has a second cousin who's blonde hair and blue eyes. They have the same paternal lineage going back to this guy who's Moroccan and Filipino, So yeah, you can get a drastically within 2-3 generations. And I think a lot of people see that in their families, You know what I mean? That, like, you can look drastically different from a person who's, just a second cousin, Yeah. So yeah, your outward appearance tells us nothing about your lineage, and that's why people should definitely be careful with these like attempts to, say, oh, well, this person's an Israelite and this person's not, based purely on how they look, like
right.
And it's very funny when they, like, for example, like I like the example of Lenny Kravitz. Like, there's people who would point to Lenny Kravitz and go, yeah, Israelite. And then they'd point to his father's side Kravitz and go, Edomite. And then you say, well, that's actually his father. And they, oh, okay, well, then Lenny Kravitz is an Edomite too. And you're like, well, wait a minute. How did you figure this out? Like, you're saying one person, you can't tell their lineage across millennia based on how they look, but the other person you can,
His daughter's a really good example of that too. So both her parents, again, so Lenny Kravitz, half African, half Jewish, married a woman, half African, half Jewish. They have a kid, half African, half Jewish or whatnot. Again, like, so if you were to look, if you take their daughter, put all three of them in a picture, whatnot, like, okay, everyone looks so-called African, right? Phenotypically and whatnot. Like, so, like, it in that situation, your man's got Jewish genetics, etc., whatnot. Like, so is his daughter Jewish? How does that work? Like, what's going on with that? Phenotypically, everyone looks one way, but if you go back just a generation. Just the generation, the family photo looks completely different.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
but I'm saying all that to say this too. Like, so, with genetics, there's a lot of people talking about like, were the Portuguese Jews and Spanish Jews black? Were they white? Like, I'm on Israelite channels, I'm on Christian channels saying they were both. Understand something? They were both. They weren't all just one. Like, first of all, I heard people try to make arguments that like they came in from Babylon into Spain and stayed black for 1,000 years. Like, I don't understand how. Particularly when you understand the story of Spain and saw how many people ran through Spain. I mean, if they stayed within themselves for 1,000 years, they would have as many, if not more, genetic issues within themselves that the Ashkenazis have.
Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
You could there's falsification tests. Like, this is why I love genetics when it comes to this kind of stuff, because there's falsification tests you can really show out in genetics when it comes to populations and whatnot.
And most populations come up very diverse. I mean, what we see with Ashkenazi Jews, we see I'm going to say mainstream Sephardic Jews, the people that are recognized as Sephardic Jews today, their DNA is apparently very diverse in terms of paternal lineages, paternal haplogroups and stuff like that. And it's true of so many other groups, Ethiopians, Egyptians, even the Lemba, apparently, I mean,
Right.
You know, you're getting E and you're getting J. That seems to imply two. Now, that's not to say that a single population couldn't bring E and J with it from Ethiopia, but I mean Yemen. But nonetheless, it shows there's some diversity there. You know,
they have 3 E's amongst the lemma. By the way, they have E1B1B, they have E1B1A, and they have EM40. I forgot which one that is.
Mm.
But yeah, they got the E1B1B plus the J1, like you were talking about.
Mm.
Pretty much everywhere you see J1, you see E1B1B. It's just how that one works.
Mm.
But yeah, man. So I think we're done breaking hearts or whatnot.
Yeah, and this was a long show. Although the only question is, who's going to catch this? I guess you have to.
I'm going to break this up in part 2 or not.
Yeah, because it's like 4 hours long.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm definitely going to break this one up. But I think people, this part here, like this last part, I think is going to be really intriguing for people because
it might be a talking point. Yeah.
Oh, there's going to be it's talking points on both sides because so you're more Ethiopian Jewish in the Ethio-Helix than the vast majority of the Israelites in the community, right? Yet I'm more Ethiopian Jewish in that project than you are.
Yes, correct. Yep.
So
we're more likely to be. Let's put it that way.
You know, I'm just saying what the project says, right? I'm not saying
yes.
What
your probability is higher than
right.
mine. Your distance are lower, so your probability is higher. Yeah.
Right. So there's narratives on both sides of that gotta get walked out.
Mm-hmm. So it brings back all these methodological questions, like how do we interpret oracle results? You know.
Exactly, 100%. But so and with the oracle results and with anything genetic, you got to prove out with historical migrations anyway. So this is where it gets interesting. This is why I like getting into Dante's DNA. Because like what you recognized, him being E1B1B is significant in showing that migration pattern. Yeah,
definitely. I agree with you there. Yes. Yeah.
So I look forward to that conversation. And again, I really look forward to slowing this thing down. I'm gonna try to like hit the brakes on this as much as possible so people don't talk past each other, but also miss the information that's there because
and there's a lot of emotion and anger that gets into a lot of that also. Because I mean, something that I've experienced is you know what's interesting is I feel like you might be the only person who's caught this. You know, I've literally never asked a person to prove that they're an Israelite because I believe it's impossible. That's why I don't do that. I know other people do that, but I think it's impossible. So it's unfair to ask someone to try and prove it, right? And I've never told a person that they're not. I would never do that. Like I've never claimed I know a person's lineage across millennia, right? But for some reason, there's so many people who they'll accuse me of doing that. You know, you're out here challenging us to prove that we're Israelites. I'm like, never done that. And then they'll tell me I'm a liar when I say that I've never done it. Like I've seen you do it, you know? Why would you waste all this time on the pews unless you're trying to, you know, backhanded, you know? It's like, so yeah, a lot of emotion and a lot of anger. Like at a certain point, I think it becomes blinding, you know?
Right. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one for people to sift through because, like, so I think there's one argument on one side to where, like, someone's gonna be like, "Oh man, does this mean I'm not Ethiopian Jewish if Abu is more Ethiopian Jewish than me, or
yeah?"
People were like, "Oh man, I'm Moroccan Jewish in my thing. That's fantastic. Wait a minute, Abu is he more Moroccan Jewish than me,
or more likely to be?" Yeah. Well, what I would say is I would reiterate that's coming up in my oracle results, and me personally, people can disagree with me. Me personally, I think people need to be careful of getting too excited about their oracle results because oracle is something different from that area in GEDmatch with the pie charts, right? And I'm not saying that it's false because what it's doing is it's like I said, that's why I give the analogy of modal logic. It's discussing possibilities and probabilities. You know, it's a bit more perhaps speculative is the way to describe it, you know? It's like I personally don't think any of this leads to the conclusion that I'm an Israelite, but if some of the people who are celebrating their oracle results as definitive proof, right? It seems that I'm in a position to play a similar game, but I don't think it's, you know what I mean? So it brings up this methodological question again, like how should we go about interpreting oracle results, you know? And I feel like the funny thing is I feel like we've only scratched the surface of that question, of definitions, the question of methodologies, you know?
Right. And so this is where I was talking about migration patterns. Like, so it helps to know a little bit of your own history, but it really helps to know migration patterns and whatnot. So you know that you're partially Moroccan and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and this is what makes it interesting about it, because like I think this actually slows the conversation down. Like your genetics and my genetics actually slows this conversation down quite a bit about thing about DNA. Period, because between the two of us, there's different phenotypes. Between our families, there's different and similar phenotypes and whatnot. Different and similar genetics and whatnot. And different and similar belief systems. Like, so it's a trip. But so again, on the one side, people could throw it out like, oh no, Abu's not Jewish at all, whatever. But like on the other side, you actually got to look at it because you do have a Moroccan lineage and whatnot. So understanding the history of Morocco, you can't rule it out. And then that concept, you can't rule out the two migrations, one from the Levant and then also one from Ethiopia, Yemen, where there could be mixes from, right? But on the other hand, you can't just automatically say, well, that's what it is. Like, so okay,
yeah, like it's been definitively proven.
Right. There's plausibilities on all sides, and that's what I like about what's going on with this story. Like when you showed me your DNA, I was like, word. I was like, I wonder if Abu knows what this is or what this looks like, because I was like, I'm used to this. I'm like, this looks just like my mom.
It was very new to me. I had just started when I sent it to you that morning. It was because it was. I'm gonna be honest with you. It wasn't exciting to me because I think, oh man, look what I got. I'm so excited, for myself. I was excited. Now maybe this is unfair, but I was excited because I thought it sheds light on how careful people need to be about Oracle. I don't think it says anything like, I don't think it was like, oh, Abu's an Israelite. No, I think it's people need to be careful with their Oracle results is the lesson I was, and that's why I was excited,
Right. Yeah. Oracle's not perfect.
That people missed.
Yeah. Oracle's not perfect. And the way they put the products together aren't perfect. Like there's definitely there's definite issues with that for sure. But I will say this: once
the
you
Tufian thing is interesting, though. I am going to have to rethink that. I'm skeptical.
Yeah, man.
I'm skeptical about that Oracle stuff, but yeah, the pie charts. Yeah, it's like.
Oh man, there's people ready to fight on both sides. You don't even know right now, man. Tomorrow's about to go down. It's about to go down on Clubhouse tomorrow, man.
Yeah, see, I'm not on Clubhouse. Let me. I got to look through my wife's account to see. Yeah.
Oh, don't get your wife caught up on that one, bro, because it's about to go down. It's in a very bad way. I'm talking about there's gonna be all kind of fights and people getting cussed out tomorrow. But it'll calm down.
Let me know what happens, what conversations happen. I know you teach sports, so you'll have to do like just a recounting, but
yeah.
Please do share that with me.
Yeah. Oh, this one. Yeah. I think between this and then going over Dante's DNA, there's going to be a lot.
Yeah, Dante's DNA is very interesting. At least his haplogroup, his paternal haplogroup is very interesting. Yes, and I'll grant that to him.
I do believe he has a significant like a Southeast African.
It's believable though with that haplogroup. It's believable. It seems to. It's
Yeah.
It's very believable. Like I would assume it. I would assume it. Like if you. Yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, that was good. Yeah. So I'm assuming after we talk about his DNA on his channel, that's gonna go. There's gonna be a lot of good scraps going on in terms of getting this methodology right, because we're gonna have to with this juncture because again, like we're slowing things down and putting things on the table that got to be examined. Like so, even you're saying you came in thinking that it was gonna prove one thing, but like wait a minute, like even hear me talk, you had to rethink a couple things. Like,
yeah, because the fact that I got Ethiopian Jewish, that was the assumption that I got was, man, that has to be anyone who has any recent connection to Africa is gonna get it, So I got some Moroccan, family, blah blah blah, and so that's it. But no, yeah, you. Like I said, you answered the question before I asked it. It was like I'm asking the question silent in my mind. I'm like putting the bullet in the chamber, and you already, then you answered. I was like, oh, okay.
So I'm coming over for some lumpia rolls and some injera right quick.
Yeah, that's for sure. That's not Oracle. That's legit. The Filipino heritage is for real. I might have to order it from a restaurant, but nonetheless, the Filipino heritage is legit.
Oh, that's right.
This is also, but the thing is. Man, like you saw, you got Puerto Rican in one of these. I got that. I don't remember which one it was, but Puerto Rican came up also in Oracle, emphasis on Oracle, but it got me thinking because something that's been it also shows that people have to be careful with like connecting an oracle result with something that you heard, right? Like, for example, my father's brother went out to LA, right? And he got murdered out there in the 80s, right? In the early 80s. And he had a son, apparently. Now, I haven't met this guy yet. I've only heard about him. I'm trying to get in contact with him, right? He had a son who never met him, right? And apparently this guy, he's a guy like us in his 40s. This guy is out there believing that that his father was Mexican, that my father's brother was Mexican, because that's what his mother told him. She assumed that this man she had a child with was Mexican, right? And like that got me thinking, on my side, there's a lot of people who are close friends of my father. Like I tried to imagine myself, I grew up with my father. I know people from where I grew up in the Lower East Side, right? When I was growing up, there was a very Puerto Rican neighborhood. There are people that sincerely believed my father was Puerto Rican, right? If I had been in that guy's situation where, let's say, I never knew my father and I went back to his neighborhood and asked people, there would be people who would sincerely, but wrongly tell me my father was Puerto Rican. And then imagine I jump on Jet Match and see Puerto Rican. Like there's a temptation to run with that, Right. So there is, again, this whole thing about like, be careful with your oracle results, and especially, I don't know. I know that was a weird segue, but that's just that it ties into something I've been thinking about.
No, it's very true. But then, and this is what I'm saying. Like, you gotta really play with Jetty for a long time to really understand how to read it and whatnot. And you need to know you gotta almost get consumed with it. It's crazy. But there's certain situations to where like it can actually be really helpful in terms of the oracle. Like, so for instance, whenever I put my stuff in like an African only, the first one that comes up is Fulani. Now, literally every DNA test I've ever taken suggested I was Fulani.
Okay.
But at the same point in time, my father's haplogroup is very rare amongst Africans and whatnot, in the sense where like there's not a whole bunch of different groups that have it. One of the major ones that have it are the Fulani. So it's Fulani, Dogon, Hausa, in West Africa that have it. There's a few others that have it, but like it's like negligible, like 1% of the population have it. You know what I'm saying? So also knowing my father's migration pattern in the Americas, like knowing that he's from Alabama, but his people came from Georgia, in the Low Country and whatnot. So there was a lot of Fulani that were there, like I keep pointing out in big stuff and whatnot. So not only that, like my grandfather looks like the Fulani that were in that area and whatnot. Like so for me, I can see where there's a significance to where I can see where it works out for me, but for me it's different. Like, so I have a rare haplogroup. I know my admixtures between my mother and my father. Like, so again, I know my mother and father are phenotypically different. Right. I know my father is 92-94% sub-Saharan African. I know what my mother's mixed with, right? Like, so it's easy for me. It's easier for someone like me to differentiate in GEDmatch and negotiate. If you are someone who is like 90 some odd percent sub-Saharan African or etc., it's going to be tougher. Or both of your parents are the same thing. It's going to be tougher because everything looks similar. But it's hard to tell the difference between this, that, and the third, and what's going on. For me, it's easy to tell what the migrations are, who's coming from where, etc., etc., etc.
But by the way, regarding your mother, you said her father has E1B1B as well, right?
Yep.
What's interesting about that is, like, I'm guessing you've caught some of these polemics that exist online now, where so you have the One Westers with their tribes chart, right? Where it's the West African diaspora, the Native Americans, Latinos, and stuff like that. They're all Israelites, right? And on a certain level, right, that's hard to take seriously, right? But then you have some people, these Israelites, who they swing because they're swinging away from the 12 tribes chart of One West. They swing into this situation where they say, well, they'll say these sweeping statements like Hispanics are not Israelites, right? And so, like, the people who think like that, who say, who are just going to wave their hand and say, these European and Mongolian looking people, they're not Israelites. I imagine that a person with that mindset might look at your mother and wave her off. And yet she descends apparently from someone who has E1B1B. Interesting, Interesting. So meaning like there's
African genetics at that.
Yeah, it's a more decent probability. Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I think if someone with E1B1B, I assume East Africa. That's like
right, East Africa, Arabia, exactly, 100%. Yeah,
and so I would say, like, based on what we were saying earlier, like if you had to bet, it's E1B1B is going to be high amongst where our bets are going to go. In terms of a paternal haplogroup. So it ties back in with this thing of like, you know, trying to wave people off based on on how they look
Right.
is foolhardy, you
Right.
know? So, well, let's put it this way. Let's see. Let's take, you know, there are lots of people within the West African diaspora who do not have any form of E as their haplogroup, right? They might be R, they might be
Right.
G, right?
Mhm.
Here's an interesting thing. Your mother, Dante Fortson, and Albert Einstein are more closely related paternally to each other than they are to, say, a member of the West African diaspora who has a haplogroup other than E, you know?
Right.
And that's significant because that shows right there that trying to guess like paternal lineage or any line of lineage based across millennia based on how someone looks it's a fool's errand, to be blunt.
And I'm gonna keep it real. As far as I'm concerned, I think that's what the Most High was trying to do with I think that one of the major reasons that the Most High spread out the Israelites around the world was so that when they came back, they would look like the whole world.
I heard you say that on Dante. I thought that was a really interesting point. Yeah, spread amongst all nations. Yeah, and therefore, so they come back looking like everybody.
Mm-hmm. That way, when they come back saying the same thing, like everyone's got to listen. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's less hostility. We're like, oh, okay. I don't like those guys over there, but you on the other hand, I'll listen to you.
I think it's the best free commercial in the game, right there. You know what I'm saying? having the nation Israel look like everybody when it's all said and done.
Mm-hmm.
That's just me.
And it takes us back to this point about definitions, though, because let's say I know this isn't your definition, but if only paternal lineage matters, then a person who descends paternally from Jacob could look like anyone. There's nothing ruling that out, you know?
Yeah,
and
like
so
I said, you could be a 7-foot albino Mongolian, fan.
Exactly. Yeah. They could look like anything.
Uh-huh.
All right. On that note, I hope you forgive me if I'm starting to, because I got to.
No, man, I got to tap out.
Yeah, I got to get up in like 3 hours anyway to go to church. So, well, I got to get this. I'm going to desperately need these 3 hours here.
I know that's right. Well, I appreciate you for your time. I appreciate you for your methodology. I appreciate you for your forthrightness, and I appreciate your questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, and I hope this sparks further conversation. My honest assessment is that we're still just scratching the surface of these questions. You know.
Oh yeah, and I think when it comes to the Pews, when it comes to DNA, I think we really just hit the brakes on a lot of this stuff because there's like when you're asking the question now, like what does it mean to be an Israelite? Like, this question's really got to get answered at this juncture. But I'll also say this, like, I don't think everyone has to answer the question.
Of course.
People who don't want to engage, because there's people who don't want to engage, like the urban apologist or Christian apologist or whatnot, and they don't have to because there's some apologists out there who've kind of soured the whole thing for everybody.
Agreed. And even without that, I would certainly agree that nobody's obligated to answer.
Right.
Nobody is obligated to answer any question I ask. But I do think the question is important, even if people don't want to discuss it with me.
Right. And that's right. And that's definitely one thing that I think is important is that when someone asks a really good question, even if they got bad intentions, I'll say it like this: even if they got bad intentions, you got to answer it in the court of public opinion because it needs to get answered. Because otherwise, it looks bad if it doesn't get answered.
But not only that, focus on the argument. You know, there's a weird thing. There's a weird thing that's going on where people have this weird sense of trust, right, with regards to these conversations. Like, I'll give you 3 examples, right? I've had a number of people who say to me, like when I try to discuss language with them, they say to me, "Oh, you think I'm going to trust you? I would never trust you." And then I have to explain to you, I'm not asking you to trust me on anything. Let's just look at the arguments. And then the flip side of that is, before I went on Berean in November of last year, there were people who literally told me, "Don't trust Berean, he's going to set you up." And before I went on your show in February, people told me the same thing. "Don't trust Moore, he's going to set you up." And I had to explain to people the worst thing that can happen is I'm either disproven on a point. Let's say you prove the point that I've taken publicly wrong, or you hit me with an argument that I have no answer to, and I have to say, I have to look into that. I don't know the answer. That's, for me, I'm at peace with both of those outcomes. So it's like, it's not a worry, but there's a number of people out there that there's this weird thing about, I don't trust this person. Don't give this person anything because, there's all this sinister assumptions on both sides, I don't trust you. Don't trust this person. And it's like, let's just focus on the arguments. Like it doesn't, but I think it also comes into this whole thing about our brand, you know, like like people are really worried about on both sides. Not everybody. There are certain people on both sides who are really worried about protecting their brand. And for me, that's like don't worry about that. You know, we just focus on the arguments, you know, like there's no way. And if anything, we benefit from these conversations, even if, let's say I show up on a show and I get proven wrong. Like, let's say I take a position, you knock it down. It's like, okay, you know, like because I'm not worried about a brand. I'm not worried like, oh, you know, like this is a presidential debate. You know, now I can never be president because you proved me wrong with something, you know.
At the end of the day, I don't care if you're right or wrong. I care if you argue in good faith or not.
Yeah, and I think that's
my
important as well.
biggest issue. That's my biggest issue. And so I don't deal with intentions because I can't tell people's hearts, but I definitely make a decision on if you're arguing in good faith or not, real quick. Mm-hmm. And it has to do with like, so okay, if I give you something, like I'll ask you, so what's your threshold on something? I gotta find out what you're lying on something. Like, so what will you accept? What won't you accept or whatnot? And so you'll let me know what your bias is at one point.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's unacceptable, like if I can't bring you realistic information and have you accept it, I can't deal with you. You know what I'm saying? Or at least not in a good faith situation. But with that, family, we are now running up on 5 hours exactly.
Yeah, let me run. Thank you for the conversation.
Yes, sir. Peace and blessings upon all you. Appreciate you for your time. I hope you have a good time at church. Thank you, Sal, for giving us the platform. Peace and blessings. God bless. All that. Here is a tune to go to sleep on, fam.
Thank you.